Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. And we do want to welcome you into this Wednesday edition of the show. As we do each and every morning, we want to make sure that you are heading out the door with a look at all of the top stories that we are monitoring here on Live Now from Fox. And here is our triple box view of everything that we are keeping a close eye on. Of course, the big news of the morning, Liz Cheney defeated in that Wyoming Republican primary. She has officially conceded to Harriet Hageman. We will continue to monitor this story and bring you all of the details, including her concession speech and also Harriet's victory speech. We also are keeping a close eye on President Joe Biden as he returned to the White House yesterday after his vacation in South Carolina. He did officially sign the Inflation Reduction Act into law. We'll bring you those remarks and that official ceremony as we are expecting an official celebration to take place at the beginning of September. We also are keeping a close eye on New York City as more migrants are arriving from Texas to the Big Apple. So we'll walk you through all of those details. And in the latest business news, we are expecting the advanced retail sales report to be released today at 8:30 a.m. Eastern time. That comes after we're expecting numbers from Target. Yesterday, we brought you the latest second quarter earnings reports from Home Depot and Walmart. Today, it will be Target. So we'll be walking you through those details as well here on Live Now from Fox. But we do want to begin first and foremost with the big race in Wyoming, the Republican primary, and we can confirm that Liz Cheney has been defeated by Harriet Hageman. I do want to bring you first and foremost the concession speech by Liz Cheney here. Let's listen in.
Thank you all. Thank you so much. It's wonderful to see so many friends, family, especially wonderful to be here on the beautiful Mead Ranch. And thank you so much, Brad and Kate, for that wonderful introduction. We really are in God's country, and it's wonderful to welcome so many here. I want to say, first of all, a special thanks to every member of Team Chaney who is here in the audience. And to tell you, our work is far from over. Among the many, many blessings that we have as Americans and as individuals and as human beings, the blessing of family is surely the most important. And so I want to thank all of my family and pay a special tribute to those who are here with us tonight. My mom and dad, Dick and Lynn Cheney. And my husband, Phil. And 4 of our 5 kids are here. Katie and Gracie and Philip and Richard are all here tonight. And Elizabeth is starting law school today, so we'll have another generation carrying on dedication to the Constitution and to our freedom. A little over a year ago, I received a note from a Gold Star father. He said to me, "Standing up for truth honors all who gave all." And I have thought of his words every single day since then. I've thought of them because they are a reminder of how we must all conduct ourselves. We must conduct ourselves in a way that is worthy of the men and women who wear the uniform of this nation, and in particular of those who have given the ultimate sacrifice. This is not a game. Every one of us must be committed to the eternal defense of this miraculous experiment called America. And at the heart of our democratic process are elections. They are the foundational principle of our Constitution. 2 years ago, I won this primary with 73% of the vote. I could easily have done the same again. The path was clear. But it would have required that I go along with President Trump's lie about the 2020 election. It would have required that I enable his ongoing efforts to unravel our democratic system and attack the foundations of our republic. That was a path I could not and would not take. No House seat, no office in this land is more important than the principles that we are all sworn to protect. And I well understood the potential political consequences of abiding by my duty. Our republic relies upon the goodwill of all candidates for office to accept honorably the outcome of elections. And tonight, Harriet Hageman has received the most votes in this primary. She won. I called her to concede the race. This primary election is over, but now the real work begins. The great and original champion of our party, Abraham Lincoln, was defeated in elections for the Senate and the House before he won the most important election of all. Lincoln ultimately prevailed, he saved our Union, and he defined our obligation as Americans for all of history. Speaking at Gettysburg of the great task remaining before us, Lincoln said that we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from this earth. As we meet here tonight, that remains our greatest and most important task. Most of world history is a story of violent conflict, of servitude and suffering. Most people in most places have not lived in freedom. Our American freedom is a providential departure from history. We are the exception. We have been given the gift of freedom by God and our founding fathers. It has been said that the long arc of history bends toward justice and freedom. That's true, but only if we make it bend. Today, our highest duty is to bend the arc of history, to preserve our nation and its blessings, to ensure that freedom will not perish, to protect the very foundations of this constitutional republic. Never in our nation's 246 years have we seen what we saw on January 6th. Like so many Americans, I assumed that the violence and the chaos of that day would have prompted a united response, a recognition that this was a line that must never be crossed, a tragic chapter in our nation's history to be studied by historians to ensure that it can never happen again. But instead, major elements of my party still vehemently defend those who caused it. At the heart of the attack on January 6th is a willingness to embrace dangerous conspiracies that attack the very core premise of our nation, that lawful elections, reviewed by the courts when necessary and certified by the states and electoral college, determine who serves as president. If we do not condemn the conspiracies and the lies, if we do not hold those responsible to account, we will be excusing this conduct, and it will become a feature of all elections. America will never be the same. Today, as we meet here, there are Republican candidates for governor who deny the outcome of the 2020 election and who may refuse to certify future elections if they oppose the results. We have candidates for Secretary of State who may refuse to report the actual results of the popular vote in future elections. And we have candidates for Congress, including here in Wyoming, who refuse to acknowledge that Joe Biden won the 2020 election and suggest that states decertify their results. Our nation is barreling once again towards crisis, lawlessness, and violence. No American should support election deniers for any position of genuine responsibility where their refusal to follow the rule of law will corrupt our future. Our nation is young in the history of mankind, and yet we're the oldest democracy in the world. Our survival is not guaranteed. History has shown us over and over again how poisonous lies destroy free nations. Over the last several months, in the January 6th hearings, the American people have watched dozens of Republicans, including the most senior officials working for President Trump in the White House, the Justice Department, and on his campaign, people who served President Trump loyally, testify that they all told him the election was not stolen or rigged and there was no massive fraud. That's why President Trump and others invent excuses, pretexts, for people not to watch the hearings at all. But no citizen of this republic is a bystander. All of us have an obligation to understand what actually happened. We cannot abandon the truth and remain a free nation. To believe Donald Trump's election lies, you must believe that dozens of federal and state courts who ruled against him, including many judges he appointed, were all corrupted and biased, that all manner of crazy conspiracy theories stole our election from us, and that Donald Trump actually remains president today. As of last week, you must also believe that 30 career FBI agents who have spent their lives working to serve our country abandoned their honor and their oaths and went to Mar-a-Lago not to perform a lawful search or address a national security threat, but instead with a secret plan to plant fake incriminating documents in the boxes they seized. This is yet another insidious lie. Donald Trump knows that voicing these conspiracies will provoke violence and threats of violence. This happened on January 6th, and it's now happening again. It is entirely foreseeable that the violence will escalate further. Yet he and others continue, purposely, to feed the danger. Today, our federal law enforcement is being threatened. A federal judge is being threatened. Fresh threats of violence are arising everywhere. And despite knowing all of this, Donald Trump recently released the names of the FBI agents involved in the search. That was purposeful and malicious. No patriotic American should excuse these threats or be intimidated by them. Our great nation must not be ruled by a mob provoked over social media. Our duty as citizens of this republic is not only to defend the freedom that's been handed down to us. We also have an obligation to learn from the actions of those who came before, to know the stories of grit and perseverance, of the brave men and women who built and saved this union. In the lives of these great Americans, we find inspiration and purpose. In May of 1864, after years of war and a string of reluctant Union generals, Ulysses S. Grant met General Lee's forces at the Battle of the Wilderness. In 2 days of heavy fighting, the Union suffered over 17,000 casualties. At the end of that battle, General Grant faced a choice. Most assumed he would do what previous Union generals had done and retreat. On the evening of May 7th, Grant began to move. As the fires of the battle still smoldered, Grant rode to the head of the column. He rode to the intersection of Brock Road and Orange Plank Road. And there, as the men of his army watched and waited, instead of turning north back towards Washington and safety, Grant turned his horse south toward Richmond and the heart of Lee's army. Refusing to retreat, he pressed on to victory. Lincoln and Grant and all who fought in our nation's tragic Civil War, including my own great-great-grandfathers, saved our Union. Their courage saved freedom. And if we listen closely, they are speaking to us down the generations. We must not idly squander what so many have fought and died for. America has meant so much to so many because we are the best hope of freedom on earth. Last week in Laramie, a gentleman came up to me with tears in his eyes. "I'm not an American," he said, "but my children are. I grew up in Brazil. I know how fragile freedom is, and we must not lose it here." A few days ago, here in Jackson, a woman told me that her grandparents had survived Auschwitz. They found refuge in America. She said she was afraid that she had nowhere to go if freedom died here. Ladies and gentlemen, freedom must not, cannot, and will not die here. We must be very clear-eyed about the threat we face and about what is required to defeat it. I have said since January 6th that I will do whatever it takes to ensure Donald Trump is never again anywhere near the Oval Office, and I mean it. This is a fight for all of us together. I'm a conservative Republican. I believe deeply in the principles and the ideals on which my party was founded. I love its history, and I love what our party has stood for. But I love my country more. So I ask you tonight to join me. As we leave here, let us resolve that we will stand together, Republicans, Democrats, and Independents, against those who would destroy our republic. They are angry and they are determined, but they have not seen anything like the power of Americans united in defense of our Constitution and committed to the cause of freedom. There is no greater power on this earth, and with God's help, we will prevail. Thank you all. God bless you. God bless Wyoming. God bless the United States of America.
And those were the words of Liz Cheney as she concedes the election and the Wyoming Republican primary to Harriet Hageman, who you are seeing there on your screens. We did just play out Liz Cheney's full speech, so now we are going to listen in to Harriet's after she wins the Wyoming Republican primary. Let's listen in.
Wyoming has spoken. Wyoming has spoken on behalf of everyone all across this great country who believes in the American dream, who believes in liberty, and who recognizes that our natural rights, the freedom of speech, freedom of religion, equal protection, and due process come from God. They do not come from government. And the government cannot take them away. Wyoming has spoken on behalf of everyone who understands that our government is a government of, by, and for the people. And that we can and do control the levers of power when we engage, when we participate, and when we hold our elected officials accountable for their actions. Wyoming has spoken on behalf of everyone who is concerned that the game is becoming more and more rigged against them. And what Wyoming has shown today is that while it may not be easy, we can dislodge entrenched politicians who believe they've risen above the people they are supposed to represent and serve. Yes, Wyoming has spoken, and we have made it clear that we are taking our country back. By our vote today, Wyoming has put the elites on notice. We are no longer going to tolerate representatives who don't represent us. Wyoming has made clear that we are done being governed by the Washington, D.C. uniparty. Those Democrats and Republicans who don't really care which party is in power, just as long as they are. Wyoming has sent the message that if you are going to claim to live in Wyoming, you better damn well live in Wyoming. Wyoming has drawn a line in the sand that if we put you in power, you will be accountable to us, you will answer to us, and you will do what is in our best interests. And if you don't, we will fire you. has put the politicians on notice, not just here, but all across this great country, that our representatives work for us and not the other way around. I have spent the last 25 years fighting to protect our water rights, our property rights, and our constitutional rights. I have taken on the EPA, the USDA, the Fish and Wildlife Service, the Forest Service, and I've won. I have a record of success in the courtroom, and I intend to have a record of success when I represent you. Right now, we have the most dangerous and the most destructive administration in U.S. history. President Biden and the radical Democrats are solely responsible for record-breaking inflation, record-breaking illegal immigration, record-breaking human trafficking, record-breaking drug running, and record-breaking energy costs. The wreckage that we are seeing is not by accident, but by design. And it is imperative that we focus like a laser beam on blocking any further damage to our republic. When I am representing you, I will not waste any time. I will fight every day to block the destruction of our country. Wyoming deserves a real representative in Congress, one that understands Wyoming, one that loves Wyoming, and one that loves Wyoming as much as all of us do. I will be accountable to the voters and citizens of Wyoming because I am one of you. And just like you, I am sick and tired of not having a voice in the U.S. House of Representatives. Today we have succeeded at what we set out to do. We have reclaimed Wyoming's lone congressional seat for Wyoming. And what an incredible trip it has been. Traveling this beautiful state and hearing from the great people of Wyoming has been the opportunity of a lifetime. For our efforts to culminate in such a decisive win, it has confirmed that our message and our commitments have resonated with my fellow citizens. Very simply, the people of Wyoming want someone dedicated to them. We want a government that works for us and not one that only works for the elites in D.C. We want a Congress that actually legislates, not one that delegates its lawmaking authority to administrative agencies in violation of the very foundation of our constitutional structure. We want our members of Congress to fight for our small businesses and our families, not politicians who abdicate their legislative responsibilities while blaming the unelected bureaucrats for the mess that we are in. We want a representative in Washington, D.C. that is focused on protecting Wyoming and on furthering our agenda. Wyoming wants a representative fighting to put America first, to put Wyoming first, to put you first, and I am that representative. But I did not do this on my own. Obviously, we're all very grateful to President Trump, who recognizes that Wyoming has only one congressional representative, and we have to make it count. His clear and unwavering support from the very beginning propelled us to victory tonight. But I must also thank Senator Rand Paul, Senator Cynthia Lummis, Senator Ted Cruz, Leader Kevin McCarthy, Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, Congressman Jim Jordan, Congressman Jim Banks, and over 100 members of Congress who put their trust in us to get the job done. The support, encouragement, and guidance that we have received throughout this state has been indescribable, it has been immeasurable, and it has been so humbling. I want to thank all of our county leadership teams, our volunteers, everyone who helped us to distribute and put up signs, set up booths, joined us in parades at county fairs and festivals. Those volunteers who knocked doors, not only here in Cheyenne and in Casper, but in the tiny town of Lusk, Wyoming, carrying our message directly to their neighbors. I want to thank all of our wonderful friends, new and old, who have sent texts and letters and drawings with words of encouragement and support. I want to thank all of you who have been praying for our country, our state, and our campaign. Thank you to the 40,000 plus donors in Wyoming and across this great nation. You have opened your wallets and your hearts to just what is an average, everyday, ordinary person from Wyoming. And together, we will fight to change history. I want to thank all of my family members, dozens strong, dedicated to the cause and a true force to be reckoned with. All of you have been my North Star, and you will continue to be so as we move into the next phase of our lives. To my incredible campaign team, Nick, Carly, Tim, Lauren, Molly, Kale, Dave, and all of your coworkers. And to my husband, I could not do this without you. Thank you, and I am so looking forward to our next adventure together. In closing, we're now on to November. Thank you to Wyoming, and thank you to America, the greatest country in the history of the world. We must return her to the greatness she deserves. Thank you, and God bless.
And there you have it, the words of Harriet Hageman after winning the Wyoming Republican primary. She has officially defeated Liz Cheney, and as she said, will make her way to the midterm elections in November. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on the latest when it comes to President Joe Biden as he put pen to paper on a new piece of legislation yesterday. The Inflation Reduction Act has officially been signed into law. We'll walk you through what that means and touch base with our reporters right after this break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato. It's officially past the 5:30 mark here on the East Coast, and we are continuing to get you up to speed on all of the top stories that we are monitoring here in the United States. The next one takes us actually back in time to yesterday, where President Joe Biden officially signed the Inflation Reduction Act into law. This is a sweeping bill that tackles climate, also tackles health care and taxes. It was a mega money deal that made its way through the House and the Senate, right down party lines, made its way to President Joe Biden's desk yesterday and was officially signed into law. We do have video of And there is the music that we all love to hear. We'll lower that for now. But President Joe Biden, there he is, signing this Inflation Reduction Act into law. We will play out these remarks for you in full. But first and foremost, we want to touch base with our Fox's Lauren Blanchard, who breaks it all down from Washington.
The Inflation Reduction Act does so many things that for so many years, so many of us have fought to make happen.
To some fanfare now and much more planned over the next month, President Biden signed into law the Inflation Reduction Act, a tax and spending bill authored by Democrats and passed with only Democratic votes. It primarily focuses on clean energy and health care.
Democrats sided with the American people, and every single Republican in the Congress sided with the special interest.
But as the title suggests, how much will the bill reduce inflation and the pain Americans feel when they fill up their cars or shop at their local grocery stores? The White House says this bill is about lowering other costs that are ruining budgets, like energy and prescriptions.
Everything we're doing is reducing the costs that individuals are burdened with. And how they say that's not going to help inflation, I have no idea.
According to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, quote, in calendar year 2022, enacting the bill would have a negligible effect on inflation. Republicans point to that analysis and say this bill is full of liberal priorities and is misleading to Americans.
We're going to see more inflation now because of more bad policy by Joe Biden and the congressional Democrats.
The president, his cabinet, and allies on the Hill will spend the coming weeks trying to explain the law to Americans, how it impacts their budgets now and in the future. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And thank you to Lauren for that update. As promised, we do want to play back for you these remarks in full ahead of President Joe Biden officially signing the Inflation Reduction Act into law. So let's take you back out to the White House and listen in.
The United States, accompanied by Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and House Majority Whip Jim Clyburn.
Thank you. Please be seated. I'm pleased to be here today on behalf of the United States House of Representatives, where on Friday we delivered a unanimous Democratic vote to pass this Inflation Reduction Act. It was one of the few truly historic days in the 30 years I've spent in the Congress. Mr. President, I want to thank you for your tireless work to add this remarkable legislation to your long and growing list of accomplishments. In just 18 months, often away from public view, your administration has created a record number of jobs. Your American Rescue Plan helped our country overcome a once-in-a-century pandemic. Your Infrastructure and Jobs Act is making historic investments in broadband and to repair and bolster our infrastructure. Your CHIPS and Science Act will strengthen our critical supply chains and give real substance and new meaning to Make It in America. The Inflation Reduction Act you are about to sign will lead to transformative change in this great country. It checks inflation by reducing the deficit by $300 billion over the next decade. It ensures more tax fairness by requiring corporations to pay a minimum of 15% while protecting families making less than $400,000 per year from paying 1 penny more. We are called to be good stewards of this planet, and this legislation cuts climate pollution by 40% in just 8 years while building a new, clean energy economy that will make electricity accessible and affordable and create 9 million new jobs. Now, Mr. President, you know how much you meant to my late wife, Emily, who 3 years ago lost her 30-year battle with diabetes. If she were here today, she would be beyond joy celebrating the $35 per month cap on insulin and the $3,000 annual cap on out-of-pocket costs for Medicare patients. She will also rejoice in the 3-year extension for our Affordable Care Act subsidies and the authorization of Medicare to negotiate some drug prices. Emily had adequate health insurance, but many of our neighbors and her friends did not. Mr. President, you took office at a time when we were in dire need of a statesman willing to put people over politics. Many seem surprised at your successes. I am not, because I know you, but more importantly, you know and respect the American people. Now, I am pleased to introduce Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer.
Well, thank you, Representative Clyburn, for that introduction, and I want to thank you, President Biden, for inviting us to the White House today. Thanks to my colleagues here today, this has been one of the most productive stretches in Senate history, from the first gun safety bill in decades, to strengthening NATO, to outcompeting the Chinese Communist Party, to taking care of our veterans. And to top it all off, we celebrate a groundbreaking achievement, the most important bill we have passed in a long time. President Biden will sign the Inflation Reduction Act into law today. I am confident this bill will endure as one of the greatest legislative feats in decades. It'll lower costs, create millions of good-paying jobs, and is the boldest climate bill ever. Now, in normal times, getting these bills done would be a huge achievement. But to do it now, with only 50 Democratic votes in the Senate, over an intransigent Republican minority, is nothing short of amazing. It shows how dedicated and persistent our caucus is. I want to give all 50 of my colleagues, a wonderful, diverse, and dedicated group of 50, huge credit for getting this bill over the finish line. Huge credit. I also want to thank Speaker Pelosi, all the chairs of the committee, Joe Manchin for working so hard to get this bill done, and of course, the incredible, immensely dedicated staff who gave it their all to finishing this bill. Let's have a round of applause for the great staff, White House and Senate. For years, the naysayers said we could never take on the big drug companies and lower the cost of prescription drugs, but now we have. They said we could never take on entrenched big oil interests and get tough on climate change, but we have succeeded. They said we'd never close tax loopholes for the wealthy and make the ultra-rich pay their fair share, but we've gotten all these things done in one single bill. For anyone who thought Washington was broken and couldn't do big things, Democrats have shown real change is possible. If the last 2 months could be summed up in a word, it would be persistence. My dad, who died in November and would have been 99 on Flag Day, taught me a lesson. If you try to do the right thing, and if you persist and never give up, you can make the world a better place. Well, that's what's happened here. We persisted and persisted and persisted and never gave up. And today it pays off. I know my dad is looking down and smiling. And finally, and most importantly, thank you, President Biden, for your leadership. This has been a long and grueling process. We wouldn't be here without you. A year and a half ago, you laid out the groundwork for this bill. And like us, you persisted every single day, working closely with my team in our caucus for more than a year to get this bill done. The President deserves tremendous credit for this moment. He knew precisely when to step in and when to let negotiations play out. He knew when to use the bully pulpit and when to bring people together away from the spotlight. He made sure we never lost our focus on climate. The President's vision, his dedication to our country, and his experience who made this moment possible. Thank you, President Biden. After 4 years of a president who relished creating chaos, Americans are seeing what it looks like to have a president and a Congress that's focused on delivering results that make their lives better. Mr. President, you've restored dignity, respect, and a sense of action back to the Oval Office. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's my honor to turn it over now to you.
Please, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Please. Thank you, Majority Leader Schumer. Chuck, you've been a good friend a long, long time. And Joe, I never had a doubt. Joe had an operation on his shoulder. I just want you to know it wasn't because of anything we did. He's in great shape. And our whip, Mr. Clyburn, you're amazing. And I am reminded often by my staff, were not for you, your wife telling you to endorse me, I wouldn't be standing here. But thank you very, very much. And also Congresswoman Castor and my good friend Frank Pallone, Congressman Pallone. Thank you for your leadership. You know, while they couldn't be here, I especially want to thank Nancy Pelosi, who was instrumental in this law, and Vice President Harris for an incredible work she did. And I'm about to sign the Inflation Reduction Act into law, one of the most significant laws in our history. Let me say from the start, with this law, the American people won and the special interests lost. The American people won and the special interests lost. We're in a session of, for a while, people doubted whether any of that was going to happen. But we are in a season of substance. This administration began amid a dark time in America. As Jim said, a once-in-a-century pandemic, devastating joblessness, clear and present threats to democracy and the rule of law, doubts about America's future itself. And yet, we've not wavered, we've not flinched, and we've not given in. Instead, we're delivering results for the American people. We didn't tear down, we built up, we didn't look back, we looked forward, and today offers further proof that the soul of America is vibrant, the future of America is bright, and the promise of America is real and just beginning. Look, 4 years ago, 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 4 ye The bill I'm about to sign is not just about today, it's about tomorrow. It's about delivering progress and prosperity to American families. It's about showing the American and the American people that democracy still works in America, notwithstanding all the talk of its demise. Not just for the privileged few, but for all of us. You know, I swore an oath of office to you and to God to faithfully execute the duties of this sacred office. To me, the critical duty of the president is to defend what is best about America. And that's not hyperbole. Defend what's best about America, to pursue justice, to ensure fairness, deliver results that create possibilities that all of us can live a life of consequence and prosperity in a nation that's safe and secure. That's the job. Fulfilling that pledge to you guides me every single hour of every single day in this job. You know, presidents should be judged not only by our words, but by our deeds. Not by our rhetoric, but by our actions. Not by our promise, but by reality. And today is part of an extraordinary story that's being written by this administration and our brave allies in the Congress. This law that I'm about to sign finally delivers on a promise that Washington has made for decades to the American people. I got here as a 29-year-old kid. We were promising to make sure that Medicare would have the power to negotiate lower drug prices back then. Prescription drug prices. But guess what? We're giving Medicare the power to negotiate those prices now on some drugs. This means seniors are going to pay less for the prescription drugs, while we're changing circumstances for people in Medicare by putting a cap of a maximum of $2,000 a year on their prescription drug costs, no matter what the reason for those prescriptions are. That means if you're on Medicare, you'll never have to pay more than $2,000 a year, no matter how many prescriptions you have, whether it's for cancer or any other disease. No more than $2,000 a year. And you all know it because a lot of you come from families that need this. This is a godsend. This is a godsend to many families, and so long overdue. The Inflation Reduction Act locks in place lower health care premiums for millions of families who get their coverage under the Affordable Care Act. Last year, a family of four saved on average $2,400 through the American Rescue Plan that I signed into law that the Congress voted in place. In the years ahead, thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act, 13 million people are going to continue to save an average of $800 a year on health insurance. The Inflation Reduction Act invests $369 billion to take the most aggressive action ever in confronting the climate crisis and strengthening our energy security. It's going to offer working families thousands of dollars in savings by providing them rebates to buy new and efficient appliances, weatherize their homes, get tax credit for purchasing heat pumps and rooftop solar, electric stoves, ovens, dryers. It gives consumers a tax credit to buy electric vehicles or fuel cell vehicles, new or used. And it gives them a tax credit of up to $7,500 if those vehicles were made in America. American auto companies, along with American labor, are committing their treasure and their talent, billions of dollars in investment to make electric vehicles and battery and electric charging stations all across America. Made in America. All of it made in America. This new law also provides tax credits that's going to create tens of thousands of good-paying jobs and clean energy manufacturing jobs. Solar factories in the Midwest and the South. Wind farms across the plains and off our shores. Clean hydrogen projects and more all across America, every part of America. This bill is the biggest step forward on climate ever. And it's going to allow us to boldly take additional steps toward meeting all of my climate goals, the ones we set out when we ran. It includes ensuring that we create clean energy opportunities in frontline and fence-line communities that have been smothered by the legacy of pollution, and fight environmental injustice that's been going on for so long. And here's another win for the American people. In addition to cutting the deficit by $350 billion last year, in my first year in office, and cutting at $1.7 trillion this fiscal year. We're going to cut the deficit, point out, by another $300 billion with the Inflation Reduction Act over the next decade. We're cutting deficits to fight inflation by having the wealthy and big corporations finally begin to pay part of their fair share. Big corporations will now pay a minimum of 15% tax instead of us 55 of them got away with paying $0 in federal income tax on $40 billion in profit. And I'm keeping my campaign commitment. No one, let me emphasize, no one earning less than $400,000 a year will pay a penny more in federal taxes. Folks, the Inflation Reduction Act does so many things that for so many years, so many of us have fought to make happen. And let's be clear. In this historic moment, Democrats sided with the American people, and every single Republican in the Congress sided with the special interest in this vote. Every single one. In fact, the big drug companies spent nearly $100 million to defeat this bill. $100 million. And remember, every single Republican in Congress voted against this bill. Every single Republican in Congress voted against lowering prescription drug prices, against lowering health care costs, against the fairer tax system. Every single Republican, every single one, voted against tackling the climate crisis, against lowering our energy costs, against creating good-paying jobs. My fellow Americans, that's the choice we face. We can protect the already powerful or show the courage to build a future where everybody has an even shot. That's the America I believe in. That's what I believe in. And today, we've come a step closer to making that America real. Today, too often, we confuse noise with substance. Too often, we confuse setbacks with defeat. Too often, we hand the biggest microphones to the critics and the cynics who delight in declaring failure, while those committed to making real progress do the hard work of governing. Making progress in this country as big and complicated as ours clearly is not easy. It's never been easy. But with unwavering conviction, commitment, and patience, progress does come. Your dad was right. And when it does, like today, people's lives are made better, and the future becomes brighter, and a nation can be transformed. That's what's happening now. From the American Rescue Plan that helped create nearly 10 million new jobs, to once-in-a-generation infrastructure law that will rebuild America's roads, bridges, ports, deliver clean water, high-speed internet to every American, to the first meaningful gun safety law in 30 years. And if I have anything to do with it, we're still going to have an assault weapons ban, but that's another story. And to get significant veterans' health care law in decades for the first time. To a groundbreaking chips and science law that's going to ensure that technologies and jobs of the future are made here in America. In America. And all this progress is part of our vision and plan and determined effort to get the job done for the American people, so they can look their child in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay. Everything's going to be okay. Everything's going to make it sure that the democracy delivers for your generation, because I think that's at stake. And now, I know there are those here today who hold a dark and despairing view of this country. I'm not one of them. I believe in the promise of America. I believe in the future of this country. I believe in the very soul of this nation. And most of all, I believe in you, the American people. I believe to my core there isn't a single thing this country cannot do when we put our mind to it. We just have to remember who we are. We are the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. That's why so many foreign companies decide to invest or make chips in America. Billions of dollars. We're the best. We have to believe in ourselves again. And now I'm going to take action that I've been looking forward to doing for 18 months. I'm going to sign the Inflation Reduction Act. Just make sure you get the right one. All right. Okay. There you go.
It's now law.
And a round of applause from the White House as the Inflation Reduction Act is officially signed into law there by President Joe Biden. Those were the remarks that President Joe Biden made along with Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer there, who spoke just moments before him. And this is the latest piece of legislation that the Biden administration is able to put under their belts. All of this during a midterm election year. We do want to update you on another bit of news surrounding the President of the United States that we brought to you yesterday here on the show. The First Lady of the United States has tested positive for COVID-19. The White House says Dr. Jill Biden has mild symptoms and will be taking a course of the COVID-19 drug Paxlovid. Biden tested positive for the coronavirus while vacationing with President Joe Biden and other family members in South Carolina. Adhering to CDC guidelines, Dr. Biden will remain in isolation at the private residence for at least 5 days. So we'll be continuing to update you on the latest in her condition and also all of the latest items on President Joe Biden's agenda. Speaking of former presidents of the United States, we do want to get you up to speed on the latest when it comes to former President Donald Trump and the investigations that are underway into his use and taking care of classified materials. We'll have to wait a little longer to get a look at the materials used by the Justice Department to obtain a search warrant for last week's raid at the Florida compound of former President Donald Trump. A judge declined to order the unsealing yesterday, instead scheduling a hearing for Thursday. President Donald Trump, the former president of the United States, is calling for the release of the affidavit that was part of those materials in what he calls the interest of transparency. We do have our reporters covering this story for us here on the show, and our Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith has more.
Landing in Maryland, reporters pushed for President Biden to weigh in on last week's unprecedented search of former President Trump's Florida home.
Any concern about national security after those classified documents were found at Mar-a-Lago?
Background noise made it too hard to hear the president's response, but his predecessor is speaking up. Monday night on Truth Social, Trump called for the, quote, completely unredacted release of the criminal affidavit, which sparked the FBI search of Mar-a-Lago. A judge will consider releasing the document on Thursday, which could offer dramatic details about the grand jury investigation. Trump supporters say the release is already long overdue.
What we want to know is, what did they tell the court to get that warrant? And the only way we'll know that is through that affidavit.
But the Justice Department says releasing the affidavit would significantly damage an ongoing criminal probe. The FBI is investigating how government documents, many labeled classified or top secret, ended up at Mar-a-Lago. Tonight, there are reports former White House counsel Pat Cipollone and his former deputy, Patrick Philbin, have met with the FBI to discuss the case. Trump claims he declassified the documents before leaving office. His former national security advisor says that's news to him.
I never heard of it, never saw it in operation, never knew anything about it. The president never said anything to me during 17 months there. I just think it's a complete fiction.
But Trump supporters say until the affidavit is released, they'll argue the Justice Department is only targeting Trump for political purposes.
We're flying blind in the dark, and the American people are going through too much pain, too much heartache on this endless effort to destroy Donald Trump.
The Justice Department admits during last week's search it removed 3 of Trump's passports. We're told 2 were expired. Trump's lawyers say those passports have since been returned, and Thursday's hearing is expected to draw a crowd. But sources tell us the former president is not expected to be in Florida for the proceedings. In Washington, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
And thank you to Mark for that update. We continue to touch base with our reporters. Federal Judge Bruce Reinhardt wants to hear the Justice Department's argument for keeping secret the reasons behind the FBI search on Mar-a-Lago. Our Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera also has more from Washington.
All eyes are on a federal judge to see whether he'll sign off on unsealing the affidavit, laying out the probable cause behind the search of former President Trump's Florida home.
What we want to see is why did they choose the most extreme, risky, and high-profile evidence collection technique? Does the evidence match that up?
Facing public scrutiny, the Justice Department last week moved to release the property receipt showing the FBI seized in part 11 sets of classified documents. But the department is urging the judge not to do the same with the affidavit, arguing that it would serve as a roadmap to the government's ongoing investigation. The DOJ saying that disclosing the document could compromise the probe. The search warrant, also unsealed last week, shows the former president is under investigation for possible obstruction of justice and violations of the Espionage Act.
You're not going to turn over the information in the middle of an investigation that betrays your sources and betrays what the direction of your investigation is.
A new report from the New York Times shows top White House lawyers Pat Cipollone and Patrick Philbin were interviewed by the FBI over the sensitive documents that were stored in Mar-a-Lago. As questions grow, so do calls for transparency.
Show us the goods. What did they get?
The raid of his Florida home has put the former president back in the political spotlight. He's flexing his midterm muscle in the Wyoming GOP primary race, where he's backing the opponent of one of his most outspoken critics, Vice Chair of the January 6th Committee, Congresswoman Liz Cheney. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And thank you to Madeline for that update. We will continue to monitor all of the details here on Live Now from Fox. It's 6:10 here on the East Coast, and we are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on some international headlines that we are monitoring here on Live Now from Fox. Good morning, happy Wednesday, and welcome into Live Now from Fox. If you are just waking up with us, thanks for choosing to begin your Wednesday morning here with us on the show. We are 13 minutes past the 6 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, and we know some of you are just waking up, so we do want to make sure that you're up to speed on all of the top stories that we are monitoring here on Live Now from Fox. We will get to the latest international news, but I do want to take you out to our triple box view of all of the top stories that we are keeping an eye on this morning. Of course, President Joe Biden signing the Inflation Reduction Act into law yesterday. We just brought you his remarks in full here on the show. We'll be touching base with our reporters on that new piece of legislation as the morning progresses. But the big news of the morning takes us to Wyoming, where Liz Cheney was defeated in the Wyoming Republican primary. Harriet Hageman beating Liz Cheney to that nomination. Harriet will now be headed to the elections in November. We did bring you those remarks from both of these women last night, and I do want to play those out for you here on the show as well. We'll begin first and foremost with Liz Cheney conceding this election. Let's listen in.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to see so many friends, family, especially wonderful to be here on the beautiful Meade Ranch. And thank you so much, Brad and Kate, for that wonderful introduction. We really are in God's country, and it's wonderful to welcome so many here. I want to say, first of all, a special thanks to every member of Team Chaney who is here in the audience. And to tell you, our work is far from over. Among the many, many blessings that we have as Americans and as individuals and as human beings, the blessing of family is surely the most important. And so I want to thank all of my family and pay a special tribute to those who are here with us tonight. My mom and dad, Dick and Lynn Cheney. And my husband, Phil. And 4 of our 5 kids are here. Katie and Gracie and Philip and Richard are all here tonight. And Elizabeth is starting law school today, so we'll have another generation carrying on dedication to the Constitution and to our freedom. A little over a year ago, I received a note from a Gold Star father. He said to me, "Standing up for truth honors all who gave all." And I have thought of his words every single day since then. I've thought of them because they are a reminder of how we must all conduct ourselves. We must conduct ourselves in a way that is worthy of the men and women who wear the uniform of this nation, and in particular of those who have given the ultimate sacrifice. This is not a game. Every one of us must be committed to the eternal defense of this miraculous experiment called America. And at the heart of our democratic process are elections. They are the foundational principle of our Constitution. 2 years ago, I won this primary with 73% of the vote. I could easily have done the same again. The path was clear. But it would have required that I go along with President Trump's lie about the 2020 election. It would have required that I enable his ongoing efforts to unravel our democratic system and attack the foundations of our republic. That was a path I could not and would not take. No House seat, no office in this land is more important than the principles that we are all sworn to protect. And I well understood the potential political consequences of abiding by my duty. Our republic relies upon the goodwill of all candidates for office. to accept honorably the outcome of elections. And tonight, Harriet Hageman has received the most votes in this primary. She won. I called her to concede the race. This primary election is over, but now the real work begins. The great and original champion of our party, Abraham Lincoln, was defeated in elections for the Senate and the House before he won the most important election of all. Lincoln ultimately prevailed, he saved our Union, and he defined our obligation as Americans for all of history. Speaking at Gettysburg of the great task remaining before us, Lincoln said that we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from this earth. As we meet here tonight, that remains our greatest and most important task. Most of world history is a story of violent conflict, of servitude and suffering. Most people in most places have not lived in freedom. Our American freedom is a providential departure from history. We are the exception. We have been given the gift of freedom by God and our founding fathers. It has been said that the long arc of history bends toward justice and freedom. That's true, but only if we make it bend. Today, our highest duty is to bend the arc of history, to preserve our nation and its blessings, to ensure that freedom will not perish, to protect the very foundations of this constitutional republic. Never in our nation's 246 years have we seen what we saw on January 6th. Like so many Americans, I assumed that the violence and the chaos of that day would have prompted a united response, a recognition that this was a line that must never be crossed, a tragic chapter in our nation's history to be studied by historians to ensure that it can never happen again. But instead, major elements of my party still vehemently defend those who caused it. At the heart of the attack on January 6th is a willingness to embrace dangerous conspiracies that attack the very core premise of our nation, that lawful elections, reviewed by the courts when necessary and certified by the states and electoral college, determine who serves as president. If we do not condemn the conspiracies and the lies, if we do not hold those responsible to account, we will be excusing this conduct, and it will become a feature of all elections. America will never be the same. Today, as we meet here, there are Republican candidates for governor who deny the outcome of the 2020 election and who may refuse to certify future elections if they oppose the results. We have candidates for Secretary of State who may refuse to report the actual results of the popular vote in future elections. And we have candidates for Congress, including here in Wyoming, who refuse to acknowledge that Joe Biden won the 2020 election and suggest that states decertify their results. Our nation is barreling once again towards crisis, lawlessness, and violence. No American should support election deniers for any position of genuine responsibility, where their refusal to follow the rule of law will corrupt our future. Our nation is young in the history of mankind, and yet we're the oldest democracy in the world. Our survival is not guaranteed. History has shown us over and over again how poisonous lies destroy free nations. Over the last several months, in the January 6th hearings, the American people have watched dozens of Republicans, including the most senior officials working for President Trump in the White House, the Justice Department, and on his campaign, people who served President Trump loyally, testify that they all told him the election was not stolen or rigged and there was no massive fraud. That's why President Trump and others invent excuses, pretexts, for people not to watch the hearings at all. But no citizen of this republic is a bystander. All of us have an obligation to understand what actually happened. We cannot abandon the truth and remain a free nation. To believe Donald Trump's election lies, you must believe that dozens of federal and state courts who ruled against him, including many judges he appointed, were all corrupted and biased, that all manner of crazy conspiracy theories stole our election from us, and that Donald Trump actually remains president today. As of last week, you must also believe that 30 career FBI agents who have spent their lives working to serve our country abandoned their honor and their oaths and went to Mar-a-Lago not to perform a lawful search or address a national security threat, but instead with a secret plan to plant fake incriminating documents in the boxes they seized. This is yet another insidious lie. Donald Trump knows that voicing these conspiracies will provoke violence and threats of violence. This happened on January 6th, and it's now happening again. It is entirely foreseeable that the violence will escalate further. Yet he and others continue, purposely, to feed the danger. Today, our federal law enforcement is being threatened. A federal judge is being threatened. Fresh threats of violence are arising everywhere. And despite knowing all of this, Donald Trump recently released the names of the FBI agents involved in the search. That was purposeful and malicious. No patriotic American should excuse these threats or be intimidated by them. Our great nation must not be ruled by a mob provoked over social media. Our duty as citizens of this republic is not only to defend the freedom that's been handed down to us. We also have an obligation to learn from the actions of those who came before, to know the stories of grit and perseverance of the brave men and women who built and saved this union. In the lives of these great Americans, we find inspiration and purpose. In May of 1864, after years of war and a string of reluctant Union generals, Ulysses S. Grant met General Lee's forces at the Battle of the Wilderness. In 2 days of heavy fighting, the Union suffered over 17,000 casualties. At the end of that battle, General Grant faced a choice. Most assumed he would do what previous Union generals had done and retreat. On the evening of May 7th, Grant began to move. As the fires of the battle still smoldered, Grant rode to the head of the column. He rode to the intersection of Brock Road and Orange Plank Road. And there, as the men of his army watched and waited, instead of turning north back towards Washington and safety, Grant turned his horse south toward Richmond and the heart of Lee's army. Refusing to retreat, he pressed on to victory. Lincoln and Grant and all who fought in our nation's tragic Civil War, including my own great-great-grandfathers, saved our Union. Their courage saved freedom. And if we listen closely, they are speaking to us down the generations. We must not idly squander what so many have fought and died for. America has meant so much to so many because we are the best hope of freedom on earth. Last week in Laramie, a gentleman came up to me with tears in his eyes. "I'm not an American," he said, "but my children are. I grew up in Brazil. I know how fragile freedom is, and we must not lose it here." A few days ago, here in Jackson, a woman told me that her grandparents had survived Auschwitz. They found refuge in America. She said she was afraid that she had nowhere to go if freedom died here. Ladies and gentlemen, freedom must not, cannot, and will not die here. We must be very clear-eyed about the threat we face and about what is required to defeat it. I have said since January 6th that I will do whatever it takes to ensure Donald Trump is never again anywhere near the Oval Office, and I mean it. This is a fight for all of us together. I'm a conservative Republican. I believe deeply in the principles and the ideals on which my party was founded. I love its history, and I love what our party has stood for. But I love my country more. So I ask you tonight to join me. As we leave here, let us resolve that we will stand together, Republicans, Democrats, and Independents, against those who would destroy our republic. They are angry and they are determined, but they have not seen anything like the power of Americans united in defense of our Constitution and committed to the cause of freedom. There is no greater power on this earth, and with God's help, we will prevail. Thank you all. God bless you. God bless Wyoming. God bless the United States of America.
And those were the words of Liz Cheney after being defeated by Harriet Hageman. We do have Harriet's celebration and victory speech after this Republican primary in Wyoming, so let's listen in.
Today, Wyoming has spoken. Wyoming has spoken on behalf of everyone all across this great country who believes in the American dream, who believes in liberty, and who recognizes that our natural rights, the freedom of speech, freedom of religion, equal protection, and due process come from God. They do not come from government. And the government cannot take them away. Wyoming has spoken on behalf of everyone who understands that our government is a government of, by, and for the people. And that we can and do control the levers of power when we engage, when we participate, and when we hold our elected officials accountable for their actions. Wyoming has spoken on behalf of everyone who is concerned that the game is becoming more and more rigged against them. And what Wyoming has shown today is that while it may not be easy, we can dislodge entrenched politicians who believe they've risen above the people they are supposed to represent and serve. Yes, Wyoming has spoken, and we have made it clear that we are taking our country back. By our vote today, Wyoming has put the elites on notice. We are no longer going to tolerate representatives who don't represent us. Wyoming has made clear that we are done being governed by the Washington, D.C. uniparty. Those Democrats and Republicans who don't really care which party is in power, just as long as they are. Wyoming has sent the message that if you are going to claim to live in Wyoming, you better damn well live in Wyoming. Wyoming has drawn a line in the sand that if we put you in power, you will be accountable to us, you will answer to us, and you will do what is in our best interests. And if you don't, we will fire you. Wyoming has put the politicians on notice, not just here, but all across this great country, that our representatives work for us and not the other way around. I have spent the last 25 years fighting to protect our water rights, our property rights, and our constitutional rights. I have taken on the EPA, the USDA, the Fish and Wildlife Service, the Forest Service, and I've won. I have a record of success in the courtroom, and I intend to have a record of success when I represent you. Right now, we have the most dangerous and the most destructive administration in U.S. history. President Biden and the radical Democrats are solely responsible for record-breaking inflation, record-breaking illegal immigration, record-breaking human trafficking, record-breaking drug running, and record-breaking energy costs. The wreckage that we are seeing is not by accident, but by design. And it is imperative that we focus like a laser beam on blocking any further damage to our republic. When I am representing you, I will not waste any time. I will fight every day to block the destruction of our country. Wyoming deserves a real representative in Congress, one that understands Wyoming, one that loves Wyoming, and one that loves Wyoming as much as all of us do. I will be accountable to the voters and citizens of Wyoming because I am one of you. And just like you, I am sick and tired of not having a voice in the U.S. House of Representatives. Today we have succeeded at what we set out to do. We have reclaimed Wyoming's lone congressional seat for Wyoming. And what an incredible trip it has been. Traveling this beautiful state and hearing from the great people of Wyoming has been the opportunity of a lifetime. For our efforts to culminate in such a decisive win, it has confirmed that our message and our commitments have resonated with my fellow citizens. Very simply, the people of Wyoming want someone dedicated to them. We want a government that works for us and not one that only works for the elites in D.C. We want a Congress that actually legislates, not one that delegates its lawmaking authority to administrative agencies in violation of the very foundation of our constitutional structure. We want our members of Congress to fight for our small businesses and our families, not politicians who abdicate their legislative responsibilities while blaming the unelected bureaucrats for the mess that we are in. We want a representative in Washington, D.C. that is focused on protecting Wyoming and on furthering our agenda. Wyoming wants a representative fighting to put America first, to put Wyoming first, to put you first, and I am that representative. But I did not do this on my own. Obviously, we're all very grateful to President Trump, who recognizes that Wyoming has only one congressional representative, and we have to make it count. His clear and unwavering support from the very beginning propelled us to victory tonight. But I must also thank Senator Rand Paul, Senator Cynthia Lummis, Senator Ted Cruz, Leader Kevin McCarthy, Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, Congressman Jim Jordan, Congressman Jim Banks, and over 100 members of Congress who put their trust in us to get the job done. The support, encouragement, and guidance that we have received throughout this state has been indescribable, it has been immeasurable, and it has been so humbling. I want to thank all of our county leadership teams, our volunteers, everyone who helped us to distribute and put up signs, set up booths, joined us in parades at county fairs and festivals. Those volunteers who knocked doors, not only here in Cheyenne and in Casper, but in the tiny town of Lusk, Wyoming, carrying our message directly to their neighbors. I want to thank all of our wonderful friends, new and old, who have sent texts and letters and drawings with words of encouragement and support. I want to thank all of you who have been praying for our country, our state, and our campaign. Thank you to the 40,000 plus donors in Wyoming and across this great nation. You have opened your wallets and your hearts to just what is an average, everyday, ordinary person from Wyoming. And together, we will fight to change history. I want to thank all of my family members, dozens strong, dedicated to the cause and a true force to be reckoned with. All of you have been my North Star, and you will continue to be so as we move into the next phase of our lives. To my incredible campaign team, Nick, Carly, Tim, Lauren, Molly, Kale, Dave, and all of your coworkers. And to my husband, I could not do this without you. Thank you, and I am so looking forward to our next adventure together.
And those were the words of Harriet Hageman after she defeated Liz Cheney in the Wyoming Republican primary. We did bring you those two full speeches from last night here on Live Now from Fox. This is what we do. We bring you all sides of the story in full after this. What it really was a surprise defeat here. It was expected, but we can report that the third-term Congresswoman Liz Cheney and her allies entered the day downbeat about her prospects, aware that Trump's backing gave Harriet Hageman considerable lift in the state of Wyoming that ultimately resulted in a Hageman victory. Liz Cheney has been defeated, and that was the big story breaking overnight. We are live in New York City, and I do want to pull up this image for you in full here. We are live outside of Port Authority in the Big Apple as we are expecting more of those migrants to make their way from Texas. Governor Greg Abbott continues to send them from Texas to both New York City and Washington, D.C., and we are expecting another bus arrival this morning, so we'll bring you those images as soon as we get them here on Live Now from Fox. We actually do have another gorgeous vantage point of New York City this morning as we're monitoring that story out of the Big Apple. We also have another feed coming into our newsroom. This one coming in from NASA. We do know that it's a big week for NASA as they are preparing to move the Artemis. We have been watching this story very closely here in Florida especially, but we're getting closer to America's next trip to the moon. Tonight, NASA is going to roll out the Artemis 1 rocket. It actually started last night, rolling it out to its launch pad that is set for liftoff no earlier than later this month, August 29th. We cover these launches here on Live Now from Fox, and you can bet every dollar you've got that we're going to be covering that one as well. A small thunderstorm cell delayed the rollout from its 9 p.m. start. Potentially later on in the night is when it was actually going to start. Our Fox Weather multimedia journalist, Brandy Campbell, has the details from Kennedy's Space Center as the rollout was actually beginning. So let's take a listen here.
Space Center as we await for that Artemis 1 moon rocket to exit the building behind me, heading to its launch pad. This first launch, it's going to be uncrewed, and it's the test run ahead of sending humans to the moon by 2025 and then on to Mars after 2030. Now, to give you guys a better look at what's happening tonight, here's a look at the Space Launch System and Orion spacecraft rolling out in June during its rehearsal. It's the second tallest moon rocket at 322 feet tall and the strongest one yet. It can also carry the most cargo of previous rockets. Now, going to its pad 4 miles away is quite a process. They have to use their crawler transporter too, going about 2 miles per hour. It's expected to arrive Wednesday morning to launch pad 39B. Now, in the weeks leading to launch, they're going to inspect and prepare it for launch happening at earliest August 29th. The Orion spacecraft will not land on the moon, but take a wide orbit around it, actually going further than any other human-rated spacecraft. And while there are no astronauts on board, there will be 3 test mannequins to help measure impacts on humans. And 10 small satellites, they're hitching a ride. Each will deploy to gather information on things like space weather and even ice on the moon. Now, the mission, it's going to end after 42 days max when Orion lands in the Pacific Ocean. That's a critical moment to test the heat shield. Now, every part of this is historical, so I spoke with the Office of Tourism for the Space Coast to learn about the turnout expected for this event.
We've already had more launches to date than we had all of last year. So we've been on a really fast cadence, and now that with Artemis rolling out and then, launching in a couple of weeks, the excitement is definitely building. We're expecting anywhere from 100,000 on up. We've had as many as 220,000 for crewed launches, so we could very well hit that mark. And with Labor Day kind of in the mix there, it's going to be a very busy week for sure.
I'm Brandy Campbell reporting from the Kennedy Space Center here in Florida for Fox 13 News.
And thank you to Brady for that report. We'll be monitoring that all morning long here on Live Now from Fox as the countdown is underway to August 29th when the Artemis 1 will officially launch. Speaking of not only news here from the United States, but internationally and even from space as well, we have been promising you the latest international headlines, and we do want to get to those now. We want to get you an update on the latest out of Ukraine. Large explosions rocked Russian-held Crimea on Tuesday, the strike coming just 1 week after an attack destroyed at least 9 Russian planes. Our Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan has the latest.
Thick plumes of smoke rose over a military depot in Crimea on Tuesday. Massive explosions caused the building to catch fire. Russia's defense ministry says the flames also damaged power lines, train tracks, and apartment buildings. The blast sent shells into neighborhoods, forcing some 3,000 people to evacuate.
They're shooting, explosions, shells are falling right into backyards. We left everything, left it all as it was, and took off.
It's the second time in just over a week that explosions rocked the Russian-held peninsula. Kyiv has not publicly claimed responsibility, but Ukrainian forces have been ramping up their offensive across the south. In recent days, they targeted Russia's supply routes and storage facilities in the region. Russian President Vladimir Putin blames the West for Ukraine's attacks.
The NATO bloc is moving east, building up its military infrastructure and increasing the strike capabilities of offensive forces.
Meanwhile, Ukrainian authorities say heavy fighting continued around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant on Tuesday. More than 40 countries have called on Russia to immediately withdraw its forces from the facility.
It is not what we would expect of a country that purports to be a responsible nuclear power.
The U.S. and European Union have called for a demilitarized zone around the power plant. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
So, Matt, I turn it over to you.
And thank you to Alex for that report. We do want to play for you the latest update from the State Department. Spokesman Ned Price answering a series of questions on topics including the war in Ukraine and, of course, some domestic issues as well. Let's listen in.
Iran's comments on the EU's proposed final text. We have received them through the EU. We're in the process of studying them. We are at the same time engaged in consultations with the EU and our European allies on the way ahead. All throughout this process, from its earliest days, we've taken a deliberate, we've taken a principled approach to the negotiations with the remaining JCPOA participants. And more recently, since this deal has essentially been on the table since March, we've known what a final deal on mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA would look like. And I made this point yesterday, but it bears repeating. We agree with the High Representative. We agree with Mr. Borrell's fundamental point. What could be negotiated over the course of these past 16, 17 months has been negotiated. So we'll continue to study what has been submitted. We'll continue to consult closely with the EU, with our European allies, other partners, and when we have more to say, we'll share that.
Okay. Well, I mean, when you say what could be negotiated has been negotiated, that would suggest that this is it, that if Iran doesn't say yes unreservedly to this text, that it's dead.
Well, this will be up to the EU as the mediator and the arbiter to have a say on that question. But I will make the point that these are not simple issues. These are not issues that can be entertained or tabled without, for example, the consultations that we've had with the EU over the past several weeks, where the parties have had an opportunity to ask questions of the coordinator, to seek additional clarity, to seek additional information. And that's just because of the very complex and by definition complicated nature of the issues that are on the table. So,
But if what could be negotiated has already been negotiated, that by definition that would imply that there is nothing left to negotiate, and that if Iran wants to reopen any part of this, they're out of luck.
broadly speaking, we agree with Mr. Burrell. And
what does that mean? That what could be negotiated has been negotiated. Does that mean that
It
there
means
is
that
nothing? There's no opportunity, no room for any further negotiation.
It means that we have spent the past 16 months or so, since the spring of 2021, going over in exhausting detail through a process that has gone on, in our estimation, for far too long, far longer than it needs to have gone on. We have gone over the big issues, the issues that are at the core of the two key questions that we sought to define answers to starting in the spring of last year. On the one hand, the steps that Iran would need to take to resume its compliance with the JCPOA, that is to say, the steps that Iran would need to take to once again reimpose the verifiable, the permanent limits on its nuclear program. And on the other hand, the steps that the United States would need to be prepared to take in terms of sanctions relief on Iran's nuclear program if Iran agreed to that proposition. So the big issues have been discussed, they have been tabled. We believe they have been largely settled. That was the point of the
Largely
EU.
settled is not the same as what could be negotiated has been negotiated. So it's a simple yes or no question. There's a simple yes or no answer to this, I think, unless there's not. I mean, unless there is something more that you are willing to talk with the Iranians about. Has everything, is this the final offer? Is there nothing that can be changed about it? Is there anything left that you're willing to negotiate?
Well, this is the agreement, this is the text that the EU has put on the table that is substantially based on the March deal that has been on the table for several months now. But again, these are complex issues. These are not an uncomplicated, this is not an uncomplicated set of business. And so over the course of the past several weeks, for example, we have had an opportunity, all parties have had an opportunity to pose clarifying questions, to elicit additional details. So I am not prepared to today offer any precise information on the details of the text that the European Union has put forward, the coordinator has put forward. Some of these questions are better directed at the European Union itself. For our part, we are reviewing the response that Iran provided to the EU, that in turn was provided to us. Just as we've said, we've been conveying our feedback privately to the EU. We'll continue to do that, but we're not going to detail that feedback.
Last one. Is there anything that Iran is looking for now that you think falls outside the scope of the JCPOA? In other words, that there were at the beginning what you called extraneous issues that they wanted resolved. Are there any extraneous issues left? And whether there are or not, is there anything that Iran is still looking for that the administration believes that it can't give?
To answer that question, Matt, would require me to violate the cardinal rule of speaking to the text that is on the table or the Iranian response that has been provided to the EU and in turn provided to us. That's just not something that I'm in a position to do today. But our message, I think, has been loud and clear. It has been heard by the Iranians that this negotiation is about one thing and about one thing only. It's about the four corners of the JCPOA, which is focused exclusively on Iran's nuclear program, what Iran is permitted to do, and in turn what it is required to do to demonstrate to the international community, including to international weapons inspectors, that it has permanent, verifiable limits in place on the extent of its nuclear program. Yes?
You are not going to give us any details about the text or Iran's suggestions, but you always talked about being serious. You were always saying U.S. is very serious, and you were asking Iranians to show seriousness. Knowing what is in Iran's latest and final suggestions, do you evaluate that Iranian side is serious now? Can you tell us at least that one?
I don't want to prejudge that. I don't want to offer a definitive answer in large part because we are still studying it. It will require some time to digest what has been provided to the EU and in turn what has been provided to us. But it is our hope that as we've now approached what should be the final stage of this, that the Iranians will demonstrate that seriousness of purpose that we have not consistently seen until now. I made the point just a moment ago, but we started this process in the spring of 2021. It is now nearly late summer of 2022. If all sides, if the Iranians had demonstrated a seriousness of purpose from the earliest days of this, we would have been able to achieve a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA in relatively short order. It would have taken some time precisely because these are not simple issues. There are some challenging technical details that would need to be worked out, but there was no reason that we should be speaking to where we are today on August 16th of 2022. But again, as for what has been submitted within the past 12 or so hours, it's something we're taking a very close look at, and when we have additional details to share, we will.
Are you facing any deadlines at the moment to submit your final answer?
The European Union, the coordinator, has been very clear about their expectations. We're not going to speak to those expectations, but we have been conveying our feedback regularly and consistently and privately to the EU. Yes.
You said, so you were actually prepared to go back to the deal back when you started it. This whole tardiness, or is really the responsibility of the Iranians. They bear responsibility for not arriving at this deal as early as 16 months ago.
We would not have embarked down this very long, this very windy, this very uncertain road were we not prepared from the earliest days to resume compliance with the JCPOA. It wasn't even after January 20th where we made that clear on the campaign trail. Then candidate Biden made clear that he would seek the proposition of a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA. We made that clear.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow. It is 6:55 if you are joining us over on the East Coast, and 3:55 in the morning if you're joining us on the West Coast. What you are listening to right now is the State Department briefing with spokesman Ned Price talking about the U.S. and Iran. He's also mentioning the war in Ukraine that involves Russia and discussing the U.S.'s involvement in that. As you can see off to the left side of your screen, we do have the top story bar that shows what we are following today. We're going to take a recap of your top stories coming up in just a few minutes, but for now I want to listen back into this news conference with Ned Price with the State Department.
With a pessimistic view or with an optimistic view, in part because the stakes of this. We have to be clear-eyed, precisely because of the stakes of this. This is a central challenge. There would be no greater challenge to our foreign policy, to our national security, to the collective security of the international community should Iran acquire a nuclear weapon. And so that is why we have maintained this clear-eyed, steady, principled, pragmatic focus at every turn of this diplomacy. When it comes to the FTO, the president similarly has been clear on that. The FTO designations and other sanctions on the IRGC are beyond the scope of the JCPOA. We've made that point repeatedly. That is certainly an extraneous issue, but again, not going to detail what precisely we've seen in our study so far of the Iranian response.
My last question on, are you expected to face opposition here at home, with, let's say, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee with Senator Menendez, Senator Ben Cardin, and others? If you arrive at a deal with the Iranians, do you expect opposition here at home?
Well, right now it's a hypothetical, so I wouldn't want to entertain a hypothetical. I also wouldn't want to speak for lawmakers who, of course, are going to voice their opinions once they see what, if anything, results from this process. So not going to prejudge that. What I will say is that throughout this, we have engaged regularly on an iterative basis with members of Congress, with their staffs, to make sure that they were apprised of the status of our efforts in Vienna, the status of our efforts in Doha, the status of our efforts with our allies and partners in Europe, the status of our efforts with our partners in the Gulf. So we have kept them regularly, and of course our partners in Israel. So we have kept them regularly updated on the progress. We'll continue to do that regardless of the next turn of this process. The fact of the matter is, though, that the JCPOA, to our minds, and this is a point that we have reiterated in our briefings with members of Congress, remains the most effective means by which to contain on a permanent and verifiable basis Iran's nuclear program. This is no longer a thought experiment. A couple years ago, a few years ago, one could, on at least a reasonable basis, make the claim that there is a more effective means by which to contain Iran's nuclear program. At that time, it was a thought experiment. If you distance yourself from the JCPOA through other diplomatic and various coercive means, you might be able to contain Iran's nuclear program. There at least was a theory. For a while, it was the predominant theory within the last administration. I think the past several years, since May of 2018, have borne out the results of what is no longer a thought experiment. We've seen a world in which there is a JCPOA. We are living in a world in which there is not a JCPOA. I think most observers would like to get back to a point where Iran's breakout time is not dangerously low, where we are not talking about weeks or less, where we're talking about months. A world in which we once again have verifiable, permanent limits on Iran's nuclear program with the various inspections and monitoring regimes that allow international weapons inspectors from the IAEA to verify that Iran is in compliance with the JCPOA, and more importantly, that Iran is not pursuing a nuclear weapon. We don't have that now. That is what we want. It is in our interests. It's in the interests of our partners in Europe. It's in the interests of our Israeli partners, our partners in the Gulf, and our partners around the world. Anything else on Iran?
Yes,
yes, Daphne and then Gita.
A formal response. And is there any discussion on Americans held in Iran amid all of this?
So on your second question, we have continued to convey very clearly the priority we attach to the safety, the security, and ultimately the safe return of the Americans who are wrongfully, unjustly detained in Iran. In fact, today we're marking another somber milestone. We're marking the 2,500th, thank you, day in detention for Siamak Namazi, someone who, of course, has been wrongfully detained for years. The same is true for his father, for other Americans. Those efforts are ongoing. We've been clear throughout that we're not tying the fates of American citizens to the fate of a proposition, namely a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA. That is far from certain. Because a mutual return to compliance has always been far from certain as a possibility, we want the return of our Americans to be a certainty. And so we've been careful not to tie these things directly together, but we have continued to, through every channel and through every avenue, to make clear the priority we attach to this and to seek to make progress on that. Remind me of your first question.
At what point do you think you'll have a formal response?
I'm just not in a point to offer any prediction at the moment. What I can say with certainty is that we'll continue to convey our feedback to the EU. Yes.
All right, so what you are listening to right there is the latest briefing from Ned Price with the U.S. State Department, updating on the situation with Iran, also discussing Ukraine and answering questions from the press, providing those answers. Again, the State Department there speaking about Iran, Ukraine, and Russia, as well as other issues there. Time now is 7:02 in the morning if you are joining us over on the East Coast, and 4:02 in the morning if you are joining us on the West Coast. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. Once we come back, though, we will have a live look at all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Stay with us. Hey, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. It is 7:05 in the morning if you are joining us over on the East Coast. And if you're on the West Coast, very early out there, it is 4:05 a.m. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. My name is Josh Breslow. I'm here for the next 2 hours or so to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. So a lot going on as always. I do want to get right to it. And don't forget, if you are watching us here, you can always see those top stories right to the left of your screen. We do have that top story sidebar that tells you what we are working on. Well, as predicted, Representative Liz Cheney has been defeated in the Wyoming GOP primary, losing to Harriet Hageman, who has been backed by former President Donald Trump. Hageman received about 66% of the vote, while Cheney received only 29%. Cheney, a third-term congresswoman and daughter of former Vice President Dick Cheney, has been one of Trump's fiercest Republican adversaries in Congress. During her concession speech, Cheney described her loss as the start of a new chapter in her political career, even hinting at a run for president in 2024. We're going to play some of those comments coming up here on Live Now from Fox. We did learn just yesterday that Walmart and Home Depot each reported 6.5% growth in sales for the second quarter, despite soaring inflation. Well, this morning, we're going to get the second quarter earnings reports for Target and Lowe's. And at 8:30 Eastern Time, we get a look at the July advanced monthly retail report that provides an early estimate of monthly sales for retail and food services here in the U.S. The Census Bureau uses random sampling of about 5,500 businesses to predict the total earnings for the more than 3 million retail and food services in the country. Again, that should be released around 8:30 this morning Eastern Time. Once we get that, we will bring it to you here as breaking news on Live Now from Fox, because that is what we do. Rudy Giuliani, the former New York mayor and attorney for Donald Trump, scheduled to testify in Atlanta today before a special grand jury investigating attempts by Trump and others to overturn Trump's 2020 election defeat in Georgia. Questioning expected to take place behind closed doors. It's not clear how much Giuliani will be willing to say, especially considering his lawyers have been informed that Giuliani is a target of that investigation. We are going to have a reporter with Fox 5 Atlanta join us there from Georgia to help us break it all down. That's coming up in about 10 minutes. All right, want to talk more about Representative Liz Cheney's major loss there in Wyoming to her opponent, who has been backed by former President Trump. Cheney's loss came in a landslide, as we mentioned. The third-term Congresswoman has been a major adversary of Trump. As Fox's Doug Luzader reports, the win, so to speak, for Trump comes as his legal battles are heating up.
Former President Trump is urging a federal judge to release documents related to the FBI search of his home, just as he savors what he sees as a political victory in Wyoming.
This primary election is over, but now the real work begins.
Liz Cheney promises to keep fighting, but she lost in a blowout last night in her Wyoming primary. She had become one of former President Trump's most vocal critics, even helping lead the committee in Congress investigating his role in the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Trump supported her opponent, Harriet Hageman, calling Cheney's loss a referendum on the never-ending witch hunt. But tomorrow he faces another battle, hoping a federal judge in Florida agrees to media requests to release the affidavit used to justify the FBI search of his home.
That's the curious thing when this judge has this hearing. He's going to look a bit foolish when he upholds this seal on the basis of a Department of Justice that's been leaking like a sieve.
And speaking of leaks, there are leaked reports that the FBI has interviewed former Trump White House lawyers about the handling of classified documents. And Trump's former national security advisor dismissed claims that the former president had a standing order to declassify many documents in his possession.
I never heard of it, never saw it in operation, never knew anything about it. The president never said anything to me during 17 months there. I just think it's a complete fiction.
Now, any president does have broad authority to declassify documents, but this investigation also goes beyond whether the missing documents were actually classified. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, as you heard Doug speaking there about former President Trump and that ongoing FBI investigation, we are going to have more from Liz Cheney and her opponent coming up. I do want to play parts of their speeches, but again, let's get back into that FBI investigation that Doug was just talking about. We do have to wait a little longer to get a look at the materials used by the Justice Department to obtain that search warrant for last week's raid at the Florida compound of former President Trump. A judge declined to order the unsealing yesterday, instead scheduling a hearing for tomorrow. Trump is calling for the release of that affidavit that was part of those materials in what he calls the interest of transparency. The FBI does oppose the move. Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith has that story for us.
Minutes after landing in Maryland, reporters pushed for President Biden to weigh in on last week's unprecedented search of former President Trump's Florida home.
Any concern about national security after those classified documents were found in Mar-a-Lago?
Background noise made it too hard to hear the president's response, but his predecessor is speaking up. Monday night on Truth Social, Trump called for the, quote, completely unredacted release of the criminal affidavit which sparked the FBI search of Mar-a-Lago. A judge will consider releasing the document on Thursday, which could offer dramatic details about the grand jury investigation. Trump supporters say the release is already long overdue.
What we want to know is, what did they tell the court to get that warrant? And the only way we'll know that is through that affidavit.
But the Justice Department says releasing the affidavit would significantly damage an ongoing criminal probe. The FBI is investigating how government documents, many labeled classified or top secret, ended up at Mar-a-Lago. Tonight, there are reports former White House counsel Pat Cipollone and his former deputy, Patrick Philbin, have met with the FBI to discuss the case. Trump claims he declassified the documents before leaving office. His former national security advisor says that's news to him.
I never heard of it, never saw it in operation, never knew anything about it. The president never said anything to me during 17 months there. I just think it's a complete fiction.
But Trump supporters say until the affidavit is released, they'll argue the Justice Department is only targeting Trump for political purposes.
We're flying blind in the dark, and the American people are going through too much pain, too much heartache on this endless effort to destroy Donald Trump.
The Justice Department admits during last week's search it removed 3 of Trump's passports. We're told 2 were expired. Trump's lawyers say those passports have since been returned, and Thursday's hearing is expected to draw a crowd. But sources tell us the former president is not expected to be in Florida for the proceedings. In Washington, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
It's a story that we've been following from every angle. We, of course, have crews and reporters that are all over the place. And again, they are covering this from every angle possible. Federal Judge Bruce Reinhart wants to hear the Justice Department's argument for keeping secret the reasons behind the FBI search on Mar-a-Lago. Lawyers will be in his courtroom in Florida tomorrow making their case. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera reports from Washington.
All eyes are on a federal judge to see whether he'll sign off on unsealing the affidavit, laying out the probable cause behind the search of former President Trump's Florida home.
What we want to see is why did they choose the most extreme, risky, and high-profile evidence collection technique? Does the evidence match that up?
Facing public scrutiny, the Justice Department last week moved to release the property receipt showing the FBI seized in part 11 sets of classified documents. But the department is urging the judge not to do the same with the affidavit, arguing that it would serve as a roadmap to the government's ongoing investigation. The DOJ saying that disclosing the document could compromise the probe. The search warrant, also unsealed last week, shows the former president is under investigation for possible obstruction of justice and violations of the Espionage Act.
You're not going to turn over the information in the middle of an investigation that betrays your sources and betrays what the direction of your investigation is.
A new report from the New York Times shows top White House lawyers Pat Cipollone and Patrick Philbin were interviewed by the FBI over the sensitive documents that were stored in Mar-a-Lago. As questions grow, so do calls for transparency.
Show us the goods. What did they get?
The raid of his Florida home has put the former president back in the political spotlight. He's flexing his midterm muscle in the Wyoming GOP primary race, where he's backing the opponent of one of his most outspoken critics, Vice Chair of the January 6th Committee, Congresswoman Liz Cheney. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much for that report. That is, of course, a story that we will be following around the clock. As I mentioned, we do have crews all over the place following that story from just about every angle possible. I do want to move on to another story that we have been following very, very closely here. I brought it to you in our top stories just moments ago. So let's head back to that. Rudy Giuliani, the former New York mayor and attorney for Donald Trump, scheduled to testify in Atlanta today before a special grand jury investigating attempts by Trump and others to overturn Trump's 2020 election defeat in Georgia. Questioning expected to take place behind closed doors, so it's not clear how much Giuliani will be willing to say. We have an expert on the story. Fox 5 Atlanta's Mark Teichner joins us from Atlanta to break down the latest for us. Mark, thank you so much for being here with us.
No problem. You know, it's been some time that they've been negotiating, trying to get Rudy Giuliani to come before this grand jury, but it looks like it is in fact going to happen today. And now that he has apparently been named a target of the investigation, the question is, how forthcoming will he be? Giuliani won't appear before a Fulton County special grand jury looking into possible election interference in the 2020 election, at least not today. Giuliani's lawyers got this afternoon's testimony postponed. Citing a recent heart stent surgery, they argue the 78-year-old isn't medically fit to travel to Georgia. But District Attorney Fani Willis isn't buying it. In court documents, she says Giuliani has already been traveling, citing a photo he posted to Twitter supposedly showing Giuliani in New Hampshire. Giuliani's lawyers then clarified he hasn't been medically cleared for air travel. DA Willis fired back again, showing plane tickets Giuliani recently bought to go to both Italy and Switzerland. She offered to arrange for Giuliani to take either a train or bus to Georgia. Giuliani's lawyers want to do the testimony online. Giuliani was part of the legal team advising the Trump campaign about efforts to change election results in swing states, including Georgia. In late 2020, he appeared before a state legislative committee claiming tens of thousands of votes were illegally cast in Georgia. He also alleged rigged voting machines switch votes to current President Joe Biden. Ended up agreeing that it was okay for Giuliani to take some time to arrange for his transportation down here, but that now time has come. The question again is, how is he going to be, as much information will he be providing, especially now that he's been named potentially a target for this investigation? There are a number of people saying he likely will end up invoking attorney-client privilege, especially for questions dealing with conversations he might have had with former President Trump. He could also invoke his Fifth Amendment rights to not incriminate himself as well.
All right, Mark, so talk to me a little bit about Lindsey Graham, because we know we've heard a lot about that. Is he expected to testify as well?
Well, that's a good question. The district attorney here, Fani Willis is her name, would like to get Lindsey Graham before this same grand jury. He has been fighting that particular effort. He says that he has immunity because he is a senator. They just went to federal court recently, earlier this week. The federal judge sided with the Fulton County district attorney, said no, Lindsey Graham does need to come and testify. That's tentatively going to take place next week, but Lindsey Graham has vowed to try to appeal that, so we're going to have to see how that continues to play itself out in court.
All right, Fox 5's Mark Type here. Thank you so much, as always, for joining us here, and I'm sure we'll be in touch over the next few days as we continue to see this develop.
No problem.
All right, so it is now 7:19 if you are joining us over on the East Coast, and 4:19 in the morning if you are on the West Coast. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more to tell you about as far as top stories go right after that break, so stay with us. All right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. It is 7:22 if you are joining us on the East Coast, and 4:22 if you are joining us on the West Coast. Happy Hump Day, and thank you so much for choosing to start your day with us. A lot of news to get to, as always, so I do want to get right to it this morning. From the former president to the current one, President Biden signed the Inflation Reduction Act into law Tuesday. The act is designed to help some Americans save money by lowering the cost of prescription drugs and reducing energy costs. It also aims to tackle climate change and reduce the deficit. A University of Pennsylvania Penn Wharton budget model does suggest the law is unlikely to reduce inflation in the near term, adding that the law could bring surging prices down by about 0.1 percentage points in 5 years. So what will the Inflation Reduction Act do? Fox's Lauren Blanchard has a closer look.
The Inflation Reduction Act does so many things that for so many years, so many of us have fought to make happen.
To some fanfare now and much more planned over the next month, President Biden signed into law the Inflation Reduction Act, a tax and spending bill authored by Democrats and passed with only Democratic votes. It primarily focuses on clean energy and health care.
Democrats sided with the American people, and every single Republican in the Congress sided with the special interest.
But as the title suggests, how much will the bill reduce inflation and the pain Americans feel when they fill up their cars or shop at their local grocery stores? The White House says this bill is about lowering other costs that are ruining budgets, like energy and prescriptions.
Everything we're doing is reducing the costs that individuals are burdened with. And how they say that's not going to help inflation, I have no idea.
According to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, quote, in calendar year 2022, enacting the bill would have a negligible effect on inflation. Republicans point to that analysis and say this bill is full of liberal priorities and is misleading to Americans.
We're going to see more inflation now because of more bad policy by Joe Biden and the congressional Democrats.
The president, his cabinet, and allies on the Hill will spend the coming weeks trying to explain the law to Americans, how it impacts their budgets now and in the future. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, Lauren, thank you so much. So, of course, a lot going on there. The Inflation Reduction Act does extend the up to $7,500 tax credit for purchasing a new clean vehicle. It also creates a new $4,000 tax credit for purchasing a used electric vehicle. To qualify for the credits depends on where the electric vehicle was made, the price, and the buyer's income. Data sent to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration shows at least 31 new 2022 and 23 EV models are eligible. Their website can help buyers find out where the vehicle was made. The Treasury Department says more guidance is on the way. So after President Biden signed the Inflation Reduction Act into law yesterday, Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft spoke with a political strategist over at Public-Private Strategies to break down what it all means.
We're going to break it down even more. We're being joined by Katie Wannenberg, and I believe this is the first time she's been on the program with us. She's a principal at Public-Private Strategies. Katie, thanks so much for being with us. You know, President Biden said today when he signed this into law, he says no one, let me emphasize it, no one earning less than $400,000 will pay a penny more in taxes. Do you believe him? Is that how this bill is designed and written? We've seen some reporting to suggest that a small segment of the population could see their taxes rise slightly, and not by much, but slightly. So when the president says that, what do you think?
Well, thanks for having me, Andrew. I do agree with the president, but I also want to point out that both the IRS Commissioner Reddick and the Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen have both furnished in front of the Senate and the House as they're debating this bill their commitment to ensuring, especially the funds that are being used to bolster the IRS, will not be used to either increase audits on families or target families that are making $400,000 or less. I think, you know, Andrew, most of your viewers may know we have a very complicated tax system. This bill does try to level the playing field with the corporate minimum tax rate. But because of the complications of our tax code, is there a scenario in which some people who have investments or have a business arrangement could see their taxes ever so slightly increase that are making under $400,000. I would never want to give absolute answers to that.
Sure.
I do think that this bill does, the spirit of the bill as it is intended will not raise taxes on families who are making less than $400,000.
So you brought it up. Let's talk about the IRS. The Biden administration wants more enforcement, essentially to collect more revenue, to put towards what have you nationwide. Does that do this, the Inflation Reduction Act, and by how much? Because, you know, you've heard a lot of the criticism, especially from the Republican side, that all Americans now will be open to random audits whenever the IRS feels like it. They're hiring about 87,000 more IRS agents to conduct them. So what do we think of that? Will that happen?
So I think, thanks for asking. This is the thing that has got me a little riled up over the last couple of weeks. Is the language around this. You know, the IRS, and I jokingly say to a lot of people, finding myself advocating for increased funding for the IRS is not necessarily a spot I thought I'd find myself in at this point in my career, but here I am. This money is actually crucial for the IRS to actually hire a depleting workforce, to invest in technology, and in general, I think just ensure that the IRS is doing what it is actually being asked to do by the federal government, by legislation. You know, in preparing and talking about this specifically, last year, the IRS received 500 million phone calls. They were only able to answer 11% of them. They do not have the personnel. They don't actually have the technology to process what has been, you know, an increase in tax filers, which is a good thing. I think the vast majority of Americans are meeting their tax liability. They are ensuring that they are doing their part. I think there's a small percentage of people that are either knowingly or unknowingly not meeting that obligation. But the vast majority of this money that the IRS is getting is not to hire agents or, you know, pick out of a random box someone to audit. This is really about bringing the agency to the 21st century, which it has definitely been lagging in. And I do think, Andrew, unfortunately, the language around this has gotten a little alarming. And so I really do want people to take a step back, to, of course, read and be informed. But the IRS is actually desperate to ensure that they can meet the obligations of the federal government and not collect more taxes on unseemingly tax-abiding citizens.
Yeah, and let's talk about inflation, and let's talk about the deficit itself. Now, you know, those who are, you know, promoting this and who are touting the passage of this say, and the CBO has said as well, that this will reduce inflation and that this will reduce the deficit over a certain period of time. Are those estimates and are those scores accurate and correct in your view? And should we see that in the long term, probably? Because there has been some criticism to suggest that why is this called the Inflation Reduction Act when it does no such thing?
I do think that the inflation piece is probably going to be harder to measure in the immediate inaction of this law. Like everything, big laws like this actually do take time. Do I think that there could be some immediate implications for decreasing inflation? Yes, because we see how the markets respond to pieces of legislation like this. The confidence that people have in the American economy will, I think, have an immediate impact. I think long term, yes, it will. It will take some time. And I know for many Americans out there who are, you know, having tough times paying their grocery bill, or as we look towards winter, looking at heating, you know, they want the immediacy. And so that sometimes is hard. The second thing about the deficit, and, you know, there's been a lot of reporting on this, this will have a meaningful impact on the deficit. The ability for Medicare to negotiate drug pricing, you know, in the latest estimates, I think it's $200 billion over a 10-year period. That is real dollars, that is real money. And not only is the federal government saving money, but American households are going to be saving money. You know, capping the out-of-pocket prescription drugs for Medicare at $2,000 is going to have an immediate impact on American families.
Yeah, the only reason I bring this up is because it's what, $700 billion or north thereof of new spending. And so some would argue that this is where we got into this inflationary spiral in the first place from all the COVID-19 pandemic rescue spending. So we know, you and I both know, the economy is very hot and flush. And so does this tamp that down at all, or are you concerned that it won't reduce inflation?
You know, I am always concerned about the impact that legislation will have. I think, unfortunately, there's a lot of modeling that happens. There's a lot of considerations that aren't or are included when they do the modeling.
Yeah.
I think at the end of the day, I think the confidence that people have that the American economy is being reinforced, that there are new manufacturing opportunities, that, especially with some of the energy provisions in this is going to jumpstart things. I think, Andrew, at the end of the day, the challenge is we are impatient people. We want to see those prices decrease tomorrow. Do I see that over the next quarter and the next month there will be some relief? Yes. Do I think it as much as people would want? No. But as a lot of economists have said, we need to actually be patient, and the goal would be in increments that we are seeing a relief on that inflation pressure.
Yeah, let's talk about the climate policies within the bill. There are a lot of them. Joe Manchin and President Biden are touting this as the most significant piece of climate legislation ever passed in the United States. And I know it's hard to talk about immediacy when we talk about climate change. But what are some of the key components in the bill regarding the climate that struck out to you? Essentially, how do we explain that to Americans and to the viewers?
Yeah, I think some of the provisions, related, that have been mentioned before, related to home ownership. If you're making your home more energy efficient, the tax credits that come with that, that is important. That is a limited avenue for those who, just own their home. I think the electric vehicles, we're seeing across the country, states take a more aggressive stance related to, fuel and emission standards. And so the ability not only to buy new fuel efficient vehicles, but also use fuel efficient vehicles was included in the bill. And I think one of the things that was very intentional was there was a correlation between the ability for individuals based on salary and income to access those tax credits, so that it was becoming more attractive to earners under a certain threshold versus those who are making enough money to purchase a fuel efficient vehicle on the open market. So I think there are a couple of things. I think the other thing that we are seeing is that there is a commitment to expanding U.S. domestic oil production, which I know sounds kind of counterintuitive to climate provisions, but I think that we all understand that our ability to become more energy sufficient is really important to not only our long-term economic growth, but also our national security.
Yeah, and Katie, just lastly, I want to talk about the prescription drug prices and the insulin costs as well. The cost of insulin, that was, I believe, left out of it in negotiations, was it not?
So part of it was Medicare will be able to cap insulin at $35, but on the private marketplace, it was removed from the final passage.
Okay, but with prescription drug prices, that has never been done before for essentially Medicare to negotiate those prices with the drug companies themselves. I don't know how much we can get into on that, but why did they not have that availability to them?
Yeah, I think it's actually been a little bit of a Pandora's box, if you want. I don't know if that's an analogy. We did actually think that, former President Trump was going to be able to secure Medicare negotiation during his term. For whatever reason, he decided not to advance that through executive order. I mean, this has been the thing that I think Republicans and Democrats have been talking about for decades.
Totally.
Medicare is the biggest purchaser of prescription drugs. And, I think that this is, a little bit of a tension between a public and private marketplace. And I think, the federal government is actually throwing its weight behind, we are a purchaser, we are a consumer. We should avail ourselves of resources to negotiate the best price. And, it will be incremental. It will be eventually 100 drugs. It starts with 10 by 2026. It increases. They do tackle the most expensive drugs that Medicare is providing first.
Okay.
And then there's actually, interestingly, back, Andrew, to our conversation about inflation, there are some parameters for pharmaceutical companies not to raise the prices faster than inflation related to those drugs as well. Interesting.
There's so much to this. I mean, this essentially is Build Back Better light. I've kind of been describing it today. And, you've heard a lot of people say, wow, President Biden has gotten so many legislative accomplishments in the past, really this summer. What's next, do you think, for the Biden administration? What do they want to tackle? Because this has been quite a flurry of legislative activity.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that there has been some disappointment across the political spectrum about how this bill has advanced. I do think that there are some pretty big domestic policy initiatives that President Biden was not able to get in this Inflation Reduction Act, and I think that's primarily around things that I would say in the big bucket of the care economy. If it's childcare, paid leave, the things that I think we really saw stress during COVID that really took people out of the workforce. I know we are in a very hot job market right now where we are seeing records unemployment, but there are a lot of primarily women, Black women, Hispanic women who had to leave the workforce to care for children or elder parents, or unfortunately those who may have had COVID and had long COVID symptoms. And so I do think this piece is missing. I don't know what's going to happen come November, and if a situation where we have divided government, I'm not so sure the Biden administration will be able to get big pieces of legislation through. What I will look forward to seeing is how they will use executive orders or administrative action to kind of address this care economy domestic policy agenda that they haven't been able to get across the finish line.
Totally. Just last point, Kate, I know we've gone a little bit longer, but for all intents and purposes, everyone thought Build Back Better was dead. And then one night, a couple of weeks ago, Chuck Schumer says, oh, we have a deal with Joe Manchin. And no one really kind of knew that was happening behind the scenes. And then a couple days later, Kyrsten Sinema is on board. And then a couple days later, they passed it in the Senate. No Republicans voted for it. Kamala Harris, the vice president, had to break the tie. Some progressive Democrats on Biden's left flank didn't think it went far enough. So how do you think the consensus is among the voters on this specific piece of legislation? Are they going to even be thinking about it when they head to the polls in November?
I think that's an interesting question. I think that we do know that the piece about prescription drugs is wildly popular. When you talk to anyone, not only just Medicare beneficiaries, but people who understand this is a huge piece. This is a huge piece for small businesses who are offering health insurance that are just getting squeezed on their plans because perhaps of the drug pricing issue. I think the other thing about this is it did extend the Affordable Care Act subsidies for another 3 years. I think the rough estimate is 18 million people will benefit from those subsidies. So, the more that we can keep our workforce and our people healthy, it's better for the American economy. And I believe leading up to the debate on this bill, it was announced that we are at the lowest rate of uninsured adults that we've ever seen in this country. And so, I think there's a couple of pieces that people will immediately see, if they are, thinking about, adding some energy efficient, aspects to their home, they'll see that right away in their tax benefits. But I do think the prescription drug piece for Medicare beneficiaries is actually a game changer for a lot of people.
All right. Well, Katie Wannenberg, thanks for sticking around for a very kind of marathon but illuminating discussion, and we will talk to you again.
Sounds great. Thanks, Andrew.
Thanks. We're going to...
All right. As always, Andrew Kraft bringing us the latest information and kind of breaking down the Inflation Reduction Act, which if you watched us yesterday, you saw it was signed there at the White House into law by President Biden. Right there, that is a live view of the White House because we have cameras all over the country and all over the world, so we can randomly just pull up the White House and say, hey, there it is. 7:40 a.m. if you are joining us over on the East Coast, and 4:40 in the morning if you are watching on the West Coast. Thank you so much for choosing to start your day with Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow. I will be your host for the next hour or so with your top stories. For now, we're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will be right back. All right, everyone, welcome back on Live Now from Fox. There's only a few weeks of summer left, but if you do live in Illinois or Indiana, chances are that you're seeing swim advisories posted warning you of dangerous rip currents that may be keeping you from enjoying the rest of the beach season. Nicole Valdez with Fox Weather explains how the Great Lakes can pose this threat when they are nowhere near the ocean. And Nicole, that's surprising to hear because you think ocean for rip currents, not lake.
Right. Well, there's a difference between rip currents and rip tides. I will say that rip currents can form really on any body of water. When you have enough wind and it's able to form waves like you can see and hear behind me, that gives you an indication that there's a potential for rip currents. And rip currents, unlike rip tides, pull you away from shore but don't pull you underwater. So while that aspect isn't necessarily part of the problem, they can still be dangerous and even deadly at times. Unfortunately, since 2010, more than 100 people have been killed in the Great Lakes alone due to dangerous swimming conditions, but 60% of those people are killed due to specifically to those rip currents. So they can be dangerous and they can happen quickly. So there's a lot of things that you want to be paying attention to. Again, if you're trying to take advantage of those last few days of summer, want to get out on the beach here in Chicago, the Great Lakes is definitely still an area that you can find yourself in those situations. In fact, more than 20 beaches in the city of Chicago as of this morning are under a swim ban, meaning lifeguards in the city do not recommend that you get in the water. And you can see just how choppy conditions are here behind me. And that's what they usually do every morning. They'll take a look at the weather conditions, how strong the winds are, and determine whether or not the chance to see those rip currents are high enough. Now, if you want to talk about safety, of course, that's the key here, right? You want to make sure that not only you know before you go, so you're checking those weather conditions, you're checking to see if any beach hazards are put in place or any swim advisories or bans on maybe the specific beach that you want to visit that day. But also, if you do get out to that beach, you want to take a look and check out those lifeguard stations. They'll usually have those colored flags. So if you see anything between a yellow and a red flag, that's a good indication that conditions may not be the greatest, may not be the safest, and you might want to think about it before you get in the water, Andrew.
Of course. So we're talking about advice here, and you kind of already touched on it, but what advice do you have for people who maybe don't realize this is a situation that is going on there in the water?
Right. Unfortunately, it happens, right? They see the signs or maybe miss them and get in the water and then get caught up in that rip current. And it'll feel like, again, you're getting pulled away from the shore and out into deeper water. Again, really, the advice we're told is don't panic. Try not to fight it, because the minute that you're splashing around, you're exhausting yourself, you're kind of making matters worse. We're actually told one of the best methods, you can use is actually getting on your back and floating. That'll give you a little bit more of a surface to work with, and eventually, once you start to feel that you're kind of towards the end of that current, you'll have a better chance of getting out of it rather than trying to fight through it, which could not only exhaust you but really put you in a dangerous spot.
Of course, a very dangerous situation there. Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez, thank you so much for joining us with that incredible information that people need to know, especially during the summer.
Thank you.
All right, time now is 7:47 if you are on the East Coast and 4:47 if you are on the West Coast. Thank you so much for starting your day with us here on Live Now from Fox. A lot more of your top stories coming up right after this break. We will be right back. All right, welcome back on Live Now from Fox. That's a sound that people are going to be hearing a lot of over the next few days. Students across the country are returning to the classroom. The nation is dealing with a major teacher shortage. You've probably heard about that. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis asking retired law enforcement officers and first responders with associate's degrees to join the classroom. Our Fox 13 Tampa team has more for us on that.
About a week into the school year, and there are still thousands of teacher vacancies. Governor Ron DeSantis hopes that his plan to potentially hire law enforcement to take teacher jobs would be one possible solution. However, there are skeptics who believe that this proposal could end up shortchanging students.
I've been teaching for a little more than 10 years, going on 11 years, and I don't see anything else I'd much rather do than this.
After he retired from the Navy, Russell Vachon found a new calling as a teacher in Pasco County.
I knew going into that classroom with those kids was just something that you can't even explain.
Facing a massive teacher shortage, the state is now hoping others follow the same path. First, it began allowing retired military to bypass some of the certification requirements to be a teacher in Florida. And then on Tuesday,
we believe that the folks that have served our communities have an awful lot to offer.
Governor DeSantis proposed a similar recruitment program for all first responders. Law enforcement, firefighters, and paramedics with bachelor's degrees would be offered $4,000 bonuses to earn a job as a teacher. Candidates who can teach subjects facing serious shortages like science and reading could earn another $1,000.
And what better place to have them than in front of our young people in a classroom? I mean, they have discipline, again, they have commitment, and if they're ready to serve in the classroom, we can provide mentorship.
Too little, too late. Florida Education Association President Andrew Spar says state leaders were warned years ago about a growing teacher shortage.
And to do it in the 11th hour of his gubernatorial term with really a last-ditch effort for political purposes, it makes no sense.
We told them that this is coming way before COVID even happened, and they refused to listen to educators.
Despite the state raising pay for beginning teachers, it still ranks 48th in the country in overall average salaries. Teacher advocates believe this helped cause an educator exodus, leaving 8,000 vacancies at the start of the school year. Some have this concern about the governor's plan.
By eroding the teaching certificate, you are taking highly qualified certified staff away from children.
But this teacher is urging skeptics to give them a chance.
The veterans, first responders, I mean, just great people and great experience.
DeSantis' proposal would also allow Floridians who currently have an associate's degree to learn under current teachers for 2 years. After that, they'd be eligible to earn their bachelor's degree and then potentially get into a classroom and have a job as a teacher. All of these proposals still need to be approved by lawmakers. In Tampa, Aaron Mesmer, Fox 35 News.
All right, thank you so much for that report. And sticking with schools, before you send your child back to school this year, there is something the CDC is encouraging you to add to your back-to-school checklist to help keep the students safe. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Sari explains from Atlanta.
As students across the country return to school, the CDC is issuing a call to action, reminding parents to get their children vaccinated before they head back to the classroom as part of their back-to-school checklist.
I expect this fall and winter to look much more like the fall and winter of 2019 than the last 2 years, with a lot less mitigation. And that means we should be ready for more flu and more COVID.
The CDC encourages parents to make sure all school-age children are up to date on routine vaccines and have received recommended COVID-19 vaccines as a first line of defense. The agency also pushing healthcare providers to help make vaccines more accessible. Education Secretary Miguel Cardona says steps like these are vital.
We have to be precautious. Student safety must remain our number one priority. But we have better science, we have the tools, we have vaccinations available.
This comes at a time when some schools are loosening COVID protocols after the CDC relaxed its own quarantine and testing guidelines last week. Even though the virus continues to spread, the CDC reports roughly 95% of Americans 16 or older have immunity from either infection or vaccination.
Kids do tend to be at lower risk for complications of COVID compared to adults, but that doesn't mean zero risk.
In addition to vaccines and boosters, the Biden administration is pushing schools to improve access to COVID testing, as well as improving indoor air quality. In Atlanta, Jonathan Siri, Fox News.
Well, there are now more than 12,000 confirmed cases of monkeypox here in the U.S. The virus does continue to spread, but it's no longer just people who have to be concerned, with a new report warning how man's best friend can be susceptible to contracting that virus. Fox News' Ted Lindner takes a closer look.
Health officials warn your pets may be at risk of contracting monkeypox after a recent report out of France cites what doctors believe is the first known case of the virus being transmitted from humans to a dog.
There were two gentlemen who had tested positive for monkeypox, who were isolating at home with the pet present.
The report, published in the journal The Lancet, says the infected men reported sleeping in the same bed as their Italian greyhound.
12 days after the symptom onset for the two men, they noticed that their dog had developed some pustules, like rash on its belly. And so they did seek to have the animal tested, and the results came back positive for monkeypox.
The CDC is advising pet owners who catch the virus to limit contact with their animals to only when absolutely necessary.
It can be transmitted a number of different ways, but most commonly it's from skin-to-skin contact.
Meanwhile, the virus continues spreading across the country. As of Tuesday, the CDC reports more than 12,600 cases, with every state except Wyoming reporting at least one. New York, California, Florida, Texas, and Illinois have the highest counts.
I know it's going to spread like wildfire, and it's good that we get protected sooner than later.
Symptoms last between 4 to 6 weeks and include a fever and painful sores on the body. Vaccines are available but remain scarce in many hotspots.
Whatever amount of vaccines we have that day, we are out by the end of the day.
Infectious disease experts say your odds of catching the virus by touching a contaminated surface are low, but using the same clothing, towels, or sheets as an infected person can increase your risks. Ted Lindner, Fox News.
All right, some great information there. Thank you so much for that report. It is now 7:56 in the morning if you are joining us over on the East Coast, and 4:56 in the morning on the West Coast. A lot of top stories to get to this morning, so I do want to get right to it. We are, though, going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. After that, though, we come back with all of those top stories. Stay with us. right, welcome back on Live Now from Fox. What you're looking at is a view of space. So we always say that we have cameras all over the country and all over the world. Well, we have cameras in space as well that we can tap into. I do want to show you this live picture here that we are getting into our Live Now from Fox newsroom that does show what is apparently a Russian spacewalk that is scheduled to begin very soon here, it looks like. This is NASA TV providing us that image. That walk is expected to last for 6 hours and 45 minutes. That's pretty cool if you are aboard the International Space Station. That Russian spacewalk, again, going to go for almost 7 hours. That's NASA TV that you are looking at right there. All right, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow. It is 8 o'clock on the dot if you are joining us on the East Coast, and 5 o'clock if you are on the West Coast. Thank you so much for starting your day with us. As always, we do have a lot of top stories to get to, so I do want to get right to it this morning. You can always see those top stories, by the way, by simply looking at that sidebar. It's always on the left side of your screen, and it does tell you exactly what we are covering for the day. So if you ever want to know, just, hey, look over there. All right, so let's talk about some of your top stories this morning. As predicted, Representative Liz Cheney has been defeated in the Wyoming GOP primary, losing to Harriet Hageman, who has been backed by former President Donald Trump. Hageman received about 66% of the vote, while Cheney received only 29%. Cheney, a third-term congresswoman and daughter of former Vice President Dick Cheney, has been one of Trump's fiercest Republican adversaries in Congress. During her concession speech, Cheney described her loss as the start of a new chapter in her political career, hinting at a run for president in 2024.
The U.S. economy shrank again for the second.
Let's turn down that for you. So we did learn just yesterday that Walmart and Home Depot each reported 6.5% growth in sales for the second quarter despite soaring inflation. Well, more economic reports expected in just about 30 minutes, because at 8:30 Eastern Time, we get a look at the July Advanced Monthly Retail Report. That's going to provide an early estimate of monthly sales for retail and food service right here in the U.S. The Census Bureau uses random sampling of about 5,500 businesses to predict the total earnings for the more than 3 million retail and food services in the country. So again, that is going to be released in about 30 minutes, and we will bring you that information as soon as we do get it. Rudy Giuliani, the former New York mayor and attorney for Donald Trump, scheduled to testify in Atlanta today before a special grand jury investigating attempts by Trump and others to overturn Trump's 2020 election defeat in Georgia. Questioning is expected to take place behind closed doors, and it's not clear how much Giuliani will be willing to say, especially considering his lawyers have been informed that Giuliani is a target of that investigation. So let's talk more about Representative Liz Cheney's major loss in Wyoming to her opponent, who has been backed by former President Trump. Cheney's loss came in a landslide. The third-term congresswoman has been a major adversary of Trump. As Fox's Doug Luzada reports, the win, so to speak, for Trump comes as his legal battles are heating up.
Former President Trump is urging a federal judge to release documents related to the FBI search of his home, just as he savors what he sees as a political victory in Wyoming.
This primary election is over, but now the real work begins.
Liz Cheney promises to keep fighting, but she lost in a blowout last night in her Wyoming primary. She had become one of former President Trump's most vocal critics, even helping lead the committee in Congress investigating his role in the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Trump supported her opponent, Harriet Hageman, calling Cheney's loss a referendum on the never-ending witch hunt. But tomorrow he faces another battle, hoping a federal judge in Florida agrees to media requests to release the affidavit used to justify the FBI search of his home.
That's the curious thing when this judge has this hearing. He's going to look a bit foolish when he upholds this seal on the basis of a Department of Justice that's been leaking like a sieve.
And speaking of leaks, there are leaked reports that the FBI has interviewed former Trump White House lawyers about the handling of classified documents. And Trump's former national security advisor dismissed claims that the former president had a standing order to declassify many documents in his possession.
I never heard of it, never saw it in operation, never knew anything about it. The president never said anything to me during 17 months there. I just think it's a complete fiction.
Now, any president does have broad authority to declassify documents, but this investigation also goes beyond whether the missing documents were actually classified. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, want to take that bug down right there so you can get a full view of what we're looking at right now. Two politicians who hope to replace UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson are speaking right now. You'll remember that Boris Johnson did announce his resignation as Prime Minister earlier on this year amid multiple ethics scandals. So these are the two politicians right now hoping to replace them as UK Prime Minister. So I do want to dip in here and listen to what they are talking about.
People are still yet to vote. Amazing. Excellent. So there are a lot of eligible members here still waiting to vote, still hopefully waiting to be convinced by our two fantastic candidates. The way this will be working, as has just been set out by Peter, we will invite the first candidate on the stage to make their opening statement. It will be Liz Truss going first. She will make an opening statement, and then I will come back on stage and invite questions from the floor. If you want to ask a question, we'll go straight into questions after the opening statement. If you raise your hand clearly so I can see you, I will then signal to one of the people wearing the very fashionable white hoodies to come over to you with a microphone. At the start of the question, if you can say who you are and where you're from, and then if you can ask your question. If you can keep your question brief, that would be very much appreciated. The briefer the questions, the more of you will get an opportunity to ask a question. So with no further ado, will you please give a warm welcome to the first candidate, Liz Truss.
Hi everybody, it's fantastic to be here in Northern Ireland. I was brought up in Paisley in Scotland, in Leeds in Yorkshire. So I guess you could say I'm a child of the Union. And I believe that our union is one of the key assets we have as a country. We're not just neighbours, we're family. And I want our family to stay together and never, ever to split up. And Northern Ireland is a key part of our fantastic union. And ever since I've been a minister in this government, I've worked on behalf of the people of Northern Ireland. As DEFRA Secretary, I've been to the Balmoral Show. I've promoted our fantastic farm products here from Northern Ireland around the world. And as Trade Secretary, struck dozens of new trade deals to benefit the businesses and consumers here in Northern Ireland. And since becoming Foreign Secretary, I have taken on the issue of the Northern Ireland Protocol and seek to resolve the issues that we face. Because the fact is that the protocol is undermining the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. It is causing unfairness between the communities in Northern Ireland, and we need to make sure it is fixed for the future of this great part of the United Kingdom. We need to sort out the laws. The UK needs to be the ultimate arbiter. The UK courts need to be the ultimate arbiter. We need to sort out the bureaucracy across the Irish Sea so that we can see goods flowing freely from Great Britain to Northern Ireland. And that's why I put forward the solution of the green and the red lanes. We also need to sort out regulation. And we need to make sure that the people of Northern Ireland can benefit from the same tax breaks as the people of Great Britain. Now, I worked hard to get a resolution with the EU on this issue. It wasn't forthcoming, but I'm not somebody who's prepared to let the situation drift. That's why I developed the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill. I pushed it through Whitehall. We got it through the House of Commons, and I am absolutely determined to deliver it in full and make sure it's put into place, because this is vital for the future of Northern Ireland and the future of the United Kingdom. I'm also determined to make sure we address the issues of legacy too. We need to make sure that every part of our great country thrives. And that's about making sure people have opportunities, regardless of their background, regardless of which part of the United Kingdom they're from. We need to become an aspiration nation. But the fact is, we do face difficult economic challenges. We do face a global energy crisis. And that is why we can't have business as usual. That is why we need to be bold. See, what I will do is I will unlock the opportunities of Brexit. I will make sure that we have free ports here in Northern Ireland. I will make sure that we have more trade deals, and I will make sure all of the EU laws are off our statute books by the end of 2023. I'll also lower taxes. We shouldn't have put up national insurance. We said we wouldn't in our manifesto, and I will have a temporary moratorium on the green energy levy to make sure that customers' bills are lower. And as for corporation tax, we shouldn't be putting it up to the same level as France and to 10 points higher than the Republic of Ireland, because that will make it harder to secure the investment that we need to into our country. So I will keep corporation tax low, because I believe as a Conservative that we are about rewarding people who do the right thing, people who work hard, people who set up their own businesses, people who are self-employed. Those are the people whose side we should be on. We, of course, need to continue to stand up to Vladimir Putin. I'm proud that we were the first country in Europe to send weapons to Ukraine. And some of those...
All right, so if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, my name is Josh Breslow. It is 8:11 if you are on the East Coast, 5:11 on the West Coast. What you are looking at are the two candidates that are hoping to replace Boris Johnson as UK Prime Minister. They are debating at this point, but I do want to take you to an adorable feed right now where we do have children who are asking questions to NASA in a Q&A. This is going to happen before the Russians are set to do a spacewalk, but NASA holding a Q&A where adorable children are asking them questions about space, so I do want to listen in on that.
Milk, so it's powdered milk. We put water into that, and that reconstitutes into milk. And here you can see this is oat cereal, and so there's actually powdered milk down at the bottom of this in addition to the cereal. And so when we add water to this, it makes milk in there that for us to eat with our cereal. Pretty cool.
Hello, my name is Ava Patrick. I am in the first grade. Can you listen to music on the space station?
We can listen to music on the space station. In fact, I think most of us really enjoy listening to music. I like listening to music when I work out, and then also while I'm working, I'll have some music playing in the background. So we have a support team on the ground that sends up lists. We'll send down a list of the music we'd like to listen to, and they send it up, and it's available. We can access it through a web page, and it works really great. And it reminds us of home.
Hi, my name is Phoenix Dunn, and I'm in kindergarten. Do you play games in space?
Well, we absolutely can play games in space. We don't have a lot. We don't have like a lot of board games up here because all the pieces would just float away. We've got a few soft, kind of spongy balls that we can throw around, but we try to be really careful because the space station, you know, if you can kind of look around me, it is just, there are computers and equipment and people's science all around. And so we want to be very careful and take great care of the space station. But you can see, for example, we've got a couple inflatable balls here. This is, I think, maybe Mercury. And you can see we've got a sun and a moon behind. And we'll kind of figure out fun things to do to have fun up here.
Hello, my name is Ronald Lucas, and I'm in 3rd grade. How do you keep your muscles strong in space?
Well, that's a really great question. We talked a little bit about the bones, and we work really hard to keep our muscles strong. So if we don't do any sort of exercise up here, it's kind of like, you know, we're up here for 6 months. It would be kind of like just laying in bed for 6 months. Your muscles become weak, your bones become brittle and weak, your heart, your cardiovascular system doesn't work as well. And so we have to work out every day. In fact, just before this, I was on our treadmill. We work out every day to keep our hearts strong, our muscles strong, and our bones strong. And so we have an exercise machine. Because there's no gravity here to provide weight, we use evacuated cylinders to provide resistance. And this machine is kind of like a universal gym. And we can do all sorts of exercise on it. But we exercise every day for an hour on that machine. And then we'll get onto either a treadmill or an exercise bike to get a good workout and keep our hearts healthy. Great question.
Hello, my name is Avalon Julia, and I am in the 3rd grade. Are there any animals on the space station?
Avalon, great question. We have had and do have animals on the space station. They're an important part of our research program. They help us to understand how we and how animals, how living beings adjust to weightlessness and the kind of changes that we can see. One animal in particular is the fruit fly. And this is an animal that I studied when I was in college in a genetics class, because you can have many generations of flies in a given amount of time. And you can see the genetic changes. You can actually see those changes expressed in different colored eyes, different types of wings. You can see that expressed over different generations. And so, as an example, the fruit fly is one type of animal that we've studied up here. We've had spiders up here in the past to see what would happen, how they spin different types of webs. And I'd encourage you to look, ask your parents to help you look online, because it's very interesting. Some of the spiders spun very wacky webs, but then over time they started to look more normal. And so it helps us to understand how animals adjust to being in this environment, much like we adjust to being in this very different environment.
My name is Lachlan Steele. I'm in kindergarten. If you had a snake in outer space, how will it slither?
Boy, that's a really good question, and I wish I knew the answer. I'm glad that there are no snakes up here. That would be interesting. You know, I think that they would try and slither like they do on the ground. I think like when we get up here, our first reaction to floating is to kind of like you feel like you're falling a little bit, and I think snakes would try and slither. I think when you look at snakes that swim in water, that they might try and slither like they swim in water. But I think over time, you know, they would adjust, and as they touch something, maybe they would coil around it to get some purchase on something, and over time they would learn how to, maybe they would find a handrail and stick, and then they would be able to slither along the wall. It's a very interesting question, and I'm excited that somebody's going to study that someday.
Hello, my name is Bradley Sar, and I'm in 4th grade. How long does it take to send or receive messages from your family?
Thanks for that question. That's a really important part of a long-duration mission, is the ability to communicate with our family and friends back home. We're very fortunate that we're in low Earth orbit, and so it is almost instantaneous. The ability to, like we're doing right now, to talk with the ground. You can detect just a very small delay, but in terms of the vastness of space, we are very, very close to the Earth, and so our messages, either using a internet phone, talking to our family and friends by phone, or talking over the radio to mission control, or sending video signals along that same radio, it happens very quickly. And that's going to be a challenge when we start to venture further and further away from the Earth. Our message will, for example, as we go to Mars, some of our messages may take up to 20 minutes to get to Mars, and then another 20 minutes to get back. And so it may take 40 minutes to an hour for a round trip kind of conversation. And it's something that we're going to have to adjust to as we begin to explore deeper and deeper into our solar system.
Hello, my name is Annelle McQueen, and I'm in 4th grade. How do toilets work in space?
Well, they work very well, and we are all very, very grateful for that. When we get up to the space station, it's one of the first things that we are oriented to. The crew that's here, they took us around, they showed us, this is where you get water and food. This is where you will sleep, and this is where you go to the bathroom. And then here's all the emergency equipment. Those are the most important things to know when you first get to the space station. The toilet has 2 parts to it, and so, oh, hello. Number one, there's a hose, much like the hose that's on your vacuum cleaner, the extension hose, and that is where the liquid waste goes. It uses a vacuum. There's a fan that pulls the liquid waste into that hose. That liquid, that urine, goes to the urine processing assembly, which then goes to the water processing assembly, which then goes to the potable water dispenser, basically our water fountain. So we recycle our water, and we're able to recycle up to about 96% of our water now, which again is super important for these missions going to the moon and to Mars, because we can't carry all that fresh water with us. And that water actually the system works really, really well. The solid waste goes into something that looks very much like a toilet back home. There's a seat with a hole in it. There's a perforated little baggie at the bottom of that hole, and vacuum suction pulls the solid waste into that baggie. And when you're done, you unravel the baggie, drop it into the bin below. The suction pulls it down there, and you put a new baggie in, and you close up the seat. So the system works great.
Hello, my name is Emily Tracy, and I'm the superintendent of Brown County Schools in Nashville, Indiana. I want to extend our warmest thanks to the astronauts on board the International Space Station for taking this time today to educate our students in Brown County Schools. Your leadership and your experience are invaluable, and we could not be more grateful. Thank you for all you do to advance STEM education and the opportunities here on Earth, and for being an example of what hard work and dedication can look like. Today is certainly a great day to be a Wildcat.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to chat with you all. You had great questions, and I wish you all the best. Keep working hard and reach for the stars.
Station, this is Houston ACR. Thank you. That concludes our event.
All right, so pretty cool stuff there. We did have school children, who were asking NASA questions ahead of that Russian spacewalk. Some pretty interesting ones that they did ask. What you're looking at right now is a triple box view that shows just some of the top stories that we are working on today. Up to the top right, you are going to see Rudy Giuliani expected to testify before a grand jury later on today. We spoke with Fox 5 Atlanta to get a little bit more information, but as we get more details about what he has to say in court, we'll bring that to you live on Live Now from Fox. Also, here at 8:30, so we're talking about 8 minutes from now, we are expecting to get the monthly retail report for July that will tell us what spending was for retail during the month of July. So we'll bring that to you as soon as those numbers are released. All right, we are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will be right back with more of your top stories coming up in just a bit. Hey, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for choosing to start your day with us here at Live Now from Fox. It is 8:25 in the morning on the East Coast and 5:25 in the morning on the West Coast. I do want to get you back to your top stories because there is a lot going on. If you were watching us before the break, we had kids who were asking questions to NASA, who was answering questions ahead of that Russian spacewalk. It appears that they might be asking more questions, so if so, we will break back in to give you that look. But I do want to get to some of your other top stories here. As predicted, Representative Liz Cheney has been defeated in the Wyoming GOP primary, losing to Harriet Hageman, who has been backed by former President Donald Trump. Hageman received about 66% of the vote, while Cheney got only 29%. Cheney, a third-term congresswoman and daughter of former Vice President Dick Cheney, has been one of Trump's fiercest Republican adversaries in Congress. So during her concession speech, Cheney took a shot at Trump and hinted at a potential run for president in 2024, comparing herself to Abraham Lincoln. Here is that part of her concession speech.
This is not a game. Every one of us must be committed to the eternal defense of this miraculous experiment called America. And at the heart of our democratic process are elections. They are the foundational principle of our Constitution. 2 years ago, I won this primary with 73% of the vote. I could easily have done the same again. The path was clear. But it would have required that I go along with President Trump's lie about the 2020 election. It would have required that I enable his ongoing efforts to unravel our democratic system and attack the foundations of our republic. That was a path I could not and would not take. No House seat, no office in this land is more important than the principles that we are all sworn to protect. And I well understood the potential political consequences of abiding by my duty. Our republic relies upon the goodwill of all candidates for office to accept honorably the outcome of elections. And tonight, Harriet Hageman has received the most votes in this primary. She won. I called her to concede the race. This primary election is over. But now, the real work begins. The great and original champion of our party, Abraham Lincoln, was defeated in elections for the Senate and the House before he won the most important election of all. Lincoln ultimately prevailed, he saved our Union, and he defined our obligation as Americans for all of history. Speaking at Gettysburg of the great task remaining before us, Lincoln said that we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from this earth. As we meet here tonight, that remains our greatest and most important task. Most of world history is a story of violent conflict, of servitude and suffering. Most people in most places have not lived in freedom. Our American freedom.
All right, so I do want to interrupt that because we do have a lot going on, as you can see there on screen. We mentioned that Rudy Giuliani would be testifying there before the grand jury, and we can see that it does appear that he has just arrived. What you are looking at appears to be the wrong box. If you do look down to the bottom right, that is where you will see right there what appears to be Rudy Giuliani. He has arrived there in court where he will be testifying in Atlanta a bit later on this morning. Rudy Giuliani, the former New York mayor and attorney for Donald Trump, is scheduled to appear there in that courtroom in Atlanta to speak to a special grand jury. I'm trying to bring that up for you to give you a better shot. He did just, as we pulled that up, enter into the building there, but that was Rudy Giuliani entering in to the courtroom there in Atlanta, where he is expected to testify before that special grand jury, investigating attempts by Trump and others to overturn Trump's 2020 election defeat there in Georgia. Questioning expected to take place behind closed doors, and it's not clear how much Giuliani is going to be willing to say, especially when you consider his lawyers have been informed that Giuliani is a target of that investigation. So if we do pull up another view right here, you can see there are several cameras that are over in that area. He did just enter into the courthouse there, where he will testify in front of that grand jury. So a bit earlier we actually just got, we do have NASA answering more questions from children. A lot going on this morning, so I do want to pull that up for you now so we can listen back in.
And being able to change between those environments even within the course of a day. I think that type of mentality and ability was really what I carry with me the most of anything.
All right, I do actually want to go back to this because it appears that they were rolling as Rudy Giuliani did enter into that courtroom, and they're holding up microphones and talking to him, so I do want to listen in.
How responsive you'll be. Goodbye. Yeah, Mayor Giuliani, Jeff McGaze with CBS. What are you going to say today? Would you guys back up, please? We're trying that now. How are you? All right. How did you get here? Did you fly? Did you take the train? I know you didn't take the bus.
I'll give you one answer. I'll give you one.
All right, that's actually a playback from the live camera that was out there a bit earlier as Rudy Giuliani did enter into the courtroom there. Really not having too much to say. We did listen in there. But I do actually want to go back now to another live feed that we have been watching all throughout the morning. This is NASA answering questions from children ahead of that Russian spacewalk. Let's listen back into that here on Live Now from Fox.
Fall in love again with the moon. So looking out at our beautiful Earth, she's absolutely gorgeous, but the moon, for me, definitely steals the show. So I'm certainly excited about kind of the NASA's pursuit of the moon, and in our upcoming Artemis missions. We have the Artemis 1 launch in particular coming up the end of this month. So just super excited about the moon.
Hi, Jessica. Thank you for doing this. My name is Joey Jefferson from JPL with BEST, and I'm going to ask a question from Mujige Cooper. Perseverance is collecting samples for eventual return. What geological features are you excited for the rover and eventually humans to investigate?
Hi, Move first. Also, yes, I'm super excited about what Perseverance is doing on Mars, along with her older sister, Curiosity. I unfortunately have not had the time that I'd like to be able to follow Perseverance super closely in her recent journey, but I am super excited about the delta deposits that Perseverance is starting to climb up onto. I think is going to be really illuminating for us, hopefully give us some insight into the habitability of Mars and hopefully signs of ancient life as well. Those delta deposits will be the perfect place that if there are those signs there, that's where they will be. So I'm super excited about heading up there and then taking samples that we will, as was recently announced, part of the Mars sample return program, to bring them back and investigate them even further here on Earth, and then pave the way for humans to Mars as well. Super excited about getting boots on the ground on the surface in the next several years.
Hi, my name is Isabel Macias, and I'm a surf student at Caltech. My question is, what aspects of your research in the asteroid surveying project, specifically thermophysical modeling, have you applied to your current mission?
Yeah, I really enjoyed that research that I was able to do for that summer, looking at near-Earth asteroids and doing some surveying of them, thermophysical modeling, as you mentioned. Unfortunately, I'm up here not able to do the research on kind of that level of detail as we were doing with the NEOWISE project. However, we are still very dependent on that research that is being conducted. Up here, we rely on a whole team of people on the ground who are looking out for objects, space debris, if you will. Hopefully nothing the size of an asteroid, but looking for anything that would be essentially micrometeorites, small pieces of debris. And that is for our safety here on the ISS. If we see that our trajectory is matching up with the trajectory of an particle like that, we can fire our thrusters and move ourselves out of the way to avoid collision. And so that type of work is extremely important to just our daily operations up here on the ISS. So that is a neat connection for me.
Hi, Jessica. My name is Joey Jefferson with the Jet Propulsion Laboratory and BEST, and this question is on behalf of ACW at JPL. In what ways is it beneficial to conduct science on the International Space Station, and what measurements or experiments are conducted there?
The really neat thing about doing science on the International Space Station is that we're able to utilize the microgravity environment up here on the ISS in order to conduct science in ways that we're not able to on the ground. On the ground, of course, we're governed by gravity, and essentially all that we know about how materials function, how cells function, etc., how even rocks function largely, is based on our understanding of how they function in gravity. So being able to pull them out of that environment allows us to see materials, see things in a new way that allows us to learn new things and understand things in a different way. We do lots of different types of science up here. We do material science, combustion science, looking at how materials behave in microgravity. Biological science, so looking at cells and tissue growth. In particular, we have a study up here looking at immune cells and how they age in microgravity. And then also looking at how that immune function changes post-flight and whether it recovers. We also are looking at human science. So, of course, then we become the test subjects. And we're looking into how long-duration spaceflight affects the human body and brain. And then, of course, near and dear to my heart and to many of yours is Earth and space science. One of my favorite experiments going on right now up here in that arena is EMIT, the Earth's Surface Mineral Dust Source Investigation, which I know some of you are very familiar with. And that is an external payload that is looking at the mineral composition of dust in the atmosphere and its effects on the Earth's environment and climate. So there is a lot that we can use take advantage of the ISS's unique vantage point, both for Earth observations as well as for scientific observations on board.
My name is Kendall Smith. I'm an intern at JPL, and my question is, what new project on the space station may lead to the most impactful advancement in our lifetime?
That is hard to say for sure exactly the impact that a lot of the work that we are doing up here will have in the future, but there is certainly quite a bit of potential. So even each of the projects that I just mentioned, each of them have impacts to life on Earth and our understanding of how things are on Earth that could have these types of major advancements that you're talking about. So the immunosenescence project, where we're looking at immune cell aging on Earth, the application is that we can help us understand why immune cells age faster on Earth, and hopefully illuminate pathways to preventing that aging, as well as maybe even reversing that aging as we look at how these cells recover in post-flight. Thinking about the human research that we do up here that has huge applications for looking into the future. So essentially we get to use the ISS as a test bed for future flight as we look to go further and further into the solar system, which will certainly be a huge advancement for us as humans. So there are certainly many ways where we can use the ISS and what we are doing up here to make life better back on Earth.
Hello, Jessica. My name is Madeline Young, and I am with BEST. What advice would you provide to Black women who are interested in entering the field of aerospace?
To any Black women interested in entering a STEM field or aerospace in general, I would certainly say welcome, come aboard. We need you, we want you. Certainly, I think diversity is what makes us great, and I think the ISS is actually a great example of that. We are just, my crewmates and I are just a small part of a huge team of people on the ground. We have engineers, scientists, operators, management folks. We have so many people on the ground that help support this operation day in and day out. And without those people that bring all different kinds of experiences and skill sets to the table, none of this would be possible. And so I think diversity is what allows us to be great. So I'd certainly encourage any Black women who are interested to pursue a career in this field. And I would also add, in terms of a piece of advice, to get mentors, seek out mentors, and allow them to support you. Certainly for me, that was crucial along my pathway. Just having people who are there to support you and encourage you along the way, help find opportunities for you. That is definitely something that was instrumental in my success.
All right, so what you were just listening to was NASA answering questions from children and from college students just ahead of that Russian spacewalk. But I do want to get you to some breaking news. We've been talking about this throughout the morning as we were waiting for the U.S. retail numbers for July 2022. The pace of sales at U.S. retailers was unchanged last month as persistently high inflation and rising interest rates forced many households to spend more cautiously. Retail purchases were flat in July after having gone up 0.8% in June. That's according to the report from the Commerce Department that was just released minutes ago. America's consumers, whose spending accounts for nearly 70% of economic activity, have remained mostly resilient, even with inflation near a 4-decade high, economic uncertainties rising, and mortgage and other borrowing rates surging. Still, their overall spending has weakened, and it's shifted increasingly toward necessities like groceries and away from discretionary items like home goods, casual clothes, and electronics. The government's monthly report here on retail sales does cover about a third of all consumer purchases and does not include spending on most services ranging from plane fares and apartment rents to movie tickets and doctor visits. So again, retail purchases flat in July after having gone up 0.8% in June. The Commerce Department just releasing that information. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We will be right back with more of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Good morning and welcome back on Live Now from Fox. It is 8:45 in the morning if you are joining us over on the East Coast, and if you are on the West Coast, 5:45 in the morning. As you can tell, we have a lot going on, so we're going to bring you those top stories in just a second. My name is Josh Breslow. I'll be here for the next hour or so with a live look at everything going on across the country and across the world. Right now, I do want to bring you back to something we were watching a bit earlier. This is going on over in Northern Ireland. So the candidates who are trying to replace UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, who resigned earlier this year amid ethics scandals, are debating. We had one candidate that we heard from a bit earlier, so I do want to listen back in as they're answering questions from the public there. Again, this is in Northern Ireland.
And if we want to be a government that cuts taxes, and I desperately want to deliver tax cuts for you and everyone else in the country, we have to be prepared to be bold about the NHS. Because if we're not prepared to do things differently, the NHS will continue to swallow up every pound that every one of you here and everyone else has, right? And I think we as Conservatives need to try and change that dynamic. We need to reform and make the NHS more efficient, so we can talk less about how much money we're always putting into it and more about the healthcare that we're getting out of it. So I'm prepared to be very, very radical about these things, and I'll give you just one example so you get a sense that I've been thinking about this. And that's to tackle an issue which has bedeviled us for years and we haven't done anything about, and that is the issue of missed NHS appointments. Now, last year across the NHS there were 15 million appointments that were missed, not just at GPs but at hospitals too. And that's not right. It doesn't value our doctors and nurses, and worse, it deprives people of the care that they desperately and urgently need. So my plan is to get tough on people who are missing appointments, because if we do that, it's not about making money from them, it's about changing behaviour in this country, so that's not acceptable. Because if people cancel those appointments in advance, we will free up an enormous amount of extra healthcare, which means people can get seen quicker. They won't be waiting. We'll get the backlogs down faster without a single one of you or anyone else having to pay a penny more in taxes. And yes, lots of people will say, oh, well, you can't be tough on people and there's always a good excuse, or how will you get the charging to work? But no, right? We've got to do things differently and take on these conventions. Because if we don't, if we're not prepared to be bold and radical about getting efficiency out the NHS, not only will we not get the health care that we need and deserve, we will never be able to cut taxes. And I want to do both of those things, so that's what I'm going to deliver for you as Prime Minister.
There's a lady just here.
Hi, Leslie McGarrity, North Down. I'm a social care provider of over 30 years standing, and I have never known it to be so difficult to deliver social care. There are two aspects to my question. The first one is in relation to benefits that prevent people from working or permit them not to work. And secondly, in relation to immigration costs for social care businesses. Presently, we are unable to retain staff, recruit staff who are currently on universal credit. We can't improve their terms and conditions because then it reduces their benefits. Would there be mileage, perhaps, in increasing the number of hours that people have to work in order to obtain universal credit? And secondly, I have to pay £3,500 to the Home Office to bring staff from overseas. These staff will be doing work for the NHS or the public sector whilst they're employed by me. Is that fair?
So it's an excellent question, because some of the challenges that you're seeing in social care are being felt across the economy, and many of you will run small businesses. And what's the number one challenge other than energy costs? It's getting access to workers and getting people to actually work. And I strongly believe that part of the answer to this problem is being much tougher on our welfare system to get people off benefits and into work. Now, I'll tell you this, right now, there are more people claiming unemployment benefit than there are job vacancies in the economy. I mean, just think about that for a second. And that's happening under a Conservative government. That's clearly not right. Something's gone wrong. Now, I think there are one or two very specific things we can do to change. Now, actually, your idea is similar to one that I'm going to put in place. Right now, if you're on unemployment benefit and you work just 9 hours on the national living wage, at that point, you don't have to check in as much with your job coach at the job centre. You don't have to take the extra hours that may be on offer or an extra job, and you can keep your benefits. Nothing happens to you. I don't think that's right, because ultimately it's your taxes and someone who's working very hard's taxes that are paying for that. And if there are hours to do, if there's a job going, people should have to take the job, as opposed to just being able to stay on benefits. And that's the change that I want to bring, because I do think that is the right thing. It's the conservative thing. Those are our values. We believe in working hard, right? And we want to support people off welfare into work because it's good for them and their families too, because there's dignity in work. I passionately believe that. And it's fair for taxpayers, and it's good for the economy because it will ease inflation. So it's something I want to be very robust on and quickly, because it's the right thing to do. But as long as we're doing that, and as long as we're being tough on illegal migration, which I talked about in my speech, which we must do, and I will do, then I think it's right that we are pragmatic about migration for those sectors of our economy that need support. So whether that may well be in agriculture or social care, put social care workers on the immigration shortage list, I think it's perfectly reasonable to be pragmatic, because Brexit for me, and I voted for Brexit proudly, was about having control over our borders. Not saying that no one should ever come here, but making sure that everyone who did come here comes here for a reason that we decided. That's what sovereignty means, and that's the kind of country and immigration system and welfare system that I want to deliver as Prime Minister.
All right, so if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it is 8:52 on the East Coast and 5:52 on the West Coast. You're listening to the candidates for UK Prime Minister hoping to replace Boris Johnson. They are debating right now. We have heard from both of those candidates. The people there in the audience are asking some of the questions. And again, remember, there are several top stories that we are working, so you can find those, of course, over on the left-hand side of your screen. That includes the fact that we just learned the pace of sales at U.S. retailers does remain unchanged from June to July. That's from, coming here from the Commerce Department in their report that was just released this morning. We were also watching as Rudy Giuliani was scheduled to testify before a special grand jury in that Georgia election probe. That we saw him enter the courtroom, so now he will testify, and hopefully later today we'll have some information on what was said and what happened. We also know that Liz Cheney did lose the Wyoming Republican primary. She did give a speech there. We're going to play that for you in just a second. But for now, I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with that after the break. Hey, good morning, everyone, and welcome back on Live Now from Fox. It is 8:55 in the morning on the East Coast and 5:55 on the West Coast. Happy Hump Day. It is Wednesday. We are halfway through that work week, and as always, a lot going on here in the newsroom, so I do want to take you to some of our top stories right here because, again, a lot going on this morning. As predicted, Representative Liz Cheney has been defeated in the Wyoming GOP primary, losing to Harriet Hageman, who has been backed by former President Donald Trump. Hageman received about 66% of the vote, while Cheney got only 29%. Cheney, a third-term congresswoman and daughter of former Vice President Dick Cheney, has been one of Trump's fiercest Republican adversaries in Congress. During her concession speech, Cheney described her loss as the start of a new chapter in her political career, hinting about a run for president in 2024. I want to play that part of her concession speech.
This is not a game. Every one of us must be committed to the eternal defense of this miraculous experiment called America. And at the heart of our democratic process are elections. They are the foundational principle of our Constitution. 2 years ago, I won this primary with 73% of the vote. I could easily have done the same again. The path was clear. But it would have required that I go along with President Trump's lie about the 2020 election. It would have required that I enable his ongoing efforts to unravel our democratic system and attack the foundations of our republic. That was a path I could not and would not take. No House seat, no office in this land is more important than the principles that we are all sworn to protect. And I well understood the potential political consequences of abiding by my duty. Our republic relies upon the goodwill of all candidates for office to accept honorably the outcome of elections. And tonight, Harriet Hageman has received the most votes in this primary. She won. I called her to concede the race. This primary election is over. But now, the real work begins. The great and original champion of our party, Abraham Lincoln, was defeated in elections for the Senate and the House before he won the most important election of all. Lincoln ultimately prevailed, he saved our Union, and he defined our obligation as Americans for all of history. Speaking at Gettysburg of the great task remaining before us, Lincoln said that we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from this earth. As we meet here tonight, that remains our greatest and most important task. Most of world history is a story of violent conflict, of servitude and suffering. Most people in most places have not lived in freedom. Our American freedom is a providential departure from history. We are the exception. We have been given the gift of freedom by God and our founding fathers. It has been said that the long arc of history bends toward justice and freedom. That's true, but only if we make it bend. Today, our highest duty is to bend the arc of history, to preserve our nation and its blessings, to ensure that freedom will not perish, to protect the very foundations of this constitutional republic.
All right, so what you were listening to right there were some of the comments made by Liz Cheney in her concession speech, where she did kind of hint at the fact that she could run for president in 2024. So I do want to actually head over to Geneva. That is where the World Health Organization is holding a briefing with the latest information concerning monkeypox and COVID-19. It looks like it just went to a different screen here, so we are waiting for it to pop back up. There was someone speaking for just a second, but when it pops back up, we'll bring that to you. However, I can let you know that that briefing is going to be about monkeypox and about COVID-19. We know that there are now more than 12,000 confirmed cases of monkeypox here in the U.S. So they are going to tackle that issue. And again, it's the World Health Organization, so they will receive questions from all over the world. That briefing expected to start here in the next few minutes over in Geneva. So once we do see it pop up, we will bring it to you live. We also have NASA TV that's following this Russian spacewalk. I do want to see if we can head out there to give you a live look, as the spacewalk is expected to last for almost 7 hours. That is a long spacewalk, but hey, it sounds fun. So let's actually try to pull that up here and listen in to what they have to say.
Preventing any condition known as the bends or decompression sickness from occurring as they step out into the vacuum of space within the hour. Today's spacewalk also being orchestrated in conjunction with the third Russian cosmonaut that's part of the Expedition 67 crew, that being Sergei Korsakov. He helped Artemyev and Medvedev suit up a couple of hours ago. Korsakov will be inside the Russian segment today, sending commands to operate the 37-foot-long European robotic arm. We'll talk more about the European robotic arm in a moment. That will be the focus of attention throughout the course of today's 6-hour, 45-minute spacewalk by Artemyev and Medvedev, the arm, of course, attached to the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. Today's spacewalk for Artemyev and Medvedev is the 252nd spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, the 7th spacewalk to be conducted out of the International Space Station this year, the 4th for Expedition 67. For Artemyev, this will be the 7th spacewalk in his career. 6 previous spacewalks have logged 41 hours and 44 minutes of spacewalking time. Medvedev about to conduct the 3rd spacewalk of his career. His 2 previous spacewalks, both with Artemyev, constituting 14 hours and 19 minutes of spacewalking time. Artemyev is designated today as extravehicular crew member number 1, or EV1. He'll be wearing the Russian Orlan suit bearing the red stripes. Medvedev is EV2, wearing the Orlan suit with the blue stripes. The 2 cosmonauts will be wearing the usual helmet cameras to provide up-close and personal views of their work outside of the International Space Station along the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module, where they'll be attending to a variety of tasks in the continuing outfitting of the European robotic arm. Artemyev's helmet camera will carry the number 20 in the lower right-hand corner of your screen when we do receive those views, while Denis Medvedev's helmet camera will be number 18. The work to be conducted by Artemyev and Medvedev outside of the International Space Station today will consist of the installation of a pair of television cameras on the 2 elbows of the European robotic arm that was launched attached to the multipurpose laboratory module last July, when it was launched from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan on a Proton rocket. They will also deactivate and relocate the external control panel for the robotic arm to a new base connector and hook it up, and it will be tested for future use. The European robotic arm external control panel then will be used to adjust some torque mechanisms on the robotic arm and remove launch restraints as they continue to put the arm through its paces in advance of its future use to move payloads and people around the International Space Station's Russian segment. The 2 spacewalkers, Artemyev and Medvedev, are running about 20 to 25 minutes behind the timeline in their preparations. Nothing significant, just taking a bit longer than had been planned. So we'll be standing by for the depressurization of the Poisk airlock shortly down to vacuum. That will set the stage for final communications and systems checks for the 2 cosmonauts on their Orlan spacesuits, and the opening of the hatch to the Poisk module that will mark the official start of today's spacewalk, again planned for about 6 hours and 45 minutes in duration.
All right, so what you were watching there is kind of a pre-show.
The tasks
from
I
NASA
just
TV,
described
where
are
kind of
better
previewing
illustrated.
what's going on here. The 2 Russian astronauts there are set to make a live spacewalk from the International Space Station. It sounds like they have started talking again, so I do want to listen back in here, live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Russian Spacewalk 54 will be conducted by Oleg Artemyev, EV-1 in the red stripes, and Denis Matveev, EV-2 in the blue stripes. To start the spacewalk, crew will egress the Poisk airlock with TB cameras called CLUs and 2 crew lock bags. Using the Strela boom, crew will first translate to the passive attachment piece on the Nauka module. The European Robotic Arm, or ERA, will maneuver to the CLU-4 installation position. Crew will translate to the elbow and install CLU-4. Crew will translate back down to the ERA end effector, where they'll work together to remove a piece of hardware called an LFM ring. Afterwards, ERA will translate to the CLU-3 installation position. Denis and Oleg will translate to the elbow and install CLU-3. Then, crew will translate Nader on the Nauka module to the ERA control panel. Oleg will remove the control panel from its current location, translate further Zenith, and work with Denis to install and power the panel at its new worksite. ERA will then maneuver and grapple to base point 2. Both cosmonauts will work to manually adjust the flexibility setting of ERA at end effector 2. Oleg and Denis will then translate over to end effector 1 and perform the same flexibility adjustment. They'll also remove the remaining LFM ring. After cleaning up the Nauka worksites, crew will translate Zenith back to the Poisk airlock. They'll stow various pieces of hardware and bags inside, then Oleg and Denis will ingress the airlock and close the hatch, ending Russian Spacewalk 54.
A look at the tasks ahead for Artemyev and Matveev today during their planned spacewalk. And here's a good view of the European robotic arm, again, almost 37 feet in length when fully extended. It has a pair of end effectors or hands that can grapple onto base points, as they are called, on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. It has a handling capability, as you see, of some 17,600 pounds of mass. And one of the first tasks for the day today will be the installation of a pair of cameras.
All right, you are watching us here on Live Now from Fox. It is 9:10 in the morning on the East Coast. It's a story that we have been covering for several days now, with migrants that are being bused from Texas over to places like New York City. Another bus just actually arrived there in New York City, and there's now a news conference going on right now. So I do want to listen in to what's going on here on our feed out of New York.
First chance they get. They're leaving the state of Texas and Tennessee. But those who make it to New York City, we're welcoming them, we're supporting them. They will be provided with transportation to shelters. We have seen some family members come pick up individuals and families here. They've traveled from other states because they know that they're being transported to New York City. Again, Governor Abbott is weaponizing the situation to foment anti-immigrant hatred. He's trying to divide us, but New York City will not be divided. We're here to welcome those people who are fleeing crises, who are fleeing persecution, who are actually being allowed into the country to remain as they seek asylum. They're allowed to be here, they're allowed to be in New York City, but we want to make sure that they're connecting to their families and their communities where they wish to go. And if they are being forced to come to New York City against their will, if they're being forced to sign documents under duress, we are condemning that. But in the meantime, New York will be a welcoming city. New Yorkers will rally around asylum seekers, especially the many children that are arriving. We saw children as young as a few months old. We're seeing some children with clear needs that need to be addressed. And our Department of Education and other agencies are preparing to welcome these families and support them as they settle into our city. Again, Governor Abbott is using innocent human beings as a weapon against New York City. But New York City will not fall for this. We will stand together and we will welcome asylum seekers with dignity and compassion and respect. And I know not just city government agencies, but nonprofits and community organizations are ready to support and come together as we see happening here today.
Can you tell us a little bit more about any efforts to get the children who are arriving enrolled into city public schools or other schools that they might want to attend as we get closer to the end of the summer?
Yes, we are holding meetings with the Department of Education, educators concerned with the children, experts in those families and children that are recently arrived and they've been through so much. The Department of Education, along with the mayor and myself, will be making a few announcements soon about our plans to enroll children, but most importantly, support families who've gone through so much. And again, New York City is ready and committed to supporting these families as those who want to stay here and want to be in the safe haven that New York City is.
Can you tell us anything about the medical needs that you're seeing people present with?
Yeah, people are arriving, again, having crossed several borders. Many, again, from Venezuela who have gone through so much. They're arriving with a lot of intestinal, stomach problems. They're being looked at, and those who need emergency or further attention are being transported to our local hospitals. Again, 2 days ago we had to help someone with a severe illness, and he was taken to the hospital. Today we're still helping families as we speak. We don't know of anyone who needs that kind of support. We're also supporting people with foot problems. You know, as you know, many have crossed by foot many borders, have gone through many journeys, and they will need a lot of support. And they'll receive some assistance, medical attention here, but some of them will need longer-term care, which is why we're partnering with the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, New York City Health and Hospitals, and medical providers like Somos Care to make sure that they have the assistance in their language, and they are enrolled in programs like NYC Cares, programs that are designed for communities like these. Again, they arrive without shoes. They often arrive just with sandals, which are not appropriate for people who are in need of care. And so a community group is here donating shoes and the support that they need to be able to then head to their next destination.
Commissioner, can you talk? Commissioner, can you talk a little bit more, just summarize for us over the past 2 weeks how the government's response has evolved since the first buses came?
Listen, I think one important thing to say and clarify is that people have been arriving for months. As you heard Catholic Charities say, just themselves, they've welcomed over 1,000 people and families in the last 6 weeks. This is just Catholic Charities, but we've heard of other nonprofit organizations, other legal providers that are also receiving people arriving to them, asking for help. So we're not talking about something recent. It's not just people arriving to Port Authority, but people are arriving at other bus stops, using commercial buses or even charter buses. Again, the state of Texas is not coordinating with New York City intentionally whatsoever. Again, I've said this before, it appears that the charter company that they've hired has a non-disclosure agreement. Again, it appears that they hired a private security firm to transport people here that is not allowed to communicate with us. This is completely worrisome. Again, we are able to welcome people who are arriving at Port Authority, but if they're arriving at other locations that we don't know about, we might find people who are walking around our streets in need of support, and so we want to make sure that the nonprofit organizations we're working with are also supporting these families as they arrive to our outer boroughs or other stations. We know of a group of about 40 individuals that arrived at the Megabus drop-off location near Midtown this past Saturday. These are individuals that mostly took buses, these commercial buses from DC to arrive here, and they've connected since with our shelter system.
Are you saying that these private security personnel, they're on the bus?
It appears so. Again, they're not communicating with us. You know, we're not inside these buses. We only know from what we're hearing from the asylum seekers who are leaving these buses, what they're telling us. And again, this is concerning, right? Because we do know that Governor Abbott is trying to do everything possible to make a political statement. And we do know that people are leaving before arriving to New York City. And again, people are confused as to why they're being put on buses headed to New York City. Some of them are leaving. They're staying in other cities and towns across the country, and we're concerned that they're being forced or intimidated to stay on the buses to arrive here in New York City.
So are they afraid? Are they nervous?
Well, they're asylum seekers, of course, been through so much, and and they're put on these buses with essentially security guards, right? You've probably heard reports of some of the asylum seekers calling or wanting to call local police so that they'll be allowed out of the buses. Again, we're hearing this over and over. But you know what? New York City is here to help those who want to stay here, those who are arriving here. We're welcoming them. Often we're hearing that this is the first time they feel welcome and supported. And we'll continue to do our best, as a city to support these families who have been through so much. I just learned that about 40 minors, including children, were in these buses. These are minors who are, high school, junior high school, elementary age, and some babies. Again, all of these children or minors will need to be supported to enroll into schools and get, the assistance that they need if they wish to stay in New York City.
All right, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it is 9:19 in the morning on the East Coast and 6:19 in the morning on the West Coast. If you look off to the bottom right of your screen, you can see the World Health Organization has just begun their news conference. They're going to discuss the monkeypox and COVID-19 outbreaks. Monkeypox, there are now more than 12,000 cases confirmed here in the U.S. But again, this is the World Health Organization discussing that, so I do want to listen in.
To rename the two known clades of monkeypox virus using Roman numerals. The clade formerly known as the Congo Basin or Central African clade will now be referred to as clade 1, while the West African clade will be called clade 2. Work on renaming the disease and the virus is ongoing. Now to the greater Horn of Africa. where millions of people are facing starvation and disease in Djibouti, Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, South Sudan, Sudan, and Uganda. Drought, conflict, climate change, and increasing prices for food, fuel, and fertilizer are all contributing to lack of access to sufficient food. Hunger and malnutrition pose a direct threat to health, but they also weaken the body's defenses and open the door to diseases including pneumonia, measles, and cholera. Food insecurity also forces some people to choose between paying for food and health care. Many people are migrating in search of food, which can also put them at increased risk of disease and reduced access to health services. While other partners are working to address the food crisis, WHO is addressing the resulting health crisis. We have already released more than $16 million from the WHO Contingency Fund for emergencies, but more is needed. The $123.7 million we are appealing for will be used to prevent and control outbreaks, to treat malnutrition, and to provide essential health services and medicines. In the Ethiopian region of Tigray, the drought is compounding a man-made catastrophe for 6 million people who have been under siege from Ethiopian and Eritrean forces for 21 months,
in which they installed
sealed off from the outside world with no telecommunications, no banking services, no electricity, and limited fuel. As a result, the people of Tigray are facing multiple outbreaks of malaria, anthrax, cholera, diarrhea, and more. This unimaginable cruelty must end. The only solution is peace. Earlier this month, a delegation from the US, European Union, United Kingdom, Germany, Italy, and Canada visited Tigray in an effort to facilitate peace talks. Following their visit, the US and EU issued a joint statement saying that swift restoration of electricity, telecommunications, banking, and other basic services in Tigray is essential for peace talks to go forward. So far, the government has refused. Since the humanitarian truce was announced in late March, some humanitarian aid has been delivered to Tigray, although nowhere near enough. In addition, the shortage of fuel and cash continues to be a major impediment to the distribution of aid and to WHO's efforts to respond to outbreaks, provide vaccination against COVID and other vaccines, and deliver other life-saving services. Finally, on COVID-19. Over the past 4 weeks, reported deaths globally have increased by 35%. Just in the past week, 15,000 people around the world lost their lives to COVID-19. 15,000 deaths a week is completely unacceptable when we have all the tools to prevent infections and save lives. We're all tired of this virus and tired of the pandemic, but the virus is not tired of us. Omicron remains the dominant variant, with the BA.5 subvariant representing more than 90% of sequences shared in the last month. However, the number of sequences shared per week has fallen by 90% since the beginning of this year, and the number of countries sharing sequences has dropped by 75%, making it so much harder to understand how the virus might be changing. With colder weather approaching in the Northern Hemisphere and people spending more time indoors, the risks for more intense transmission and hospitalization will only increase in the coming months, not only for COVID-19, but for other diseases, including influenza. But none of us is helpless. Please get vaccinated if you're not, and if you need a booster, get one. wear a mask when you can't distance, and try to avoid crowds, especially indoors. There is a lot of talk about learning to live with this virus, but we cannot live with 15,000 deaths a week. We cannot live with mounting hospitalizations and deaths. We cannot live with inequitable access to vaccines and other tools. Learning to live with COVID-19 does not mean we pretend it's not there. It means we use the tools we have to protect ourselves and protect others. Tariq, back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Tedros. We will now open the floor to questions, and we will start with the Financial Times. Donato Mancini is with us. Donato, please unmute yourself.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much for taking my question. I actually have two, I'm so sorry. I was wondering if you had seen reports today that Bavarian Nordic is unlikely to meet demand for monkeypox doses. I know you have expressed concern on this, but I was wondering if you had anything else to say. Should the company explore partnerships with other companies? Should they do tech transfer? Should more manufacturers be called in? Are there any other vaccines that we should be looking at to respond to the monkeypox outbreak? And more broadly, given this resurgence of quote unquote old diseases, such as polio or even monkeypox, is there a broad theme in why this is happening? Is this climate change? Is this global populations performing better surveillance? Is it a long tail effect of the pandemic on population immunity? I appreciate it's a broad question, but I'd be curious to hear your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Donato. So there are really two distinct questions here. Maybe we start with the first one on monkeypox vaccines. Maybe Dr. Simao can start there, and then on the second question, Dr. Brian may help.
Thank you, Tariq, and thank you, Donato, for this question. It's actually WHO is in touch with Bavarian Nordic specifically, but also with the other manufacturers, first to ensure to understand supply and the hurdles to increase manufacturing capacity and availability of this, of therapeutics and also of vaccines. And second, to discuss potential opportunities for technology transfer and voluntary licensing of this technology. So, and we are talking about this in the context where we do need more data about both vaccines and the therapeutics. So this is work ongoing, and we were happy to update as we get more information and the negotiations with these manufacturers continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Simao. Maybe Dr. Brian can take the second question on reemergence.
All right, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it is 9:29 in the morning on the East Coast. You are listening to the World Health Organization providing an update on monkeypox and COVID-19 worldwide. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we will be speaking with an economic expert about the fact that we told you earlier the pace of sales at U.S. retailers unchanged last month. We're going to talk more about that and explain what it means for you. That's coming up here in just about 2 minutes. Stay with us. All right, everyone, welcome back on Live Now from Fox. We have a lot to talk about, especially when it comes to the economy. So the pace of sales at U.S. retailers was unchanged last month as persistently high inflation and rising interest rates forced many households to spend a little more cautiously. Retail purchases were flat after having gone up 0.8% in June. That's according to the Commerce Department. They released that report earlier on today. Economists had expected a slight increase in July retail sales. A lot going on, as I mentioned, in the economy this week. So we are joined now by Dr. Mike Walden. He is an emeritus professor of economics at North Carolina State University to help break it all down for us. Thank you so much for being here with us. We appreciate it.
My pleasure, Josh.
All right, so start off by explaining, you were telling me during the break that it's actually a good thing that we did see no change at all.
I know this is perplexing to a lot of people, but what the federal government, particularly the Federal Reserve, is trying to accomplish is they want to take the temperature on the economy down. They want to slow things down. That's one way, not the only way, but that's one way they can corral inflation. We've seen this done many, many times in the past. They want to do this, however, without causing the economy to go in reverse. That is a recession. Very, very tough challenge. But when we have a number like retail sales, which is a very, very big number, very, very important number, showing it unchanged from the previous month, that's actually good news because it shows that perhaps the Federal Reserve is moving forward on their goal of slowing the economy down. We still have jobs being created. So if they can pull off a situation where people begin to spend a little less, yet they still are employed, that would be a major accomplishment in our fight against inflation, as well as to keep the economy moving.
All right, so a lot of good information there, and I do have a few other questions for you about what we saw yesterday. We were talking about the Walmart numbers showing that they actually saw an increase in their profits there for the second quarter. It appeared that they were going to expect a decrease, but it actually went up. So what does that mean for the average American?
Well, that tells me, and it's not inconsistent with the report today, but that tells me that people are beginning to change where they are buying their retail products. And Walmart, of course, a major retailer, a major discount retailer. So it tells me that people are moving away from perhaps higher priced retailers to lower priced retailers in order to try to accomplish what they need to accomplish for their family, yet try to take some of the pain away from high prices.
And you'll have a lot of people who will say the Inflation Reduction Act, which was signed into law yesterday, won't really help inflation. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I agree, and it's not a partisan comment. It's not a bill. I think it was a bill that was named that because that's what people want to hear. But if it's going to have any impact on reducing the inflation rate, it's a long way off. I don't think there's any way that it's going to reduce the inflation rate in the early months of this. Now, that's not to say the inflation rate won't be reduced. I actually think we've seen a peak already in the inflation rate. We may start to see it decelerate. We actually did see a lower number in July. The question then for me becomes, is the Federal Reserve going to continue to try to slow the economy until they get to their preferred rate of 2% of inflation? That's what we had pre-pandemic. Or are they going to perhaps say, all right, we've got it down to 4 or 5%, we're done, and we're going to start lowering interest rates? I actually think that's what the stock market thinks is going to happen, and that's one reason why we've seen the stock market be rather bullish later. So what I'm going to keep my focus on is still the Federal Reserve. Are they going to continue to raise interest rates? And reading between the lines when the Federal Reserve speaks, what does it appear to be their goal for inflation is? Is it going to be 2%, or will they settle for something higher?
And I do want to discuss the housing market because we did have builders say earlier on this week they believe that we are in a housing recession, which made a lot of people say, well, if we're in a housing recession, we're in an actual recession. Your thoughts?
Well, we did have 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth. Now, those numbers can be revised. I think they will. I think we've gotten into an area here debating recession, no recession. I don't think that's very productive at this point. I think clearly the economy is slowing, and I agree with the folks in the housing market. Of course, we've had a boom in the housing market. Anything less than a boom, I think those participants are going to say, well, we're in a recession. But my sense right now is that until we see some slowness in the job market in particular, the group that calls recessions, officially calls recessions, which sits outside the federal government, it's a bunch of academics like me, they're not going to say we're in a real recession. But again, I think that's sort of beside the point. I know it's politically important, but I think, again, the focus right now for people should be how much will the economy slow, how high will interest rates go up, and what is the ultimate goal of the Federal Reserve in terms of inflation? Is it 2%, which is where we were before all this started? People hardly were concerned about inflation, or is it something higher?
And of course, we get on Thursdays the latest unemployment numbers. What are we expecting to see tomorrow as far as an increase, a decrease? What are we expecting?
Well, I think the job market, we've already seen, this again gets a little confusing for people, and I apologize, economists are like that, but there are actually two surveys of the job market. One where the surveys talk to people at their homes, the other where they go to employers. And we're getting mixed signals there. The numbers when they talk to employers still are robust. We have over 500,000 jobs created last month. But if you look at the survey where they're talking to people, there's actually been a downward trend in those jobs. So I would expect at some point we're going to see those employer numbers also get weaker. So I'm looking for the labor market to actually slow, maybe not a decline in jobs at the business level, but certainly lower gains.
When you combine all of this that we are seeing, talking about the retail report, Walmart, the housing market, what does it say to you?
It says to me we're in a slowdown. We're not in an official recession where we're going backwards. It says that to me that we're still moving ahead in aggregate, but at a slower pace. And again, that's exactly what the Federal Reserve wants to have happen. They want to accomplish what's called in the business, my business, a soft landing, where they can bring the inflation rate down without having the economy crash into a recession. And that's been pulled off a couple times. Greenspan did it a couple times in the 1990s. But if you go back 40 years, which of course this current period is being compared to with inflation, we had a crash. We had inflation at 13%, and the economy had to go through a very deep recession in order to get that down. That's what that's what policymakers don't want to have happen today. But right now, I don't see us in a crash. I see us, however, in a slowdown.
And so I do want to point out, back to the retail report from this morning, I was talking about the fact that it hasn't changed. However, there were actually some positive signs there. Excluding autos and auto parts, retail sales actually rose 0.4%. So that's a little bit of good news, right?
Yeah, and I think this makes sense to me, at least, that people are going to try to conserve because their wages are not going up at a comparable rate compared to inflation. They're going to try to cut back on non-necessities. So maybe having maybe upgrading your vehicle, maybe trading in your vehicle for a new car, maybe buying new tires, all those sorts of things. You can delay doing that. And so it certainly makes sense to me. The housing market, the same thing. People are shying away from buying homes. They're not going to add on to their homes, et cetera. So it makes sense that people first, when they have to cut, they're going to go to the non-necessities. They still need to eat. They still need to pay the electric bill, et cetera. So it makes eminent sense to me.
All right, Dr. Mike Walden here. Anything else that you want to make sure that we do mention?
Well, we're in a challenging time. I think the inflation rate kicked up primarily because we had a lot of money thrown into the economy under two administrations to deal with COVID. We didn't know where COVID was taking us. And in some sense, this is payback, if you will, these higher prices for all that money that was thrown into the economy. I'm not questioning our decision makers because we didn't know where COVID was going. But now we're in a challenging time of trying to undo that. It's not an easy job to do, but keep your focus on the Federal Reserve. Really, the administration can do very, very little. The Federal Reserve really is the point agency in this in order to try to bring inflation down without causing a recession. So when the Federal Reserve talks, pay attention.
All right, awesome advice there. Dr. Mike Walden, thank you again for joining us here on the program. We appreciate it, and I'm sure we'll be talking to you again soon in the near future.
Thanks, Josh.
All right, thanks for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. All right, everyone, welcome back on Live Now from Fox. I do want to bring you out to Switzerland again, where the World Health Organization is still holding this briefing on monkeypox and on COVID-19. I do want to listen in to see what they have to say.
Of these, especially rapid diagnostic kits or any novel diagnostics. So that's the first question. The second one, how does WHO compare any sort of latest developments in monkeypox diagnostics between high-income and low-income countries, especially with respect to ensuring equitable access? Thank you.
Thank you, Vijay. Maybe Dr. Lewis can start.
I can start. So for the diagnostics, our laboratory teams here in headquarters as well as in all the regions and countries around the world are working very hard to bring a diagnostic capacity to countries, particularly lower and middle income countries that need support in accessing diagnostics. So this primarily at the moment remains PCR. There are some commercial entities that have been validated through a WHO process and therefore recommended for direct procurement and or support to countries directly so that they have the test kits necessary to do the PCR testing. At the moment, there is not yet a validated, to my knowledge, a validated rapid test, which is also a space that we are monitoring on an ongoing basis. And WHO would certainly be engaged in validating rapid tests if they become available. We know that a number of entities, whether academic or commercial, are working in this area, and so we will continue to monitor that and bring information to you when we have it. Regarding the latest developments in high and low-income countries, I believe that question was about access. So I will refer to Dr. Mariangela.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Vijay, and I think you covered most of it, Rosamund. But just to add that, of course, access in low and middle-income countries is a very, very reasonable concern for all of us, and we are working, as Rosamund just mentioned, with developers and organizations that work with manufacturers to develop new technologies, including, and most importantly, for the rapid diagnostic tests that you mentioned, to be developed and be available at affordable prices for the developing world. So this is work in progress at the moment.
Thank you very much. And then we will go now to Nina Larsson from AFP. Nina, please unmute yourself.
Yes, hi. Thanks for taking my question. I just wanted to go back to Bianca's question on the case of the dog who's infected by humans. Just if you could say a little bit more about what the main concern would be about that. If it's the fact that the virus can spread further, if it's spreading in animals and humans at the same time, or if you're concerned that we'll see more dangerous mutations, perhaps if the virus is spreading in different species. Thank you.
Dr. Lewis again.
Sure, thank you, Nina. So first of all, the concern is, of course, for the household where infection may be occurring. We're not talking about this particular case, of course. We're talking about households in general. There are other members of the household, adults, children, and pets. And so obviously the concern is to prevent infection of any member of the household. And of course prevent onward infection from any member of the household to any other member of the household, which we have seen happen in other outbreaks in the past. So protecting members of the household through isolation, through regular cleaning, these are all important strategies and tactics to help for people to protect the ones that they are closest to, their loved ones in their homes as well as in their communities. Regarding movement of the virus into an animal population outside the household, certainly as soon as the virus moves into a different setting in a different population, there is obviously possibility that it will develop differently and mutate differently. That's a theoretical possibility. Right now, we don't have information on that because we don't have any reports. We are working closely with the World Organization for Animal Health, and they also have Q&A on their website, and we do work with them on these issues to bring attention for those who are working in this space. I think Dr. Briand would like to add.
Let's just go first to Dr. Mike Ryan, who wants to add something on this, and then we may hear from Dr. Briand as well. Dr. Ryan, go ahead.
Thanks. And Sylvia making the same point that I'm about to make. It's just, again, in terms of caution, clearly in this particular case with the transmission to a dog in a closed domestic setting, with having one animal infected is not unusual. It's not unexpected that would happen. What we don't want to see happen is disease moving from one species to the next and then remaining in that species as a species, moving around within a new species, because that's when a virus can adapt to that new species. And in adapting to that new species, it is incentivized to evolve as such. We see this, and this is probably the more dangerous situations, as we've seen in other situations, is where a virus can move into a small mammal population with high density of animals, and then it is through the transmission between one to the next to the other animal. And it's through that process of one animal infecting the next and the next and the next that you see rapid evolution in the virus. So it's usually amongst those smaller mammals where you see a virus being able to move quickly in a dense population, and then the virus evolves very quickly. I don't expect the virus to evolve any more quickly in one single dog than in one single human. So in that sense, in this particular situation, this particular animal is the member of a human family, and is just an animal unfortunately exposed to the virus. And in that sense, we want to make sure that anybody around a person, a case, that you don't infect people in the household with you, you don't infect animals in the household with you, if that can be avoided. So having that normal precaution of not infecting humans or animals around you is very important. And but not to become overly concerned in general, and for people out there, pets are not at risk in the same way as most of the general population are not at risk of contracting monkeypox. We need to remain vigilant, we need to remain cautious, but at the same time, animals and pets do not represent a risk to people right now. It is important, and it is to be commended when people who have animals either try to protect those animals, or if those animals become sick or become infected themselves, that they seek care for those animals, as has happened in this case. So those individuals are commended for the action they've taken. So in that sense, I think it's important that we don't allow these viruses to establish themselves in other animal populations. Single exposures or single infections in particular animals is not unexpected, however. Thank you.
Yeah, just to complement, thank you, Tarek. To complement a bit, we have seen those infections in the past with other zoonotic viruses where they contaminate a new species, but usually it's a dead end. I mean, it stopped there because the virus is not very fit for this species, and so sometimes it's only stopped there, and it's just one case. So here, what is interesting, as Rosamund mentioned, is that we never had those kind of reports, so it's the first time. It means that a dog can be infected, but it doesn't mean that a dog can transmit the disease and infect other dogs, nor does it mean that the dog can reinfect human if it is infected. So I think what we try to really here to give as a message is what we need is to be cautious, as Mike said, vigilant, and prevent further transmission, because those viruses, the more they transmit, the more they can evolve. And every time they invest or infect a new species, they can acquire different properties and then evolve. So it's very important just to monitor the situation and all together be vigilant and prevent further transmission. Thank you.
Thank you all. We will now go to Bloomberg. We have Dong Liu with us for next question. Dong, can you please unmute yourself?
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to follow up with a question on the monkeypox vaccine. Earlier you were talking about breakthrough infections. I just wanted to ask if you could elaborate a little bit on how many doses those people who had breakthrough infection had before they had a breakthrough infection, and also could you provide an early estimate in terms of how often this has happened? Thank you. No, so is this the Janus vaccine?
Dong, I think the question was about breakthrough infections among the vaccinated people. Dr. Lewis?
Yeah, thank you. I didn't hear the second part of the question very clearly. The first part of the question, I don't think we're going to discuss individual studies here today. As that information continues to come in, we are monitoring it extremely closely. What we would like to see is some randomized controlled trials wherever that may still be feasible, and supporting countries to do that, and also some observational studies wherever vaccine is being rolled out. There are different study designs that can also be attempted to support what information we can collect in the context of the rollout of the vaccines. And we do expect to have this type of information coming out, which does not give us the whole answer because they're not randomized controlled trials. And over time, we will need to triangulate all that information to see what are the best estimates we can come up with.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. We will now call on Gabriela Sotomayor from Mexican outlet Proceso. Gabriela?
Hola, thank you. Thank you very much, Tariq. Nice to see you. On monkeypox, in Mexico, the cases have doubled in a week. They are not doing tests. And on the website of the health secretary of the health minister, there is no clear information, nor are men warned that they have sex with men. And, you know, there's no warning at all for men that have sex with men. So about vaccines, there are no vaccines. So I would like to know your comments, to hear your comments on the situation and what could happen in Mexico if if this continued like this. And second, if you allow me another question on Ukraine. If you can comment on the Russian attacks against the Zaporizhia, I don't know how to pronounce it, the nuclear plant, the dangers to which the population are being exposed. There may be a catastrophe there. So I would like to hear your comments, your concerns, and if you communicated with the Russian government on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriela. There are two separate questions. Let's go to Dr. Mike Ryan to see if we can address some of them. Dr. Ryan.
Hi, great. Thank you. I think we will follow up directly on Mexico. This message is for all countries. Countries need to obviously take monkeypox seriously. I'm not aware of the specific issues you referred to in Mexico, but we will follow up through our Pan American Health Organization, our American regional office in Washington, and engage with the government in Mexico. My understanding is the government of Mexico takes the epidemic seriously and are taking action. But we will take up your concerns with them and be assured of that. I am quite surprised. I know this is quite a specialist group, but it's interesting to be asked questions only about monkeypox, even though
All right, so if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it is 9:56 in the morning on the East Coast. We are approaching that 10 o'clock hour. It is 6:56 over on the West Coast, approaching the 7 o'clock hour. Thank you so much for choosing to start your day with us, or if you've been up for a while, thanks for tuning in at all. We appreciate it. So what you can see is the World Health Organization there is providing an update on monkeypox and COVID-19. However, most of the questions that you are hearing there are related to monkeypox. So we will get back to that in just a second. We are monitoring all of our other feeds from across the country and across the world. So if anything pops up, we will send you over there. But if you look up to the top right, you can see the New York stock market has opened. It is down almost 200 points there. And if you look down to the bottom right, that is where Russian astronauts are set to perform a spacewalk that will go on for 6 to 7 hours. Pretty cool stuff. And yeah, you can see through that camera that we don't just have cameras here in our country and across the world. We have them out of this world as well. All right, so if you look off to the left side of your screen, you will also see the top stories that we are working today. That includes Liz Cheney, who lost the Wyoming Republican primary and conceded to her opponent, who had been backed by former President Donald Trump. Rudy Giuliani scheduled to testify before a special grand jury in Georgia in that election probe today. We actually saw him arrive about an hour ago to the courtroom. No word yet on if he's left or what he plans to say during that testimony. He was asked questions as he was entering into the courthouse, but did not want to say anything. Also, the pace of sales at U.S. retailers did remain unchanged from June to July. That's according to a report released this morning by the Commerce Department. We'll have more on that throughout the day. But I do want to listen back in as the World Health Organization does continue their briefing, answering questions about the monkeypox outbreak. All right, so it does appear that the audio has been lost on that feed. When they started the feed about an hour ago, there was no audio, so it appears that they are having some technical issues. I will continue to listen in here, and if we do have any audio, I'll bring you back there. But again, that is a look at everything that we are covering today here on Live Now from Fox. It is now 9:59 in the morning on the East Coast. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back, though, with a live look at all of your top stories. Stay with us. Hey, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next hour or so to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. 10:01 if you're joining us on the East Coast, and it is 7:01 if you are joining us on the West Coast. As we always do, we have feeds coming in from all over the country and all over the world. So I do want to take you over to Serbia. That is where the NATO Secretary General Jan Stoltenberg is speaking with the Serbian president in a joint news conference that started just moments ago. I do want to dip in and listen to what they have to say.
Queens will always support that. They would always have their back for that. And we are in a very difficult position in that regard to be fully open. For us, this is a lose-lose situation. Simply, it's very difficult. But, you know, when you've been put in the corner and when you have no place to move, to maneuver, I said this to Jens Stoltenberg and everybody else, please do not expect Serbs to enjoy and say how they're having really nice time. There is a new generation of kids, of young men in the north of Kosovo and the entire of Kosovo. They will not put up with this anymore, and it has no longer anything to do with me, with Jens, with where we grew old. This is new generation that will not put up with the terror. They do not see Kosovo as an independent state like 22 out of 27 countries EU. They see Kosovo as territory of Serbia, and of course in accordance with the 1244 resolution in the international public law. So there are a lot of problems, and what's important for us that with the help of KFOR we should preserve peace and preserve stability, and we hope that there will be enough wisdom to reach a solution by compromise.
Is ready to act, and KFOR is ready to intervene, and of course we can do that also on short notice. We have the capabilities, we have the forces, they will be deployed where needed. We have presence already in different places in Kosovo, and we have increased our presence in the north, and there are regular patrols, including in the north. I visited KFOR not so many months ago, and I was updated in detail about their presence, their ability to deploy and to act and intervene when needed. But of course it will be proportionate, and it will be and it will reflect the needs and the challenges we face. But just the fact that we have close to 4,000 troops in Kosovo demonstrates a strong commitment and helps to diffuse the situation. We have to remember now that the KFOR mission in Kosovo is now NATO's biggest military mission outside NATO. And at the Madrid summit, heads of state and government recommitted to the KFOR mission, and I welcome that allies and partners continue to provide the forces and the capabilities to ensure that KFOR can fulfill its mandate. Let me also add that KFOR, of course, works closely together with other actors, including the EU police mission, EULEX. NATO is not the first responder, but when things get really difficult, really dangerous, then we deploy and we act as we did at the end of July.
We'll try to take one final question, Politico.
Thank you very much. I have two questions. First of all, Secretary General, given the rhetoric that we've been hearing in the recent incidents, how do you see the level of risk at the moment for a possible escalation in the region? And then for President Vučić, Prime Minister Kurti said earlier this week that there is a risk of Russian involvement in the Serbia-Kosovo relations, increasing chances of a conflict. How do you respond to his concern? Thank you.
Of course, there is always a risk, and therefore it is important that we have the meetings taking place today and tomorrow, and therefore also welcome the fact that President Vučić decided to come to NATO, and of course also engage in the EU-facilitated dialogue tomorrow. I will meet Mr. Kurti later on today, then I will of course, get his assessment. My message is fundamentally the same, that everything has to be done to prevent escalation. NATO will do its part by sending a clear message from KFOR, by being very clear in our communications that we will intervene, we will act when needed. The best thing is, of course, to prevent and avoid the need for increased NATO presence, but we are there. And just the presence and the clear messaging from the commander of the KFOR forces, from me, from the whole of NATO, I think helps to de-escalate and prevent escalation.
Thank you very much for asking the question. First of all, I don't believe that there are any kind of concerns real concerns from Albin Kurti and Pristina side. And it's about political narrative, political rhetoric, in which you can use everything against the other side. And it's always easy, as you know, to tarnish someone. And for me, it's even much easier to refute all these claims, because for 180 days so far, we've been listening about Serbia's possibility and Serbia's wishes to invade either some entities, either some countries in the region, and that was going to happen 5 months ago, 4 months ago, 3 months ago, 2 months ago, a month ago, now, and it didn't happen so far. Which means that they were actually lying about it, and there were no rebooking from anyone in the world about this kind of narrative against Serbia. And it's always easy, just to use the current political situation against someone else with no real arguments. That's why I was asking even NATO to scrutinize the situation in Kosovo and to tell us when did it happen and where did it happen when Serbian forces crossed that, we would say, administrative line, they would say country border or whatever you call it. It means that what we need, it's a rational approach. What we need, it's talks, it's compromising solution, and it's not something and someone's desires to find solutions in which someone might blackmail Serbia or someone might order Serbia how to act, and we wait for mutual recognition. If we don't, and if that don't happen, then it'll be Serbia's fault. We found a culprit finally, and that's it. No, it doesn't work like that. We need to talk to each other. We need to see what would mean and what would be a real compromising solution, and we are ready for that. But for this kind of narrative and talks, we can just deny it. And I also know that we'll never hear a word sorry for all these false and fabricated claims against our country. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This concludes this press conference. Thank you.
All right, so if you are just joining us on Live Now from Fox, it is 10:09 in the morning on the East Coast, and that right there was a joint news conference with the NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg alongside Serbia's president. This all comes ahead of Serbia and Kosovo holding some high-level crisis talks. That is planned for tomorrow. The European Union mediators hope it will de-escalate growing tensions in the Balkans, where Russia has been trying to further increase its influence amid the war in Ukraine. This, by the way, a rare face-to-face meeting between the Serbian president and Kosovo's prime minister that again will be held over in Brussels. We are expecting Jens Stoltenberg with NATO to hold another news conference a bit later in the morning, speaking with Kosovo's prime minister. But again, all of this happening ahead of Serbia and Kosovo holding some high-level crisis talks tomorrow. All right, so it is now 10:10. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will be right back. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. We say it time and time again, but we have cameras all over the country, all over the world, and now in space. So NASA actually giving us this hit here showing that we do have a Russian spacewalk. There are 2 astronauts there that are doing that spacewalk that is expected to last for somewhere between 6 to 7 hours. All of this going on at the International Space Station. And again, this is a live view showing that spacewalk. I do want to listen in to see if you can hear audio of them in space.
And we're about to unlatch the ring. The ring is unengaged or disengaged. And that is where we need to go, Dennis. Do you see where Era is? Oleg, what are you busy with right now? I'm making sure that Dennis is doing the right thing. Dennis, and what are you doing? I'm doing the same thing to Oleg. Okay, so let's start to move slowly. Be very careful around the solar arrays. They make them unuseful one day. Hey, MLM. Haven't seen you for a while. From the outside, that is. Hello, I think we're here.
All right, so you're probably hearing that we lost some audio there, but that audio is coming from space, so it's not surprising that it is going to go in and out a little bit there. But I do want to take you back out to some of our top stories, because we do have a lot going on today, and I do want to get right to it to kind of, if you're just waking up, you know, see what is going on across the world and across the country here. So as predicted, Representative Liz Cheney has been defeated in the Wyoming GOP primary, losing to Harriet Hageman, who has been backed by former President Donald Trump. Hageman received about 66% of the vote, while Chaney received only 29%. Chaney, a third-term congresswoman and daughter of former Vice President Dick Cheney, has been one of Trump's fiercest Republican adversaries in Congress. During her concession speech, Chaney described her loss as the start of a new chapter in her political career, hinting at a run for president in 2024. So again, Liz Cheney defeated there by her challenger, Harriet Hageman. So the pace of sales at U.S. retailers was unchanged last month as high inflation and rising interest rates forced many households to spend there more cautiously. The Commerce Department reported this morning that retail purchases were flat after having gone up 0.8% in June. Economists had expected a slight increase in July retail sales, but obviously that did not happen. There were some positive signs, though. Excluding autos and auto parts, retail sales actually rose 0.4%, and purchases of building supplies and garden equipment held up, as did sales at electronics and appliance stores. Lower gas prices likely allowed some shoppers to increase their purchases of other items. Gasoline sales did plunge 1.8%, reflecting the drop in pump prices. All right, Rudy Giuliani, the former New York mayor and attorney for Donald Trump, scheduled to testify in Atlanta today before a special grand jury that's investigating attempts by Trump and others to overturn Trump's 2020 election defeat in Georgia. We actually saw maybe 2 hours ago, cameras were there as Rudy Giuliani arrived at that courtroom in Atlanta. We are waiting, though, to see what he had to say and if we get any more information out of that courtroom. The cameras are still outside, so when he does eventually leave, it is likely that we will have another feed of him exiting. Now, questioning is expected to take place behind closed doors, and it's not clear how much Giuliani will be willing to say, especially when you consider his lawyers have been informed that Giuliani is a target of an investigation. All right, so I am receiving word that the audio has returned on the World Health Organization's feed. They're holding that news conference where they are answering questions about monkeypox and COVID-19. So now that that audio is back, I do want to listen in.
And I also appeal to the Russian government urge to choose peace, because both the Ethiopian government and Russian government, if they want peace, they can make it happen. And I urge them both to resolve this issue peacefully, and it's in their hands. I cannot take the other side of both to be on equal footing. They're not. This thing can be addressed unilaterally by the Ethiopian government and unilaterally by the Russian government. Thank you, and Tariq, back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Tedros. Thank you, Dr. Tedros, for this powerful comment. And we wish everyone a nice end of the week, and see you next time for our next press briefing.
All right, well, that does conclude that hearing from the World Health Organization, I should say news briefing, where they were answering questions about monkeypox and about COVID-19. As you'd imagine, though, most of the questions that they did receive were about monkeypox. We now know that here, just in the U.S., there are more than 12,000 confirmed cases of monkeypox since the start of that outbreak, which began back in May. So we went over our top stories, but I do want to get back to one that we have been following throughout the morning. I want to talk a little bit more here. Sorry about that audio that you are hearing. Let's get out of that here. All right, there we go. Well, let's talk more about Representative Liz Cheney's major loss in Wyoming to her opponent, who's been backed by former President Trump. Cheney's loss came in a landslide. The third-term Congresswoman has been a major adversary of Trump. As Fox's Doug Luzader reports, the win, so to speak, for Trump comes as his legal battles are heating up.
Trump is urging a federal judge to release documents related to the FBI search of his home, just as he savors what he sees as a political victory in Wyoming.
This primary election is over, but now the real work begins.
Liz Cheney promises to keep fighting, but she lost in a blowout last night in her Wyoming primary. And she had become one of former President Trump's most vocal critics, even helping lead the committee in Congress investigating his role in the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Trump supported her opponent, Harriet Hageman, calling Cheney's loss a referendum on the never-ending witch hunt. But tomorrow he faces another battle, hoping a federal judge in Florida agrees to media requests to release the affidavit used to justify the FBI search of his home.
That's the curious thing when this judge has this hearing. He's going to look a bit foolish when he upholds this seal on the basis of a Department of Justice that's been leaking like a sieve.
And speaking of leaks, there are leaked reports that the FBI has interviewed former Trump White House lawyers about the handling of classified documents. And Trump's former national security advisor dismissed claims that the former president had a standing order to declassify many documents in his possession.
I never heard of it, never saw it in operation, never knew anything about it. The president never said anything to me during 17 months there. I just think it's a complete fiction.
Now, any president does have broad authority to declassify documents, but this investigation also goes beyond whether the missing documents were actually classified. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, Doug, thank you so much for that information. So to recap there, third-term Congresswoman Liz Cheney losing the GOP primary in Wyoming to Harriet Hageman, who has been endorsed by former President Donald Trump. During her concession speech, Chaney took a shot at Trump and hinted at a potential run for president in 2024, comparing herself to Abraham Lincoln. I do want to play that part of her concession speech for you here on Live Now from Fox.
This is not a game. Every one of us must be committed to the eternal defense of this miraculous experiment called America. And at the heart of our democratic process are elections. They are the foundational principle of our Constitution. 2 years ago, I won this primary with 73% of the vote. I could easily have done the same again. The path was clear. But it would have required that I go along with President Trump's lie about the 2020 election. It would have required that I enable his ongoing efforts to unravel our democratic system and attack the foundations of our republic. That was a path I could not and would not take. No House seat, no office in this land is more important than the principles that we are all sworn to protect. And I well understood the potential political consequences of abiding by my duty. Our republic relies upon the goodwill of all candidates for office to accept honorably the outcome of elections. And tonight, Harriet Hageman has received the most votes in this primary. She won. I called her to concede the race. This primary election is over, but now the real work begins. The great and original champion of our party, Abraham Lincoln, was defeated in elections for the Senate and the House before he won the most important election of all. Lincoln ultimately prevailed, he saved our Union, and he defined our obligation as Americans for all of history. Speaking at Gettysburg of the great task remaining before us, Lincoln said that we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from this earth. As we meet here tonight, that remains our greatest and most important task. Most of world history is a story of violent conflict, of servitude and suffering. Most people in most places have not lived in freedom. Our American freedom is a providential departure from history. We are the exception. We have been given the gift of freedom by God and our founding fathers. It has been said that the long arc of history bends toward justice and freedom. That's true, but only if we make it bend. Today, our highest duty is to bend the arc of history, to preserve our nation and its blessings, to ensure that freedom will not perish, to protect the very foundations of this constitutional republic. Never in our nation's 246 years have we seen what we saw on January 6th. Like so many Americans, I assumed that the violence and the chaos of that day would have prompted a united response, a recognition that this was a line that must never be crossed, a tragic chapter in our nation's history to be studied by historians to ensure that it can never happen again. But instead, major elements of my party still vehemently defend those who caused it. At the heart of the attack on January 6th is a willingness to embrace dangerous conspiracies that attack the very core premise of our nation, that lawful elections, reviewed by the courts when necessary and certified by the states and Electoral College, determine who serves as president. If we do not condemn the conspiracies and the lies, if we do not hold those responsible to account, we will be excusing this conduct, and it will become a feature of all elections. America will never be the same. This is not a game. Every one of us must be committed to the eternal.
All right, so that was Liz Cheney speaking there, saying that she called her opponent to congratulate her, and not too long after, Harriet Hageman gave her victory speech. During that speech, she took aim at President Biden and his administration, as well as Cheney herself. Here is that part of the victory speech.
Wyoming has spoken on behalf of everyone who is concerned that the game is becoming more and more rigged against them. And what Wyoming has shown today is that while it may not be easy, we can dislodge entrenched politicians who believe they've risen above the people they are supposed to represent and serve. Yes, Wyoming has spoken, and we have made it clear that we are taking our country back. By our vote today, Wyoming has put the elites on notice. We are no longer going to tolerate representatives who don't represent us. Wyoming has made clear that we are done being governed by the Washington, D.C. uniparty. Those Democrats and Republicans who don't really care which party is in power, just as long as they are. Wyoming has sent the message that if you are going to claim to live in Wyoming, you better damn well live in Wyoming. Wyoming has drawn a line in the sand that if we put you in power, you will be accountable to us, you will answer to us, and you will do what is in our best interests. And if you don't, we will fire you. Wyoming has put the politicians on notice, not just here, but all across this great country, that our representatives work for us and not the other way around. I have spent the last 25 years fighting to protect our water rights, our property rights, and our constitutional rights. I have taken on the EPA, the USDA, the Fish and Wildlife Service, the Forest Service, and I've won. I have a record of success in the courtroom, and I intend to have a record of success when I represent you. Right now, we have the most dangerous and the most destructive administration in U.S. history. President Biden and the radical Democrats are solely responsible for record-breaking inflation, record-breaking illegal immigration, record-breaking human trafficking, record-breaking drug running, and record-breaking energy costs. The wreckage that we are seeing is not by accident, but by design. And it is imperative that we focus like a laser beam on blocking any further damage to our republic. When I am representing you, I will not waste any time. I will fight every day to block the destruction of our country. Wyoming deserves a real representative in Congress, one that understands Wyoming, one that loves Wyoming, and one that loves Wyoming as much as all of us do. I will be accountable to the voters and citizens of Wyoming because I am one of you. And just like you, I am sick and tired of not having a voice in the U.S. House of Representatives. Today we have succeeded at what we set out to do. We have reclaimed Wyoming's lone congressional seat for Wyoming. And what an incredible trip it has been. Traveling this beautiful state and hearing from the great people of Wyoming has been the opportunity of a lifetime. For our efforts to culminate in such a decisive win, it has confirmed that our message and our commitments have resonated with my fellow citizens. Very simply, the people of Wyoming want someone dedicated to them. We want a government that works for us and not one that only works for the elites in D.C. We want a Congress that actually legislates, not one that delegates its lawmaking authority to administrative agencies in violation of the very foundation of our constitutional structure. We want our members members of Congress to fight for our small businesses and our families, not politicians who abdicate their legislative responsibilities while blaming the unelected bureaucrats for the mess that we are in. We want a representative in Washington, D.C. that is focused on protecting Wyoming and on furthering our agenda. Wyoming wants a representative fighting to put America first, to put Wyoming first, to put you first. And I am that representative.
All right, so that was Harriet Hageman speaking there after she did win in that race, defeating Liz Cheney there in Wyoming. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but first I do want to take a look at the Dow Jones and the stock market in general, because as you can see, it's down about 200 points today. Again, we're talking the Dow there at 33,955.84 cents. We're going to step away once again for that 2-minute commercial break, but we will be right back. Hey, good morning, everyone. I'm Josh Breslow. Time now is 10:36 if you are joining us here on the East Coast, and over on the West Coast, it is 7:36 in the morning. Thank you so much for joining us here, and as always, we are covering top stories not just from this country and the world, but also from space. I do want to take a look at one feed that we are watching very, very closely this morning, and that's coming to us from the International Space Station. There are 2 Russian astronauts there who are performing a spacewalk that is expected to last somewhere between 6 and 7 hours. A long spacewalk there. We're getting some pretty cool images as we do here on Live Now from Fox, so I do want to listen in and see what those astronauts have to say.
So what's now? It keeps moving. Are you able to see the arm? We'll see the end effector clearly. You can probably see the end effector as well. We have about 9 more minutes to go. What if you move the camera this way? Yes, We can see in this position better.
All right, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, what you are looking at and listening to is a live view from space. That is the International Space Station, where 2 Russian astronauts are performing a spacewalk at the International Space Station, expected to last somewhere between 6 and 7 hours. Pretty cool that we can get a live view from up in space. I do want to listen in, though. We can hear part of their conversation as they're working the spacewalk and this mission. It's pretty cool to be able to listen in. And of course, it is in Russian, so there is a translator translating it into English.
Do that on his birthday. Ira keeps moving, keeps moving. It's in parallel to MLM at this time. Good. So we just keep waiting. Let's see what will be our next steps. We'll be installing a CLU camera. And we'll be translating. So, translating, no, this is your time for rest. That's what you are doing. Just make sure you will be well rested. There will be no time to get tired. Then we'll translate to CLU4 installation area. Very good. Did you take the camera? If it seems to still be attached to me. And Orlan lights can be turned off at this time. That is done.
Да. Что, слабая батарейка, да? Это правильно. Так, все ближе и ближе манипулятор.
So the arm is getting closer and closer to the installation area. Perfect.
Метр 20, наверное.
And would you assess the distance?
Метр.
Maybe a meter, 1 meter, 10 centimeters.
Бесшумно стала работать Ера.
Ira is moving silently, very quiet.
Да, смазали. Молодец, Сергей.
Sergey is doing a good job. Well, we've been training it, so now it is well trained.
Да, на прошлом выходе такого не было.
That was different last time.
All right, so what you were just watching was the Russian spacewalk, but I do want to get you to some breaking news that is coming in out of Los Angeles. This is our LA station providing video of a very large structure fire. You can see the building, the flames are shooting from that building, a lot of smoke and a lot of crews working that fire. I know they do have their helicopter out there, so you can hear the reporter who is providing this report. I do want to listen in because as of right now, the information is very, very limited, except that there is a very large fire at that building. All right, it does appear that the helicopter reporter who was reporting the information just turned down his volume, so we unfortunately do not have that audio for you. But you can see very close, as we take a close-up view there, the fire crews that are on the scene, several of them working to fight this fire. As we zoom in there, it almost looks like it says pharmacy, so I'm going to assume this is a building that is used as a pharmacy based on that sign. There does appear to be extensive damage, as again, you can see a lot of crews are there on the scene. We are checking with our Los Angeles affiliate to get some more information, but this is all going on right now, so the information is very limited, and it could be a little while before we do get some more information. But again, you can see those massive flames. It appears to be the Medicine Cabinet Pharmacy is what the sign out front does say. The helicopter zooming in there to those flames, and you can see it is an intense fire. It appears many of the firefighters realize how intense the flames are, so they are staying back and are working at this point to figure out how they are going to put it out without putting themselves in danger. This massive fire at what appears to be the Medicine Cabinet Pharmacy. It says, medical supplies we deliver. It is a pharmacy building there in Los Angeles, but the information we have is extremely limited. We are checking with our Fox affiliate and waiting for another report from their crews that are out there so we can get a little more information, but that is a close-up view of those incredibly intense flames. All right, so we are still looking live at this massive fire over in Los Angeles. This appears to be a pharmacy building that has caught fire. We're talking massive flames there, but information is extremely limited. We just know at this point that it is in Los Angeles and it is burning. Those flames are incredible there as those firefighters work to figure out how to put that out. Again, there is no information from our Los Angeles crews just yet. They sent the helicopter out there and were able to get an image of that fire as those firefighters are spraying water, trying to put this out. There's no word at this point on a cause, injuries, anything of that nature. This is likely to be an active situation for quite a bit, so we will keep it in one of our side boxes. And if we get any additional information, we will let you know as soon as we can. All right, I do want to head back to space where those cosmonauts are doing their spacewalk, and I want to listen in as we do wait for more information on that massive fire.
Okay, let me get closer to you.
Да, высота у нас соседи. Да. Могешь? Да, здесь я перейду.
Yes, translating now.
Какой там у нас поручень?
Which handrail do we have? It will be closer to the installation platform. 4102. Copy, 4102.
Подожди. Мы только пришли тут.
Stand by, we have just arrived.
Надо осмотреться.
We need to look around.
Так, вот он манипулятор.
Okay, I see where the arm is. This is the installation area. And the lab is over there.
Да. Так, это вот это место же, да?
So this is the location, right?
Так, ну вот мы подошли к поручню номер 1.
We are by handrail number 1, and here we can get attached. Yes. Prepare seal your camera. And the installation is now go. Okay, copy. Okay, then go ahead, prepare it.
Так. На мне два карабина.
I have 2 hooks on me here.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're approaching the 1-hour mark into today's spacewalk by Oleg Artemyev and Denis Medvedev. They began their spacewalk at 8:53 a.m. Central, 9:53 a.m. Eastern Time with the opening of the hatch to the Poisk airlock on the space-facing side of the International Space Station. They are in the process of setting up all of the tools associated with the installation of the first of 2 cameras on the elbow areas of the 36-foot-long European robotic arm. The camera light units that help illuminate work that the arm will be doing along various areas of the Russian segment of the station in the vicinity of the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module. These elbow cameras to be installed will provide great visual cues for the Russian cosmonauts working not only inside the International Space Station's Russian segment, but for the spacewalkers of the future themselves.
And this is the handle. Okay. So the connectors are on my side. And it needs to be facing the end effector.
Right, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you can hear the audio is going in and out. That's because this is coming from space. What you have is them narrating what is a spacewalk for Russian cosmonauts. 2 of them are performing that spacewalk over at the International Space Station. You could hear there, they just passed the 1-hour mark, and they are expected to go for, it appears, 6 hours and 45 minutes, give or take a few minutes there. What you're hearing are those cosmonauts who are speaking and kind of narrating this entire situation, and then you do have a translator working to translate that, because what we're watching is actually through NASA. So I do want to continue to listen in because these images are incredible.
There should be Velcro on the side, perhaps, or maybe you will just hold on so it's not in the way. So make sure it's out of your way. Okay, we'll do that. So which wrench are we using first? ERA 6. Okay, I have it. Okay, I will hold on to the flap and you will push the camera onto the installation spot. All right. Okay, that's working out.
Так, а почему у нас тут нету? Там я вот два отверстия наблюдал, не три.
So I watched, looked,
И они вот
there were
второе отверстие, ответное, вот где три.
two openings, not three. No, that is correct. So it is going to be attached on 3 bolts. That is correct. 3 bolts. Okay, now I'm screwing them on.
А, и вот тут третий нам надо еще.
Okay, we need a third one. No, no. No, this one.
Нет, это который сначала эти надо. Нет.
These will go first. Just engage them first.
Так, теперь что? Теперь моментным вот этим надо.
Now the ratchet wrench. Right after engaging.
Можете попробовать сразу моментным, может быть.
You can try the ratchet wrench at this time. May work.
Ну да, мы об этом и говорим.
That's what we are talking about. No, I thought we should engage it a little more at first.
Так.
Олег, сюда не надо пока устанавливать.
No, Alex.
Устанавливаем болт номер 2.
Not yet. Start with bolt number 2. That should be the first one.
Наживляю.
I am just engaging it. I'm not screwing it all completely.
Нам нужно притянуть болт номер 2, номер 4, номер 5.
Number 2.
Пока не трогаем.
Number 4, number 6. Don't touch bolt number 5. Don't touch number 6 yet.
Прижму как-то. Угу. Так, сначала номер 4, так?
Okay, start with number 4.
Да?
Right?
Нужно
Yes.
затянуть 2, 4, 5.
Tighten number 2, number 4, and number 5.
Да, вот этим ключом ER6 просто от руки
ER6
затяните, потому что на ключе
Range. You can
ER4,
turn it by hand because number 4 that will need ratchet wrench will not need great torque. Okay, number 2 is tightened. Now I'm taking the ratchet.
Второй, четвертый, пятый.
Now number 2, number 4, and number 5.
Сначала сразу этим моментом крутить или сначала барашком все прокрутить?
Should I get the ratchet right away or by hand first? By hand first.
Так.
Okay.
2 прокрутил.
2 done.
И 6 теперь.
Now number 5, not 6, number 5.
Не крути пока. Вот.
All right.
Посмотри, если тебе будет удобно, в принципе, можно сейчас поручень этим ключом открутить.
Also, if convenient, you can attach the handrail as well.
А за что держаться?
What am I supposed to hold on to?
Хорошо, ну, да, тогда...
Okay, no, just forget it.
Страховать же надо. Залезть на сумку, ключи ее.
Because it will need to be secured by tether first. Okay. Stand by. Let me adjust the position, and I will try to hold it on here. Okay. Who decided to design boats like that?
Так, а ключ как гидролаборатории не работает. Вот так. Проскакивает.
So it's not quite engaging. But okay, 3 bolts have been tightened. At least preliminary.
Так, сейчас. Так, моментный ключ у нас в круглосбеке.
I understand that the ratchet wrench is in the crew log bag. Yes.
All right, everyone, welcome here to Live Now from Fox. Russian cosmonauts continue their spacewalk right there. We say cosmonauts because that is how astronauts are fielded by Russia or in the Soviet Union there. So that's why we say that right there for everyone right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. It is a new hour here. New York City, beautiful. Look there at the Statue of Liberty, 11 o'clock out on that East Coast, 8 a.m. on the West Coast. We got you covered, as always, right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go out to Governor Ron DeSantis out of Florida. He's speaking right now. We'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox.
And in spite of all the headwinds that we see with the inflation and the energy coming out of Washington, and oh, by the way, what have they done? They just stuck you with 87,000 new IRS agents, and they are going after you. People say they're going to go after billionaires. Do you know any billionaire that doesn't already have accountants and lawyers? Of course not. They do this every day, and that's just how they do. So they are going to go after independent contractors. They're going to go after small business people. They're going to go after someone that may be driving an Uber or a handyman or all these things. And why would they do that? Because you're not going to be able to contend with the audit. So they're going to crush a lot of people by doing that. And I think of all the things that have come out of Washington that have been outrageous, this has got to be pretty close to the top. And I think it was basically just a middle finger to the American public that this is what they think of you, all these problems we have to deal with, and they think the way is to do 87,000 IRS agents. There's going to be more people in the IRS than in like a lot of these other agencies combined now. You know, they're not putting very much might down at the border, I can tell you that right now, but they want to be able to do it and unleash them on American taxpayers. And so that's wrong. Fortunately, you know, that's one of the reasons we don't have an income tax is because if you don't have an income tax, you don't empower revenue agents. Once you do that income tax, that gives them the ability to really go in and potentially target. And it's going to be targeted at people that the government doesn't like. I mean, let's just be honest. We've seen how this operates. You know, you have these enforcement agencies that basically represent one faction of the country, and they are going after the other. So I think it was horrible what they did. I can't believe that you would think that that would be something that you would want to do. But, you know, in Florida, we've continued to plow ahead. We're going to continue to work really hard to counteract a lot of the bad things that are coming out of Washington, D.C. Now, we're here today to highlight continued movement on education in the state of Florida. We're really proud that when all these other states were shutting the schoolhouse door and locking kids out of school, we made sure that our kids had a place to be in school in person. And that has been a huge benefit. And the places that kept them out for, some kept them out for 6 months, some kept them out for a year. Those places and those students are going to suffer lasting harm. They turn their back on the most vulnerable members of our society when they lock the kids out of school. We weren't going to do that in the state of Florida. And I would also note, the madness doesn't seem to ever end. Philadelphia just imposed a mask mandate on school children. And now at this point that this stuff is harmful for the kids because they need the verbal cues, they need to be able to read expressions, and that used to be just standard up until COVID hit. Then they all backtracked and they didn't want to acknowledge that science, and so they wanted to justify forced masking. Well, we obviously won that battle in Florida, but now you still have people clinging on to this as if this is somehow scientifically valid. And the thing is, they will force these young kids to do it, and the adults are not doing it. And so you're really targeting the people who are at least risk for this. So that's madness, and it defies common sense. So we're happy and we're proud that we stuck with the actual data, that we put the well-being of our students first, and also that we've been very strong on supporting parents' rights. If you look at what we've done since I became governor, when I got elected, I said we were going to eliminate Common Core, and we did. So we no longer have Common Core in the state of Florida. We've developed BEST standards, is what we call them, that is actually focusing on the core academic subjects and academic achievement. We've expanded school choice in the state of Florida. If you look all in, we've got about 1.3 million students statewide on various choice programs. Now, some of that will be a private scholarship where a parent can take. Some of it is going to a charter school, which is a public school, but it's not necessarily operated by the school district. But then, because we've had a lot of choice over the years, now within school districts there's a lot of opportunity for choice. And so that is a huge amount of parents that have been able to make a meaningful choice about the best school for their kids, and we're proud of that. I said that we were going to eliminate the FSA, and we did. So last year was the last year that the FSA is administered. We're now moving this year to progress monitoring. This is going to be a trial run. And then next school year, that will be a part of the evaluations. But to do one big test at the end of the year, when the kids then go on summer vacation, and so you have no opportunity to remediate, didn't make a lot of sense. And so much of the effort was dedicated towards preparing for this one test. And so we said it would be better to do progress monitoring, where you do this periodically throughout the school year. You actually get real-time feedback. That helps the teacher, it helps the parents, and ultimately will help the student. So we think that that's a much better way. A lot of people thought that FSA was so ingrained that we would never be able to go, because some of this stuff is just inertia, but we were able to put a contrasting vision out, and we were able to do that as well. We also, in the budget I just signed, well, actually, starting a few years ago, we started putting in a teacher salary categorical in our budget. So, we fund schools, but a lot of times the school districts are able to make decisions on what they want to use it for, and part of that makes sense. But we put a categorical, says you have to spend this on raising teacher salaries. So we did that in 2020, 21, and then this year we had the largest teacher categorical in the history of the state of Florida. So we had $800 million that had to be spent on raising teacher salaries. We also had record funding for K-12 overall, which some of that could also be used for that as well. And one of the ways what we focused on salaries over the last couple years is raising the average minimum salary that was paid in school districts. And the reason is because, we want to be able to recruit more people as we have vacancies. You're hearing a lot about national teacher vacancies, and we actually have less per capita than the nation average, and way less than some of these other states per capita. But the fact is, we want this to be attractive, and it's not all about money, but if you can do better. So our 2.5 years ago, we were about $40,000 for the average minimum salary statewide. Obviously, some of the rural counties were less than that. Some of the urban were more. but we've now raised that with this year's budget. When all this money goes into effect, we will have gone from $40,000 to over $48,000 for the average minimum salary, and so that's a huge increase. We've also raised overall average salary. 3 years ago was about $49,000. After this year's budget goes, that money goes in for salaries. You're going to end up probably over $54,000 for the overall average. And so we're going to continue to do that momentum because we think it's really, really important. But that's a big deal, and that's putting your money where your mouth is, and we're happy that we were able to do that. We were probably in the bottom half of states for average minimum salaries. Now we're definitely in the top 10. You know, this changes because different states do different things, but we're number one in the Southeast right now for average minimum salary. So we're proud of that, and we think that that's going to help our teacher recruitment efforts. And so we are here talking about ways to continue to bring good people into our school system. You notice that some of the results that we've been able to have over the years. Last year, Education Week, quality counts, student achievement for K-12 schools, we ranked number 3 in the country for K-12 achievement. If you look at the most recent NAEP scores, we were number 4 and number 6 respectively in 4th grade reading and math. But if you adjust that for demographics, which the Urban Institute did, Florida ranked number 1 in 4th grade reading and 4th grade math when adjusted for demographics. So we like to see progress, and I think it's as a result of having put a lot of attention into education. You know, there's some places where they ignore it, and we think it's very, very important. So we want to continue doing that. It'll be interesting to see how these test results come out in the lockdown states where the kids didn't even have access to in-person education. I can't believe that that's going to be very good for the test scores when you're talking about things like the NAEP and some of these other important exams. We've also been able to do things like advocate for early literacy. So we've had huge emphasis on that, and basically the insight on that is if you are not reading at level by the time you're in 3rd grade, the chance that you drop out of school goes up dramatically. And so if you're reading at level by 3rd grade, the chance that you'll graduate high school is much, much higher. And so we think getting in on those early years is very, very important. So we've done a lot of initiatives to focus on that. We've also done a lot to focus on workforce education. I'm a big believer in people should have multiple pathways. And yes, people are always told about going to college and university, which is important, and that's a great pathway for a lot of people. I think it's a good pathway in Florida because we haven't let the universities raise tuition. Since I've been governor, we've had a tuition freeze, so you can actually go as a state resident, you can go into a state university, and you end up paying, I think it's between $5,800 and $6,500 depending on our institution a year. You cannot find that anywhere else in the country. And so our view is education's important, but so much of the tuition increases you've seen over the years across the country, that ends up feeding administrative bloat within these universities. It's not going to increasing the quality of the education. And so we said, here's what you're going to get. And you should be able to provide a good education as a result of that. And the results speak for themselves. I mean, our higher education system for public is ranked number 1 by U.S. News and World Report. And part of the reason it is because it's actually affordable. Going $100,000 into debt with some degree that's not worth very much, it's a huge millstone around the necks of a lot of these kids. Many of them end up in jobs they could have had at a high school. So that's kind of the worst. You go through all this, you go in debt, and then you're at a job you probably could have had when you were 18 or 19 anyways. And so, look, if you go $100,000 in debt and you end up with an engineering degree from MIT, you're probably going to be okay. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say you're going to be fine. There's going to be a lot of people that want you to work for them. But there's a lot of, I think, colleges and universities around the country that are offering substandard products for very, very high prices. So we're doing the opposite. We're focusing on quality and affordability, and so it's important. However, having said all that, and as important as those pathways are, a 4-year university is not the only way you can be successful right now. Certainly with our economy, there's huge demand for people that have concrete skills in various professions, and we're putting people through high school who are getting certifications. You look at our state colleges, we've done stuff in the Panhandle to expand commercial driver's licenses so we can have more truck drivers, diesel, people that work on the trucks with the diesel, very important jobs. And these are jobs that are paying very, very well. So you have an opportunity to get those skills, have basically zero debt, and you're making a good living very, very quickly. And then some of these things, like people go into electrical or HVAC, they go in, they work, they make a good living. A lot of them can start their own business. So it's an entrepreneurial thing. So we've been emphasizing there's various pathways here, and not one isn't better than the other. Certainly just having a piece of paper does not make you better than somebody that doesn't have that piece of paper. And I think that because we've emphasized that, you've seen more people embrace those pathways. First of all, it's important for them to be able to have opportunities to make a good living. It's also important for our economy. I mean, we need people filling these key roles, particularly when you look at things like logistics, and we've worked so hard on that. That's what makes the economy tick. You've seen with the supply chain disruptions that we've seen over the last couple years. It's been a big problem, and it could potentially get a lot worse if we don't do our part. So we are doing that. We're very, very proud of that. We're also proud of really focusing the education on core academic subjects and not have ideology or indoctrination into the K through 12 schools. How you would think that it would be appropriate to have these elementary school kids being told, and they are doing this in other states, being told, some 6-year-old boy, well, you may really be a girl. That is inappropriate and that is wrong. And so we put a stop to that in Florida. We weren't letting that happen. You look at some of these other states, they have actually guidelines saying that you need to be doing this stuff. We need to be focusing on adding, subtracting, reading, and writing. We don't need to be getting into these social things in the elementary school. And so we're proud to have been very strong on that. But what we also want to do is teach kids about our country, prepare them for citizenship. And so we've done very, very strong on American civics. And we do it in the middle school. We do the exam. We're now doing the exam for high school seniors. We've launched a civics and debate initiative. We got a $5 million donation, and now we're putting in money. But that is something that has taken off. So I think we have 60 of the 67 counties now are participating in this, and this just was launched a couple years ago. We also have a program for teachers. They can get a $3,000 bonus if they go through the Civics Academy, where there's instruction on kind of the core facets of the Constitution, the founding of the country, all these important principles. So we think that that's something that's very, very important, because someone may go off into business, medicine, law, go off into the workforce, but everyone is going to be a citizen and have certain duties. And we want to provide people with the foundation to understand, what is it about America? How are we different than the societies that came before? And how are we different, quite frankly, than the societies that have come after? That's one of the reasons why we have recognized in Florida, in statute now, with my signature, November 7th as a day to remember victims of communism. You had 100 million people killed by communist regimes, tens of millions just in China under Chairman Mao. And yet, you don't really hear as much about that, and we think it's important. So we're doing that, and then on that same day in schools, kids are going to be given instruction about the horrors of these communist regimes. We have probably more people as a percentage that have escaped from communism in Florida than just about any other state. And so it's really important that we let people know that that's a much different system, and let people know what the results of that system were. I can tell you this, during the Cold War, and then even now when you continue to have communist regimes like Cuba and other places, you don't see very many people struggling across oceans, trying to climb walls to get into those communist dictatorships. You don't see that. They're not trying to get into North Korea. You're not seeing people leave from Key West to try to swim to Cuba. That doesn't happen. It's the opposite. You have people that will try to swim from Cuba to Florida. You have people, of course, during the Cold War, that wanted to get out of a place like East Berlin. And so that speaks a lot. But it's important that we continue to do that. So civics is important in understanding the values that are important. And that kind of brings me to think about what we're talking about today with our teacher recruitment. Because if you think about the values and the principles that our country stands for, they wouldn't amount to very much if you didn't have people that were willing to wear the uniform and go out and risk their life in defense of those values. And so anybody that signs up and serves in our armed forces is effectively writing a check payable to the United States of America for an amount up to and including that individual's life. And you don't know where you're going to be called. You don't know if you're going to be called. But when you are called, you are putting yourself out there as somebody that's willing to give up your freedom and your life on behalf of your fellow citizens. And so that's a noble calling. And those are people that we respect a lot. I think hopefully throughout the whole country, but I know certainly here in Northwest Florida, we respect very much. So what have we tried to do to kind of take that service ethic and those values and then help our communities in other ways? I mean, we're proud that we've been a very strong state for veterans. You notice, like, you Navy people, anytime you get stationed in Florida, they never give up their Florida residency. They always keep it. You go from Pensacola to Norfolk, they still keep they keep Pensacola. You go from Mayport, to Bremerton, they keep the Florida. And so we're proud of that, and we believe that veterans offer a lot to our communities. Just being citizens and being people that are role models and that could be looked up to, but also being able to be active participants in our society. You serve 20 years and you retire as a senior chief, you're 40 years old. You've got opportunities to do a lot more. And so we want to harness that. We want to harness those experiences. And I can tell you, you can sit in a university lecture hall, but that does not supplant what you learn in the life experiences with being in those military units, understanding how to lead people, understanding how to be in difficult circumstances. And so our view is that those folks are bringing a wealth of experience and knowledge. I think the students look up to them. I think it's a big deal. So we want them to look to our education system as a place where they can land and continue to serve our communities. And so we signed legislation earlier this year that was providing a pathway for military veterans to become teachers here in the state of Florida. And the Board of Education is meeting here in Pensacola today, and they're going to be implementing rules that are going to help with this transition. But the bill that I signed earlier this year says very simple. If you have 4 years of active duty military service, if you've been honorably discharged, if you have a minimum of 60 college credits with a 2.5 or better grade point average, and you have a passing score on the subject area exam for the course you want to teach, you're going to be able to get a 5-year temporary teaching certificate. You'll be eligible to be hired as you work to get your 4-year bachelor's degree. So if you look at places where we need to fill spots, where better to look than folks that have already served our country in a variety of different ways. And so the board is going to be formalizing that rule today. And I just want to say thank you to the Florida legislature. The Florida Senate passed that bill unanimously. And so you hear some stuff, like I've heard some people, like in the media, try to, look, if I get out of bed in the morning, they will criticize it. That's fine. I get that. I don't think it's very illuminating for the public, but I think that's just what they do. It's almost like a tick and a reaction. That's just what they have to do. If I came out and said the sky was blue, they would fact check that and say that was wrong. And so that's why people don't trust them. But nevertheless, that's just what we have. But I would just point out that this had universal support. Because I think people realize that, if you want to fill some positions, let's make it so that people have a good pathway to be able to do it. And I think it's important, you know, obviously you got to have a certain amount of aptitude to be in front of students. No one's disputing that. But the idea that somehow you can never set foot in the classroom until you finally have that 4-year degree, you know, I don't agree with that. I mean, I think that this is an important pathway, and I think it makes a lot of sense. We're also, incidentally, the Board of Education today, they're going to put a rule change that's going to require Florida's public colleges and universities to award credit hours and clock hours for courses veterans took in their occupations while they were in the military. So we want to recognize that here in Florida, and I think that's going to help smooth the transition for veterans to civilian life, and I think they'll be able to do that very, very well. And then yesterday, so that's an important bill we signed. It's an important rule that's going into effect on the military veterans. But we also are rolling out additional proposals to do even more with teacher recruitment. So yesterday I talked about 3 areas where we think we can make a big impact. The first is to look at, yes, military veterans, but also retired first responders like law enforcement and EMTs and firefighters. And what we're saying to them is, you know, any of those who already have a bachelor's degree, you know, if they want to come in and be teachers, we'll waive the teacher certification exam fees we've already do it for veterans, we will do it for the other first responders, and then if you take a position, you will be eligible for a $4,000 bonus. And if you fill a position where there's a critical shortage, and there's a couple areas where we have critical shortages, you will get another $1,000. So critical shortage, you're going to get a $5,000 bonus. Any other position you fill, you get a $4,000 bonus. And so I think this is in trying to incentivize people to continue serving their community, and I think we're making it worth their while. You know, we also did the big law enforcement recruitment package this year where we told people in Florida, too, who are new to law enforcement, they're eligible, younger people in particular, but we looked around the country and saw how poorly these law enforcement were being treated. So we said, you know what, if you come to Florida, 1, we'll appreciate you, but 2, you get a $5,000 signing bonus. And that's for municipal, that's for county, and that's for state agencies. Any sworn law enforcement can get that. So you actually could come down, do that, get the bonus as law enforcement, and maybe a few more years down the road, once you reach that, then maybe you can transition and to come in into our school system. So we're trying to incentivize, you know, a lot of the best in our society to continue serving here in the state of Florida. The second proposal we did is to establish a teacher apprenticeship program. And I'm a big believer that you learn by doing. And you can sit in a lecture hall, you can listen to some professor pontificate, but at the end of the day, the people that are good teachers, they get that way because they're there, they're interacting with students, they're watching experienced teachers and see what they do that works. You figure out what works, you don't. And so really being on your feet, that's how you become good at it. And so we believe having apprenticeships are important. So what you're going to do is people that have at least an associate's degree can do 2 years teaching under the leadership of what we're calling a teacher mentor to gain real-world experience. Now they'll be working to fulfill their 4-year degree requirement as that's going on. The teacher mentor, though, who is mentoring the apprentice, is able to get $4,000 for doing that. And so that's a great incentive for teachers to be able to be mentors. And it's not just an additional duty that's placed on them without any compensation. They actually get some compensation to be able to do it. So we think that that's something that's very, very promising. And then finally, we're going to provide scholarships for current high school teachers to earn their master's degree so that they can teach dual enrollment courses at the high school where they currently work. So what you'll see around the state, particularly in rural areas, is if a high school student wants to get college credit, they can't do it right on the high school. They've got to go and find a state college. We think it's important that, you know, you're a senior, let's say, you should be able to do all that right on your campus. So if the teachers are given the scholarship to get the proper credentials, then they're going to be able to do it. We did over 92,000 public school students in dual enrollment last year, and I think we'll be able to get over 100,000 very, very soon. You are earning high school, but you're also earning college credit, which will save you money because you can complete your degree quicker. So we're excited about the progress that we've made and that we're going to continue to make going forward. If you do well with the education, a lot of the other things later on down the line can sort themselves out much easier. I think that the times where students don't have adequate pathways, well, they grow up. I mean, what are they going to do? So we have a big responsibility to continue to make this a front burner issue. And oh, by the way, we've also been very, very clear, not just in rhetoric, but also in law, that the parents in Florida have a fundamental role in the education and upbringing of their kids. You as a parent have a right to know what curriculum is being used in your kid's school. You have a right to be involved in the things that are going on, and if a school district is not following the law or state standards, you should have recourse to make sure that they come in compliance with that. And we think that's very important. Honestly, if you go back even 10, 15 years ago, would anyone have even disagreed with that? Now you see an impulse where they say, parents, you're not qualified to be able to be involved. And some people say that parents should basically be shut out of really having any meaningful involvement. We reject that here in the state of Florida. First of all, the teachers want parents involved because the students are going to perform better if the parents are interested in what's going on. So anybody that tells you like somehow that's an intrusion is not. I mean, I think you talk to most teachers, they welcome parents to take an interest in what's going on. The only people that don't want the parents involved are those that want to use the school system to impose some type of agenda on the students because they know the parents aren't going to want that. And so if the parents are involved, they're going to throw a red flag, and then they're not going to be able to do it. So that's why they don't want the parents involved. We want the parents involved. We think it's very, very important, and we've provided substantive protections for the rights of parents here in the state of Florida. So this is a great, this will be a great day when they finalize these two rules here in Northwest Florida with the Board of Education, and it's also going to be great to be able to bring these other initiatives across the finish line when the legislature meets next. So before I depart, we want to hear from some other folks. So I have our Commissioner of Education, Manny Diaz, is here.
Thank you, Governor. And I got to tell you, this is the education governor. I spent 10 years in the legislature before taking this position to work with the governor and working on education reform. And what you have done, what you have led on in the last few months, it's just so hard to keep up with him, to be honest with you, because he's really, really doing it. And it's really, he's the education governor, but you can see the focus he's had on our military and our veterans and how Florida values that. And this all melts together here today because you can see a pragmatic approach to the reality that what you learn in school at the university level doesn't always apply. I can tell you I took a non-traditional route to become a classroom teacher, and when I didn't really learn what I was doing until they handed me those keys and that book, and I went into that classroom to face those students, and that's how I got better because I actually had to do it. Everything that you learned in school you kind of put aside and you have to attack the problem. But you're look at the pathways that just make pragmatic sense. To have somebody oftentimes that is already at a school working in another capacity be able to enter an apprenticeship and work with a mentor teacher to really hone those skills while they get their degree really puts a real effect in our classrooms that helps our kids. To have credentials available with the scholarship to create more dual enrollment opportunities for our students, especially in rural districts where they may not have as much access to a state college or university. It's incredible to be able to do that. And also the recruitment bonus. I mean, to get the military and veterans into the classroom, to get law enforcement and first responders into the classroom, these are people that have real world experience and can really contribute to our classroom, to our students. And I commend the governor for putting our students first and blocking out all the noise, all the negativity, and going forward with a mission that we're going to make life better for our students and improve our state. As the governor mentioned, we're going to be doing a couple of rules today here in Pensacola at the state board. And to let you know that, Governor, that the military veterans certification pathway, the rule will be passed today, hopefully. We already have 215 veterans that have applied, and this has only been around for a couple of weeks, so that's incredible. To go along with that, to honor our veterans and military personnel as well, that really ties into the heroes bonus and ties into the military pathway, is these folks in the military get real training, real life training they have to implement, and to be able to have our state colleges provide credit for that real life training and have them be able to do things with the skills they have learned, whether it's welding, auto mechanics, carpentry, any of the skills, computer information, all of that, and have credit to that, because that helps, that leads those individuals to be able to go down the military pathway. And it's really about putting our students first and having the best person in the classroom, not worrying about how they got there, but the skills they bring and the personality. And at the end of the day, with all the critics, I'll tell you this, we trust our professionals at the district, we trust our superintendents, we trust our principals to select individuals that fit in the classroom, that will do a good job. Just because they went through one of these pathways doesn't mean they automatically get in. So I want to remind folks that there's a selection process. This really provides us options, and I want to thank the governor for being the education governor and continue to lead our state. Thank you, Governor.
Okay, Joe Marino, Executive Director of Veterans Florida.
Thank you, Governor, Commissioner, and Representative for having us this morning. My name is Joe Marino. I'm the Executive Director of Veterans Florida. We are a state-created nonprofit which assists veterans who are transitioning within the state as well as across the country to move to Florida, find new careers, or start and grow their entrepreneurial endeavors. So this is right within our wheelhouse. I'm an Army veteran, West Point grad, sorry Navy town. I knew that would start it. And let me just tell you, I served with the most dedicated Americans you can imagine when I was in uniform. The adaptability, the creativity, the loyalty, the mission-oriented focus, we want that in the classroom. And this pathway is going to allow more veterans to come in who, while they might not have a full 4-year degree, as the governor mentioned, they're getting life experience. And in the meantime, they're still taking time out of their busy military career to get at least 60 hours or an associate's degree. Don't we want these folks in the classroom with our students? So I don't want to take up too much time because I want to hear from the veteran teacher himself. But thank you. We're really thrilled. We are currently part of the team that will probably implement this once, and hopefully if the rule passes. We have a skill bridge program. Those in this town are probably familiar with that. I won't get into the details. The governor signed it last year. We have a FHP, Florida Highway Patrol MOU, and we are bringing in troopers in training from all over the country to Florida. It's exciting, and we can do the same thing for teachers.
All right, Dr. Lee Hale, Assistant Superintendent, HR, Okaloosa County School District.
Thank you, Governor. Good morning. My name is Dr. Lee Hale. I am the Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources in Okaloosa County, a school district just about 45 minutes east of here. I would like to thank, absolutely. I would like to thank Commissioner Diaz, Superintendent Smith, Okaloosa Superintendent Chambers, and of course the Governor for having me here today to express my excitement over this new measure for veterans. You know, it's a pleasure to be here just a stone's throw from the Pensacola Naval Air Station, but my home, Okaloosa County, might be the most protected piece of real estate in the world, being home to the largest Air Force base in the world, Eglin Air Force Base, along with Duke Field, Hurlburt Field, the 7 Special Forces, a Ranger recruitment station, as well as the 8th District for the Coast Guard. So we're very, very proud of our military folks in our area. It only makes sense that not only having such a military presence, but also having such a magnetic part of the world with the emerald waters and the white sands, that people do call this their forever home, just as you mentioned earlier, Governor. And so we do have a significant number of qualified veterans that can contribute to our school districts, and we're very excited about that. Veterans represent some of the smartest, most capable, experienced individuals our country has to offer. And in Okaloosa County, we are proud to have many, many veterans already working in our schools and with great success. Our veteran teachers bring so much to the table: experience, leadership, discipline, an understanding of protocol and procedure, patriotism, which is very important, and an appreciation for service. They demonstrate it every single day in our classrooms. They know that the students they teach are the future of our country, and they take that fact and their responsibility very seriously. Our veterans are a critical part of our instructional staff in Okaloosa. This new certification path will provide a wonderful enticement to the other veterans who are around, seeking a new career path that's rooted in the values that are part of their personal fabric, things like personal enrichment, service before self, teamwork, integrity. And I'm very blessed. I was not aware that all these uniforms were going to be around me today, but I feel much safer and very proud to be among them here today as well. This measure is an acknowledgement of their service, their life of protecting our freedoms as they seek to embark on a new way of positively impacting our country through Florida's public education system. It just makes all the sense in the world. Extending just a bit of grace and time to complete the requisite tasks that are associated with teacher certification is just one way to extend our gratitude for the sacrifices of not only our veterans, but their families that they've all made for us. And the benefits to our school districts, as we seek to fill these critical vacancies, these critical shortages with great people, well, those benefits to the districts are just innumerable. And our students are going to ultimately be the benefactors of this measure. And by the way, I did watch the press conference yesterday. I'm quite interested in the recent announcements that you made, Governor, about the incentives for the first responders who might want to become teachers, as well as incentives for our experienced teachers who might seek to improve themselves through advanced degrees to help through the dual enrollment programs and things like that. Very interested to see how that pans out, so I appreciate that as well. I'd like to thank Governor DeSantis for making all this possible, being the champion for education that you are, sir, and for investing in our schools. And I'd like to encourage all those veterans in Florida who are seeking to make a difference in the life of students to call your local school district and ask us just how we can assist you in this new and most rewarding career choice. I know that we in Okaloosa, as well as my colleagues here in Escambia and all across the Panhandle, are standing by waiting for your call, but not standing by much because our phone is already ringing off the hook, sir.
Thank you. Okay, now for Director of West Florida High School's Critical Care and Emergency Medicine Academy, Terry Thomas.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you. I'm very thankful. What am I thankful for? I'm thankful I joined the United States Air Force in 1978. I'm thankful I became a firefighter in the United States Air Force. I'm thankful that during my period of enlistment, I became an EMT, I became an intermediate EMT, and I became a paramedic and finished paramedic school 3 months after I separated from the Air Force. I also went to rescue school when I was in the Air Force. Then I went to registered nursing school as I finished 3 years of volunteer firefighting in Allentown, just north of here. Okay, so for 24 years in one capacity or another, I worked in those jobs. I've been an emergency room nurse. I worked 6 years in a trauma intensive care unit. I did 6 years of home health. I did 4 years of outpatient chronic hemodialysis, which is unusual to say the least. But that's what I've done. And then I was notified that there was a job at Pensacola High School in the Health Academy. And I said, well, I've done a lot of teaching. You know, paramedics and registered nurses and firefighters are teachers too. You're always teaching families, but I'd never taught children, so I went and I got the job. And I showed up, and the first little girl in my class, I'm teaching her son right now. And I won't use any names today, but she was sitting in my very first class. I walked into that podium and did whatever I did, and in just a few minutes she raised her hand and said, Mr. Thomas. That was unusual. Nobody ever called me Mr. Thomas. And I said, yes, ma'am. And she said, have you ever taught before? And I said, no. I've taught adults. I've done this, that, and the other. And she goes, she looked at her classmates like that, and she goes, we could tell. And she said, don't worry, we'll take care of you. And they did. They did. They took care of me, and they taught me how to teach. It was just amazing what happened that year. So I'm thankful for the opportunity to be a recipient of the program that you're proposing. I came to Escambia County. They looked at my background, and they said, okay, we'll take a chance on you. And they let me start teaching in Escambia County. I went to the alternative certification program at the University of West Florida. I got all the teaching requirements as far as education goes that I had to have, and so I'm locally certified in Escambia County, and I'm thankful for that. The academy at West Florida High School where I teach, in the end, I've pushed out over 600 seniors over this is my 20th year now. And they can be certified as an EKG technician. So I teach them how to read an EKG. Seniors in high school know how to read an EKG and tell you if you're having a heart attack or not. They can get their emergency medical responder certificate. They can become certified clinical medical assistants. They just have to pass the test. And this year, the first year, they can become an EMT in high school. So we're associating with George Stone. They're going to list me as a co-instructor, and I'll be able to teach all the didactic and theory in school. And then they go to a little summer camp right after they graduate. They've already done their clinicals. They ride an ambulance with Escambia County EMS for 36 hours, and when they come back to school, their eyes are that big because of the things they do and see. So I'm thankful for this program, and I'm thankful for the kids that I've been able to learn from and to teach. So thank you very much.
Well, we're excited. We're excited about the rules today. We're excited about our proposals going forward, and we're always excited anytime we can make it back to Escambia County. And so with that, I can take a question or two. Yes, sir?
Governor, across the country, the teaching profession is being criticized for low pay, lack of support. Why should our military members want to teach here in Florida?
Well, you raise an issue with the pay, which we obviously have been sensitive to. That's why we put so much money into it, record amount of money in the state of Florida, and telling the districts you've got to use it to increase pay. Because there's a lot of other things you can spend money on, and I'm not saying that there aren't things that are meritorious, but if you can get somebody that's really talented to be a teacher, that supersedes all the other factors because they're going to be able to inspire the students. So we've done a lot on the teacher pay to now make us #1 in the Southeast for average minimum. So if you're somebody who is in the Navy here or in the Air Force over at Okaloosa and you're getting out, you can now go in and start, and you're going to be better than any other state in the Southeast right off the bat. And so we think that that's good. And then obviously you'll get a bonus on top of that. Now, I do think that there's been problems with some of the stuff. Some of it was during the COVID on how these schools handled and the states handled this. The unions wanted the schools closed. They sued me in Florida to close the schools in the summer of 2020. Most teachers in Florida wanted to be back in the classroom because they understood how important it was. I mean, think about it. The union was suing me to try to get the schools closed because they were saying teachers are not essential. I think most teachers think they are essential. And it's like, if you can just do this on Zoom, then why do we build all these schools? Of course you need to be in the classroom. It was such a no-brainer. But I think that really hurt morale around the country because you basically had governors and mayors and unions saying, you can lock kids out of school for a year, just put them on a screen, and it's fine. And you actually had some of these public health bureaucrats saying, oh, yeah, keep them out. The kids are resilient. They'll be fine with it. Now, everyone's cataloging the damage that was done in all these other places. So I think it was really unfortunate how that happened in many parts of the country. I understand. I would be very frustrated too. So what we're trying to do in Florida, and that's when you're going with military, trying to get like some of our heroes in society, pointing them in the direction of being in our schools as teachers, we're saying we view that as a very valuable thing. We think it's important, and we think you can make a huge impact on folks. We're going to do more on the pay, and I'll have an announcement on that in the coming weeks, but nobody has delivered more for teacher pay than me. in the history of this state, and this budget to have $800 million categorical that has to go to that, and then also have big increase in our overall funding, that more districts can put even more money into it, and many of them have. You know, that's a really, really big achievement, and it's something we're proud of. All right, everybody, thanks so much. God bless.
Good job, guys. Thank you.
Inside the councils of power of the Bush-Cheney administration.
Well, I was working with Bob Joseph.
They were going down this path, although it was publicly identified by Alariza, which was excellent. After the verification that Natanz was an area that was probably developing a nuclear capability, the Israelis at that time had done quite a bit of planning. The dynamic in the region at that time was a little different than it is today. They had access to certain airspace they could fly over if they had to go in and attack Natanz and take out that capability. The problem with the Israelis, they didn't have what's now today described as hard, deep buried target weapons. So Natanz is buried deep, and it takes a certain type of weapon to do that, which the U.S. obviously has. The dynamic for us was, obviously that's the last resort, and at least I'd like to think so. The military's job is to get out of work if you can do it. But we had a lot of planning. We coordinated with close allies. And there was a push by the Israelis during that period, and Ambassador Bolton and Joseph can remember this. There was a belief in the West, the U.S., that Israel was going to go ahead and attack Iran. I remember distinctly getting a call from the Secretary of Defense's office said, "We will not give Israel any more intelligence until we settle this thing." It was delicate. What I am saying, though, is that there's a military aspect to this that is part of the whole equation. Iran needs to realize there is an alternative to bad behavior. Last resort, but an alternative. We've been planning for that for 20 years, and it continues today. And obviously the Iranians play the game. There was an article this week in one of the papers that talked about the 20-year history of this, not necessarily Al-Arisa's part, but the different administrations that have been in power over the years. And I would kind of describe it as, this is the way I wish the world was, and this is the way we'll treat it, policy a little bit. And so what I'm saying is that great work on a lot of people's part, many of them sitting here, but there's no military alternative that Iran needs to know is there, and that's what we prepare for.
By way of a very quick follow-up, perhaps answerable with a yes or no, is it safe to say that 20 years of talking about a strike on the Iranian nuclear complex has made the enterprise of striking the nuclear complex of Iran harder because they've had 20 years to harden their targets?
No, there's two parts. It is harder, so to speak, both figuratively and literally. And number two, they have a lot more capacity. The space that, like you said, it's spread out. So the longer we wait, the more difficult it will be. But there are alternatives, I will tell you that.
Senator Lieberman, I think it's safe to say that we have seen an evolution on the part of both parties on the subject of Iran from 2002 to today. This would be illustrated, for example, by the fact that in 2007, then Senator Obama addressed AIPAC and vowed therein to shut down the Iranian enrichment program.
Right.
Of course, the ultimate nuclear accord that his administration led in negotiating and finalizing did not shut down the Iranian nuclear program. In the year 2020, if memory serves, none of the major Democratic candidates for president addressed AIPAC at all. How would you characterize the evolution in congressional survey of the Iran problem?
Thanks, James. I'm glad to respond to that. And I'd like to begin by setting my answer in the context of what we're commemorating, which is the report that Alireza Jafarzadeh issued on behalf of the NCRI right here at the Willard 20 years ago. And just to set the context, August of 2002 was less than a year after September 11th of 2001, when terrorists attacked the United States. So we were on Capitol Hill. We were working really in a remarkably bipartisan way to respond to that, creating the Department of Homeland Security. We had our disagreements, but almost none of them were partisan because the country had been attacked and we pulled together. John McCain and I introduced legislation to create the 9/11 Commission, which ultimately led to the broadest reform of our intelligence community since the beginning of the Cold War in the 1940s. So we were very, we were on alert, if you will. And while terrorists were at the heart of that alert on Capitol Hill, I'm speaking from the perspective of somebody who was in Congress then, and we understood that Iran was a threat going back to when it first seized our embassy and hostages shortly after the revolution occurred, and its links to terrorism, which was uppermost in our minds then, were pretty clear. But Alireza's NCRI's report in 2002, August, was jarring and riveting. And on Capitol Hill, it led to years of bipartisan support of essentially economic sanctions and other punitive acts against the Islamic Republic of Iran based on their development of what we took to be their clear development, though they denied it then and continue to deny it now in the face of overwhelming evidence, their commitment to develop nuclear weapons, let alone their support of terrorist organizations and the same. Thoroughly bipartisan all along until 2015-14, when the Obama administration joined with the so-called the others in the P5+1 to attempt to, based on a principle or a belief that somehow we could alter the behavior of the Iranian regime, and essentially in those negotiations, I'm speaking from personal perspective from Capitol Hill, they threw away the pressure that we had built up with these sanctions on a bipartisan basis over all those years for nothing. Basically, a pause at best, which the Iranian government.
You're referring to what's known as the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, or the JCPOA, otherwise known as the Obama-era Iran nuclear deal.
Exactly, and this is where this remarkable history of bipartisanship regarding Iran broke. It became thoroughly partisan, with almost all Republicans opposed to the agreement and almost all Democrats supporting it, except for a few of us who fought hard. I was out of the Senate then to try to stop it, and we failed. And I want to end this on two hopeful notes. One is that on Capitol Hill today, I see the beginning of a return to the bipartisanship on Iran policy, probably most visible now are tangible in the Bob Menendez, Lindsey Graham legislation put in recently. The final thing I want to say is to come back to why we're here. What NCRI did, and Ali Reza announced here in this hotel 20 years ago, almost to the day, was really extraordinary. Not the intelligence agency of our government, our allied governments with great intelligence agencies. This was a non-governmental organization that revealed something that a lot of us, including on Capitol Hill, did not. We suspected, but we didn't have that evidence about Natanz in Iraq. And that led to the policy that followed after that. Quite remarkable, really, that a non-governmental organization was able to do that. The other thing it said to us, although we didn't give it enough appreciation then, is that the NCRI was an incredible organization with significant support in Iran. You don't issue a report that Ali Reza did here 20 years ago by making it up at a desk in Washington. This came from people inside Iran, inside the Iranian government, who were resistors, courageous resistors.
That leads to this question for Ali Reza. And again, it's a little after 11. We have a hard out at noon. And I want to save some time for questions from the audience and my colleagues who are here. So I encourage our panelists to think of each other's time. But Ali Reza, obviously the movement that produced that news conference is very much still.
All right, everybody, you're watching Live Now from Fox. We were taking that D.C. roundtable with experts and, of course, former politicians as well. Let's continue our coverage here. It is the top of the hour. We will not take a break here. We're going out to Orlando, though. Attorney Ben Crump joining with the family of Tyra Sampson to update on the developments there in the investigation. Remember, this was the ride death that happened there months ago. This was at the free fall ride at Icon Park back on March 24th. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Steadfast in making sure that we don't let them sweep this black child's life under the rug, and that is State Representative Geraldine Thompson. Also, we have present with us LaWanda Gilzer, who is present, and a lot of the community activists, and Attorney Natalie Jackson and her are seeking office to make sure that people who are not often heard have a voice. With that said, we want to briefly just recognize, not only for Orlando, not only for St. Louis, Missouri, but for all the people across the world, that this young black child life mattered. Tyree Sampson life mattered. Yep. And his 15-year birthday would have been today. And this is so very difficult for his family. Yeah. But his father said he was going to come here and make sure that he had everybody who came upon Icon Park know that his son's life was taken senselessly because Slingshot and the other defendants put profit over safety. We will give you those updates if you have a brief questions after we hear from the two people who you need to hear from. First is going to be State Representative Geraldine Thompson, and then after that, she's going to make some brief remarks, and then you're going to hear from a father who's bearing his heart today on the birthday of what would have been his son's 15-year anniversary of his life. And so without further ado, I introduce you to my leader, our leader, State Representative Geraldine Thompson.
Good morning. We're here to honor the life and the contributions of Tyree Sampson, the things that he was able to accomplish in 14 years. And in the normal course of life, the ordinary course of life, you don't expect parents to have to bury their children. But this was not the ordinary course. The things that happened here were out of the ordinary. Seats being adjusted after inspection, after a permit, that was out of the ordinary. It was out of the ordinary that the young people who were operating the ride had not been properly trained. That was out of the ordinary. It was out of the ordinary that the signs with regard to height and weight requirements were not posted so that Tyree could make his own decision. That was out of the ordinary. And so I am here to say that we want this family, the father, the mother, all of the relatives of Tyree Sampson to know that I am drafting, and my very first bill as a member of the Florida Senate is going to be the Tyree Sampson law. Yes. Yes. And that bill will address many of the things that I just talked about that were out of the ordinary. And so for Tyree, this would have been his 15th birthday. He was on the cusp of manhood, and his life was taken during spring break because of the things that happened here that were out of the ordinary. But we're going to correct that with the Tyree Sampson law that's going to be filed on the very first day of the legislative session, and I will be the author of the Tyree Sampson bill. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Yarnell. And now, Mr. Yarnell Sampson, who's going to talk about celebrating his son's birthday at what essentially has become the site of a memorial for his slain son. Mr. Yarnell Sampson.
Yeah, how you doing? Wow. How everybody doing today? My name is Yarnell Sampson from St. Louis, Missouri. I want to say back home to my St. Louisans, also my East Siders. They're here with us as well. Unfortunately, a lot of them couldn't come because of the situation, but they wanted to come. So I wanted to let them know I thank you for their support. Also, Orlando community and also the worldwide. So let's get back to the basis. The basis why I'm here is celebrating my son's birthday. He would have been 15 years old. He was born August 17, 2007. When he was born, he was a star to me. He always will be a star. Since then, I'm gonna give you the updates with my health. Things is getting better mentally, physically, and spiritually. I feel like that I didn't sign up for this. God signed me up for this battle. So this mission is for equality for all black and brown communities, that we could come together as one, first and foremost. Second of all, it should be, his legacy should be a permanent memorial here. It should be now a reminder that this ride's still up 4.5, 5 months later. No memorial out here. I think we still on the same page. I don't know if they understand what I'm trying to do here. is give the proper respect to the dead. And the dead, he deserved that because he didn't sign up to die. He signed up to ride a ride, to have fun, and it led up to something else. I also want to say my son was a special young man. He was a bright young man, had a bright potentials and a bright future. He was a 4.0 honor student. I'm going to continue saying that because it was the truth. How would you feel if you send your kid to vacation, they're going to have fun, next thing you know, they don't come home? You know, that's a phone call no parent want to get. And unfortunately for myself, I found out through a video, through virally. So that was even more distasteful. But the point I'm trying to say, still a reminder, 4.5, 5 months later, and we still got this still distasteful situation standing right in front of us. It's a reminder.
Take it down.
It needs to come down. It needs a permanent memorial. Why is nothing out here stating this young man had passed away? Another thing I want to say, why was my son sitting 15 minutes unattended by himself? Where's the EMT response team at? Every amusement park supposed to have a response team supposed to be there less than 10 minutes. Why is my son sitting there 15 minutes with strangers unattended? It's a lot of questions to the answers I don't have answers. Questions to the answers I ain't got the answers yet. And I'm looking for the answers. I'm searching. So I'm here now for justice. Justice for Tyree.
Justice for Tyree.
That will never change. That's never going to change. Because at the end of the day, I was his protector and his provider. I work. If you look at my son's clothing, Onyx apparels, that's my job. That's my work history. I have a solid work history. I'm on the Riverfront Times Barbecue Man of the Year. I do community activist work. I love my peoples. At the end of the day, I love my son more than I love my peoples. Because that was my only seed. That was my only child. That was my everything. So I'm totally invested in this situation. I'm going to let you know. So I ain't going nowhere until I get this ride taken down.
Yeah. Take it down. Take it down. Take it down. So we're going to have somebody sing happy birthday.
Also, I'm not here to point fingers or judge anybody or say I'm mad. I'm more sad that I'm not celebrating my son's 15th birthday. So we're going to have a balloon release. We're going to have a temporary memorial. And we're going to give this young man his just due respect.
Amen.
And I want to say to my son's mother in St. Louis, she's doing her thing. We're going to support her as well. Because we both lost our child.
Exactly. Okay. So what we're going to do is sing just the first chorus of Happy Birthday to Tyree, and then we're going to release the balloons. Everybody get a balloon in their hand. If we can.
I need you to go get the other balloons from across the street.
I got them on it. My man got them.
He got them?
Yeah.
Yeah, just pop it.
Okay. Yeah, just pop it.
There we go.
All right, I want a few of y'all to release these balloons as well.
No. We're going to release.
Come on. And some few of them could participate as well.
Everybody go ahead. They're going to get it on camera.
Here you go, young lady.
I am so sorry.
I'm very sorry as well. So no parent have to bury their child.
Right. This is my
There's
son
nothing
right
to
here
describe
with me.
that in the Bible. There's nothing to describe it in the dictionary.
That's right.
Okay.
Trust me.
Wendy got one. Y'all need to get a balloon.
Anybody else want like one? You would like a balloon to release with us as well? Come on,
come
it's a
on
party. This is a party right here. This is not
Celebration.
This is a celebration party.
Celebration of his life.
And his legacy will continue. Here you go. Pass that to your young lady right there. Everybody got a balloon? All right.
No, wait, you keep doing it.
We need one more for Miss
Here you go.
right here.
Here you go.
I got one.
All right.
Thank
So we're going to let
Go 1, 2, sir.
Shannon is going to...
Come on back here. Oh, no. We celebrating. We're going to do this right.
Let's do this.
Come on.
Here we go.
Come on in. We all kind. We all the same.
All right. We ready?
All right, I'm going to lead
Okay.
y'all off, but I encourage everyone to participate.
Here, y'all there.
Balloon.
Y'all there, you need a balloon.
There you go.
Everybody got one? Okay, let's go.
All right. Celebration of life for your son today, all right?
Yes.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Tyree. Happy birthday to you.
We're going to release on 3.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Also, Also, we're gonna say a prayer on this site before we leave, and anybody more than welcome to join us on this. I'm not mad. I'm more sad that we still here having this talk, this conversation. What I need y'all reporters and journalists to do is get behind this story and let's spread the light. Amen. For nobody else have to bury their child again in life. And I challenge the Six Flags group, the Disney, all these groups to piggyback behind these groups and to have some kind of industry law that these things won't happen for like a big brother, a little brother system. That way, these things won't be a sore eye in the industry. Amen. So let's get this thing cleaned up and let's get it right.
Amen. We'll take just a few questions before we pray. Any questions?
I have a question. How does it feel to be back here? I know the last time you were out here was the first time that you had seen it. Now you're back a few months later. I mean, what was just that emotion coming back and putting those rules when you first walked over?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I had a meltdown last night.
It's okay.
Personally, I mean, you know, it's hard to explain something like this. It's unnatural. It's unnatural to be around some cameras. I'm not a public speaker. I didn't sign up to be a public figure. I had a private life. You know, I work, I go home. That's what I do. I do VIP security and park cars. That's what I do. I didn't want to come up here and try to be a public figure, try to get publicity behind this thing. But since I'm here, I'm gonna make sure the message be heard. Justice for Tyree.
Justice for Tyree.
Now, what do you say to the people who say, oh, we can make changes to the ride to make it safe and keep it up?
Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna ask you a question. If you was a parent, would you want that situation to happen? You got to be a parent first. And I tell people all the time, I'm a man first and I'm a father second. See, when God put things in your life, He put things in your life for a reason, right? He gave me a blessing. I didn't ask my blessing been taken away from me, but it have been taken away from me, so I'm humble now. So now my life have changed. The rest of my life is going to be activist and advocate work.
The state released a preliminary investigation, but that's about it as far as we're aware here in the media. They still say it's under investigation. They haven't really provided any more context. Last we heard, the seat that your son was sitting in had been adjusted by somebody else. I mean, do you have any message to the state in regards to the investigation?
Well, we would pray that they would finish their investigation sooner rather than later. We have a video that shows us everything that happened before Tyreek got on the ride and after he tragically fell from the ride. It shouldn't be that complicated to be able to report out this is the failure of what caused this young man to lose his life unnecessarily. And all of the corporate defendants, all of them have blood on their hands.
You know, one word, neglect, negligent.
Yeah.
That's what it's called.
Last question.
Well, for one, first of all, why is not a permanent memorial here? Because he's a black young man from St. Louis, from a so-called poor poverty city. We're not a local Orange County resident, so we don't get the same treatment? Or is this just a skin thing? We in 2022, we still talking about race. Like, this is getting really pathetic. And then it's a young man's life. Forget the race, be a human being first and foremost. It's about humanity. That's what you should be thinking about. And today is his birthday, so how would you feel as a parent coming up here celebrating your child's birthday where he died in? And that's a permanent reminder. So every day you ride past here, you look at this ride, it's like, wow. That's all you can say is wow. It's nothing to describe something like falling 430 feet down, crashing to the earth. It's on the video. It went viral.
Let's pray.
What are you concerned about the people who are concerned about tourism and think
well,
the memorial may remind them
well,
what
that,
happened?
Well, be honest with you.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
What we're saying is that I can completely respect what Yarnell Sampson is doing. He's saying the pain that he's enduring, he doesn't want that to happen to another family. The fact that millions of people come to Orlando, if we don't get this right now, what happens to tourism in Orlando, God forbid, if another child falls to their death unjustly. So really, those people who are worried about tourism should be joining Yarnell Sampson saying, let's make sure that we get this right. Last question. Somebody, yes, ma'am. Well, what we have found has been just appalling. We have found that they put profit over safety at every turn. And Tyree Sampson's life was worth more than the $10.50 that they got for somebody going on that ride. And that's the message that we want to define his legacy. Yarnell Sampson will get the last word, and then we're going to pray.
I'm going to piggyback off what you just said. For tourism, it's all about money, right? That generate money. Okay, now, it goes back to profit over safety. If you open that ride back up, what message were you sending? As a father, forget a CEO, as a parent, what kind of message are you sending? Because you have done nothing to respect the young man. Is anything out here stating this young man passed away? No. So you think he don't deserve that? Because guess what? He came here happy, having fun. That's right. He came here to enjoy himself because he got rewarded for being an honor roll student. Right. That's why you come on vacations. That's why your parents come out broke and go to Disney. Disney's not cheap. Universal Studios not cheap. So when you coming out here, you preparing yourself 3 to 6 or 7 months ahead of time before you get here. You put your money up. You save your money to get here. So you want to have a good time. You don't. The time should be death. That's not the narrative of the story. The story is should be life. He should be living now. He should be getting ready for spring football. That's what he should be getting ready for. My son was a magician, an artist. He could have been an astronaut, anybody, a lawyer, even the black president, Mr. G. We had that last time.
Let's all join hands in a circle. Wendy's going to lead us in prayer. Hey, Gerald, you want to come out here on this side of the way?
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone, as that investigation continues there. The family still wanting that ride to come down there, joined by civil rights attorney Ben Crump in Orlando. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone. Here to Live Now from Fox, taking out to the D.C. roundtable, including former National Security Advisor for Donald Trump speaking at this roundtable on the tensions with Iran. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
At that time, had done quite a bit of planning. The dynamic in the region at that time was a little different than it is today. They had access to certain airspace they could fly over if they had to go in and attack Natanz and take out that capability. The problem with the Israelis, they didn't have what's now today described as hard, deep buried target weapons. So Natanz is buried deep, and it takes a certain type of weapon to do that, which the U.S. obviously has. The dynamic for us was, obviously that's a last resort, at least I'd like to think so. The military's job is to get out of work if you can do it. But we had a lot of planning. We coordinated with close allies. And there was a push by the Israelis during that period, and Ambassador Bolton and Joseph can remember this. There was a belief in the West, the U.S., that Israel was going to go ahead and attack Iran. I remember distinctly getting a call from the Secretary of Defense's office said, "We will not give Israel any more intelligence until we settle this thing." It was delicate. What I am saying, though, is that there's a military aspect to this that is part of the whole equation. Iran needs to realize there is an alternative to bad behavior. Last resort, but an alternative. We've been planning for that for 20 years, and it continues today. And obviously the Iranians play the game. There was an article this week in one of the papers that talked about the 20-year history of this, not necessarily al-Arisa's part, but the different administrations that have been in power over the years. And I would kind of describe it as, this is the way I wish the world was, and this is the way we'll treat it, policy a little bit. And so what I'm saying is that great work on a lot of people's part, many of them sitting here, but there's no military alternative that Iran needs to know is there, and that's what we prepare for.
By way of a very quick follow-up, perhaps answerable with a yes or no, is it safe to say that 20 years of talking about a strike on the Iranian nuclear complex has made the enterprise of striking the nuclear complex of Iran harder because they've had 20 years to harden their targets?
No, there's two parts. It is harder, so to speak, both figuratively and literally. And number two, they have a lot more capacity, and it's spaced, like you said, it's spread out. So the longer we wait, the more difficult it will be. But there are alternatives, I will tell you that.
Senator Lieberman, I think it's safe to say that we have seen an evolution on the part of both parties on the subject of Iran from 2002 to today. This would be illustrated, for example, by the fact that in 2007, then Senator Obama addressed AIPAC and vowed therein to shut down the Iranian enrichment program.
Right.
Of course, the ultimate nuclear accord that his administration led in negotiating and finalizing did not shut down the Iranian nuclear program. In the year 2020, if memory serves, none of the major Democratic candidates for president addressed AIPAC at all. How would you characterize the evolution in congressional survey of the Iran problem?
Thanks, James. I'm glad to respond to that. And I'd like to begin by setting my answer in the context of what we're commemorating, which is the report that Alireza Jafarzadeh issued on behalf of the NCRI right here at the Willard 20 years ago. And just to set the context, August of 2002 was less than a year after September 11th of 2001, when terrorists attacked the United States. So we were on Capitol Hill, we were working really in a remarkably bipartisan way to respond to that, creating the Department of Homeland Security. We had our disagreements, but almost none of them were partisan. Because the country had been attacked, and we pulled together. John McCain and I introduced the legislation to create the 9/11 Commission, which ultimately led to the broadest reform of our intelligence community since the beginning of the Cold War in the 1940s. So we were we were on alert, if you will. And while terrorists were at the heart of that alert on Capitol Hill, I'm speaking from the perspective of somebody who was in Congress then, and we understood that Iran was a threat going back to when it first seized our embassy and hostages shortly after the revolution occurred, and its links to terrorism, which was uppermost in our minds then, were pretty clear. But Ali Reza's NCRI's report in 2002, August, was jarring and riveting. And on Capitol Hill, it led to years of bipartisan support of essentially economic sanctions and other punitive acts against the Islamic Republic of Iran based on their development of what we took to be their clear development, though they denied it then and continue to deny it now in the face of overwhelming evidence, their commitment to develop nuclear weapons, let alone their support of terrorist organizations and the same. Thoroughly bipartisan all along until 2015-14, when the Obama administration joined with the so-called the others in the P5+1 to attempt to, based on a principle or a belief that somehow we could alter the behavior of the Iranian regime, and essentially in those negotiations, I'm speaking from personal perspective from Capitol Hill, they threw away the pressure that we had built up with these sanctions on a bipartisan basis over all those years for nothing. Basically, a pause at best, which the Iranian government.
You're referring to what's known as the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, or the JCPOA, otherwise known as the Obama-era Iran nuclear deal.
Exactly, and this is where this remarkable history of bipartisanship regarding Iran broke. It became thoroughly partisan, with almost all Republicans opposed to the agreement and almost all Democrats supporting it, except for a few of us who fought.
So people are not looking for anything within the regime. They're just looking for the solution. And when you have the network, when you have these resistance units inside the country, you have far more chances of getting attention and appeal and recruitment. That's why the resistance expanded. I'll give you like one example.
Quickly.
During the annual events every year in summer, this year actually, 5,000 members of the MEK resistance units inside Iran take video clips with their faces covered all over the country, and you know, talking about the movement and regime change. This is up from last year, which was only 1,000. That shows you the rate of growth. Of course, a lot of the members have been arrested and executed. There are, in 69 prisons in Iran, we have members of these resistance units who have been arrested. But the good news is that the rate of the expansion is far greater than the rate of the rest.
And there was a recent incident in which the resistance briefly seized control of the National Iranian Broadcast Network. As we go forward in time from the original revelations of 20 years ago, one of the key aspects to this has emerged over time, and to wonky folks like us, it goes by an acronym, naturally enough, and that acronym is PMD, for the possible military dimension of the Iranian nuclear program, which always struck me as a bit of a misnomer as a working reporter, because it seemed fairly obvious that there was a strong military dimension to it. I didn't see the need for the P in possible. But Ambassador Bolton, considering that the PMD is real, that the intelligence that informed this designation was valid and remains so, we now have a situation in which the Iranian nuclear program is much advanced over where it was in 2002 and even 2010. My own reporting showed, for example, that At the time that the Obama administration made the case for the nuclear deal, John Kerry and others were fond of saying you had about 1,000 centrifuges when we got to this, and now there's 19,000 centrifuges, so this deal is necessary. 75% of the centrifuges were installed under the Obama administration. And so now the current effort to deal with this is an attempt at reviving the JCPOA from which President Trump withdrew the United States. How do you see those talks shaping up? Is it clear to your eye that there's going to be a deal, and what would be the ramifications if there were?
Well, I think the Obama administration, in negotiating the deal in 2015, made a huge strategic mistake from the perspective of the United States. And you can talk about a lot of circumstances of the deal. You can talk about Iranian violations of the deal after it was enacted. The central part of the deal was to permit Iran to enrich uranium to reactor-grade levels, as if that is a constraint on their ability to get to weapons-grade uranium, when in fact enriching to reactor-grade does 70% of the work necessary to get to weapons-grade. People, I think, fundamentally don't understand this, including the American negotiators who cut the 2015 deal. Time is always on the side of the proliferator. Time spent in fruitless negotiations is time that allows the proliferator to overcome the enormous scientific and technological difficulties to perfect nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles. Let's not leave that out of it, not covered by the 2015 deal, but obviously very important for Iran to have an effective delivery system. What we've seen in the past 17 months of the Biden administration is the pursuit not of a rational policy, but the pursuit of a holy grail of getting back into this program. It's not based on evidence, it's based on faith. And the consequence is that over 17 months, the United States has made further concessions that take a bad deal and make it worse. We hear about these concessions even now because although the European Union, I think for the second or third time, has said they've given Iran the final draft, the government in Tehran is starting to renegotiate it again on a number of things that are just unacceptable. And I will simply mention two quickly. One is that our own government has tried to make it harder for a future administration to get out of the deal by promising consequences that make Iran's nuclear program stronger if we withdraw. And now, apparently, reportedly, making concessions that the U.S. would pay damages to Iran if we ever withdrew again. Second, and obviously closely related, Tehran wants some kind of assurance that we won't get out of the deal. And one can only guess what the concessions are being made, have been made by the administration. So I just want to say one thing on that point. We have a large field, potentially, of candidates for the Republican nomination for president in 2024. Every single one of them believes that we should withdraw from the deal. So even if the administration goes back in, if there's a new administration in 2024, the deal will be over. And there won't be any damages paid to Iran if that happens. And I want to also say to the shareholders and boards of directors of not just American corporations, but especially European corporations, don't think you're going to make a profit worth it in the 2 years between this administration going back into the deal and another administration withdrawing from it.
We should point out it's not a principal subject of our focus today, but nonetheless, we are, I think, all aware of recent headlines showing that members of the IRGC have been determined by our government to have plotted actively to assassinate the panelist who just spoke. And we appreciate, on that basis, even more than we ordinarily would, your presence with us here today, John, so thank you. Bob Joseph, quickly, what is the current state of the Iranian nuclear program? How close are they to a breakout, which is the decision if you want to build a bomb, how long it would take you to do that? What's their breakout time?
Well, it's measured in weeks by the Biden administration. My view is that Iran today is a virtual nuclear weapon state. It has progressed from our position of no enrichment to enrichment by advanced centrifuges centrifuges that within days can raise the level from 60% enrichment to weapons-grade enrichment. And on the weaponization front, I think it's very clear that the documents that Israeli agents smuggled out of Iran, the regime has had a very active and continues to have an active nuclear weapon program. So both on enrichment and on weaponization, if you put those together, it's a matter of I would measure it in days. In fact, what the Iranian officials are now saying is that there are no technical barriers to having a bomb, to building a bomb. All they need to do is take a political decision to do that. I would, James, like to make one point on negotiations, if I could, because I've come to the conclusion that as long as this regime remains in power, the nuclear program will continue to advance forward. Okay, and I think that perhaps back in 2002, clearly in 2003, with our invasion of Iraq, we had an opportunity. We had an opportunity to convince the regime that the costs of moving forward were greater than the rewards that they would have. The program was at a much less developed state. Now I think it's so developed that, again, all they have to do is make the political decision to go forward. And I think part of the problem in terms of not succeeding on the diplomatic front is that we have separated the military from the diplomatic, and I think that's a fundamental mistake. These are both tools. They're tools to achieve a specific objective. And if we say, well, the military is over here and we'll resort to that only if we fail on negotiations, that's not how you play this, okay? When you're dealing with a regime like the Iranian regime, and I had dealings with the Soviet Union. My first job was at NATO when we were introducing INF missiles, okay? How did we get to an arms control agreement? By deploying, by showing that we had a credible military option. I don't think we have, in the eyes of the Ayatollah, in the eyes of the mullahs, a credible military option. This administration is, I think, known for indecision and weakness. And with a regime like the one that we have in Tehran, that is an invitation. It's an invitation for them to continue to move forward with their nuclear program.
To the extent the regime is watching this broadcast, they have already been disabused of the idea that there's no credible military potential from General Wald's earlier comments on this panel. You assure us that there are. General Wald, I wanted to ask you about a landmark event, both for Americans' military capabilities, but also for counterterrorism, which was the assassination of General Soleimani in Iraq. General Soleimani being the longtime IRGC commander and the head of Iranian terror operations abroad, and really kind of an evil genius in that field who had been at it for a very long time. How do you assess that that assassination, the success of that operation, impacted Iran's terror capabilities, the tempo of their operations today, etc.?
I think it was a psychological impact. It really didn't do anything necessarily against how they could, if somebody is a dedicated terrorist in the Middle East, they're going to find a way to do something. But it was a psychological hit. It was a huge issue from a military perspective, because we've got great military capability. We could attack Iran if we had to. I could talk about that for hours. But there's two parts of it. One is the actual physical or technical capability. The other is the will to do it. And the part that bothers me, I suppose, is this wishful thinking that if we have this open dialogue with thinking people, that they'll come to the same conclusion that Ambassador Bolton and Ambassador Joseph have articulated, as well as Senator Lieberman. They're not going to get there. And by the way, the same negotiators that were there for the JCPOA are now back in negotiating. Wendy Sherman, for example, and her objective is to get an agreement, okay?
Jake Sullivan, a number of veterans in the earlier process.
No offense, I'm sure they're good Americans, but the fact of the matter is the objective is to say I succeeded with an agreement, not that I've had an agreement that's going to deter Iran from building a nuclear weapon. I'll just say this, and it sounds like hyperbole or sounds typical military braggadocio. We have the capability to attack Iran's nuclear weapons development facilities today.
Successfully?
Absolutely, with no doubt about it. It's a matter of, couple things have happened since then. I think the worst military thing that's happened to us since 2002 is the debacle of the departure in Afghanistan. That's a credibility issue for the military because it wasn't executed well. That gives people the thought that maybe the military isn't quite that capable, as well as the decision-making process. I'm going to tell you right now, the military has the capability to attack Iran's nuclear weapons facilities today and put them back probably years, if not, it won't be forever, because you can always rebuild something. So if anybody is I won't disabuse anybody from the thought that there isn't a military capability. Now, I defer to the political decision makers. That's where we start. And if you're a good military person, you ought to think that way. But the Iranians need to realize, and we need to use that as part of the leverage and the tool, that they are not invulnerable. They are vulnerable today.
I'm equal opportunity in the sense of being willing to defer to all the different disciplines represented on the panel today. Dr. Heinonen, I think there is a perception certainly amongst conservatives in this country who are attuned to these issues, that the European community has always been somewhat slow to either grasp or address the severity of the Iranian nuclear threat. I can remember covering Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice on a trip to Europe, where she said in an interview with me at the time that the Europeans need to get serious. They need to know that this is headed to the UN Security Council. That's how early in the process this was. But it was a complaint, effectively, publicly aired on her part, that the Europeans weren't sufficiently seized of the matter. Is that still the case?
I guess as I'm also a European national on top of the US one, so yes, this is in the mentality of the Europeans. First of all, we have to look, European Union consists of 27 states, which are at the same time independent from each other, but they work together, and all the decision making is based on consensus. So one country can block a lot if they want to do it. This is one of the reasons. The second reason is I think that some of the Europeans think in that way that, oh, well, if this becomes a problem, the United States of America will take care of it. We don't need to invest our efforts to that. I hope that Ukraine now has opened the eyes of the Europeans, since they are much more active. So I hope there will be a change. But at the same time, we need to remember that EU is not the negotiator here. It's a misconception in the news media. The negotiators are Germany, France, UK, US, China, and Russia. They are the ones
the P5.
They are the ones who negotiated. But Europeans certainly get benefit out of this. And the economy is a driving force, as you have seen the same problem with Ukraine hesitance. And I can say particularly Germany to jump into the wagon in case of NATO efforts or European efforts. So it's a complex situation, and I don't see immediate solution unless Europe feels Iran is going to threaten them. But that is not anytime soon.
Senator Lieberman, when we look at the regime today, and particularly the person of President Raisi, who has a very well-documented past as having been involved in large-scale efforts to eliminate the MEK and other political opponents of the regime, how do you actually even frame what this regime is? They started out in popular American imagination with the embassy seizure as a radical theocracy. You've had the IRGC grow so large and infiltrate just about every sector of the Iranian economy that it might even be more appropriate today to call it a hybrid of a radical theocracy and a military dictatorship. How do you see it?
Oh, it's, James, it's all of that. It's a radical theocracy, incidentally. It's a theocracy that reminds me of what the American revolutionaries said in our own rebellion, which was, and I paraphrase, a rebellion against tyranny is obedience to God. And the truth is that the kind of inhumane regime that this government in Tehran has carried out is an assault on everything we consider to be the values that come from religion. So today, let me put this in the context of why we're here today. The revelation that Ali Reza made 20 years ago stimulated extraordinary reaction from the IAEA, the UN Security Council, Congress of the United States. And as you look back, I think we would say that all of that action, all that pressure on Iran, it's not that it didn't have any effect. It did hurt the economy. It did encourage the resistance. But the government of Iran, this regime, totalitarian, terrorist, extremist, etc., radical theocracy, responded to that by becoming more of what they are. So they doubled down and tripled down on their development of nuclear weapons. And a year ago, and this probably gets to your question, the supreme leader, who really is the only leader, had a choice to make about who the next president would be. He had some of the classic so-called moderate, smiling presidents that he had chosen before. No. I think because he was worried about the growing strength of the resistance in Iran, which is what they fear most. It's why they the government constantly attacks the NCRI and MEK. He chose Abraham Raisi, a murderer, a butcher, a killer, a hangman, who incidentally, in the year he's been in office, more than 500 people have been executed, some of them in public hangings, including something like 21 women and 7 children. More than 18,000 Iranians have been arrested and put in jail by Raisi's government, only for political reasons. They're political opponents. So on this 20th anniversary of NCRI's revelations, I think we've got to look back and look back clearly, and I'm building on what my colleagues here have said. We ought to walk away from the negotiations at Vienna. How can you trust a regime that has just tried to kill your former national security advisor, Secretary of State, Secretary of the Army, Salman Rushdie, the woman in Brooklyn? How can you trust them?
Doesn't it come down to a classic foreign policy conundrum of engagement versus isolation?
Yeah, and in this case, we tried engagement, and we're now at a point where we're living Einstein's definition of insanity. We continue to repeat the same thing with the same awful result. Get up, leave the table.
We have time.
What we do, honestly, we got to say to ourselves honestly, this regime in Iran will never change. So our policy is to change the regime, support the people of Iran, and incidentally, that has to be coupled with exactly what General Wald, Ambassador said in John, which is, listen, to threaten, to try to kill John Bolton and the others, that's an act of war. I mean, we ought to make clear to the Iranian government that if they continue to do that kind of thing to our citizens, they're going to feel the strength and force of the American military on them in their country. And then we ought to stand with the people of Iran, including NCRI, which is the strongest resistance group, just as we stood with the citizens, the freedom fighters of the former Soviet Union, and hopefully with the same result. This regime cannot be changed. It has to be put into the dustbin of history.
Wanting to preserve time for questions from our audience and from my colleagues, I want to ask each of our panelists to just give me 60 seconds in response to our next round of questions so we can hear from the folks who've been kind enough to join us today. Ali Reza, presuming that it is true that the current U.S. administration does not provide any kind of support to MEK or to NCRI, what would sensible support of your organization from an American administration look like? What should they be doing that they're not?
Well, certainly the sensible support is not about arms or money or boots on the ground. It's actually the political support. But it starts with standing firm against the regime. Because if they're trying to reach out to the regime, they will never look at the resistance. That's the story the past 40 years. Always investing on the regime. I think with the rise of Raisi at the helm, the message should be received in Washington and every capital in the world that this regime is in big trouble. Otherwise, Raisi would not have been put in that place. They are after the bomb as the only way for survival, the nuclear bomb. And any negotiations that is being done is actually feeding the Iranian regime. And the best way to help the resistance, stand on their side politically, condemn every act the regime does against the people, against the protesters, and recognize their right to overthrow the regime. They have not recognized that.
It would require a complete paradigm shift, is what you're telling us, from investing in the regime
That's what you need.
to investing in the opposition. Again, with my ineffective proviso of 60-second time limits, Oli, there is recent evidence emerged that Iran is in fact cooperating with other rogue states, correct?
Yes, there has been quite a lot of such information. First of all, the missile program between Iran and North Korea, there's a lot of synchronization and technologies are exchanged from North Korea to Iran and vice versa. There is actually a restaurant in Tehran which is called Korean restaurant, and it's not visited by South Koreans. Then that's one. But then also on the scientific domain, you can see, for example, Mr. Abbasi Davani, according to the North Korean papers, is sitting together with some of the North Korean officials in Tehran.
And your basic suspicion is that there is an exchange of scientific and technical information exchanged between?
Yes, it makes perfectly sense. And this is the same model what A.Q. Khan used when he was distributing not only centrifuge design, but also some designs related to nuclear weapons. So this can happen over the table.
A.Q. Khan being the father of the Pakistani nuclear program, who was probably the Babe Ruth of nuclear proliferators out there in terms of sprinkling various governments with covert information. General Wald, do you have any closing thoughts about the U.S. military posture vis-a-vis Iran and in the Middle East?
Yeah, quickly, just a couple things. One is the IRGC needs to stay on the FTO list, period.
FTO
That's what they
meaning?
are, foreign terrorist list. Two, they need to, we in the negotiations, which Ambassador Bolton has talked about, need to put the ballistic missile issue back on the table big time and knock that off. Three, we need to start building and continue to build the coalition in the Middle East to defend against Iran. And four, we need to make sure they understand clearly we have a military option that if they keep going down this path, will be executed.
Ambassador Bolton, in your time as National Security Advisor, and to the extent you can share with us, did you learn anything about the state of the Iranian nuclear program that you found particularly concerning?
Well, the regime has for 20 plus years lied successfully about its program, and every month that goes by, more comes out that shows the nature of the deception. And I think that goes to the fundamental point as to why whatever agreement the administration may be about to re-enter, you can count on the reality that Iran will not comply with it. It goes to the character of the regime itself. The administration is trying to compartmentalize the nuclear deal over here and Iran's support for terrorist activities over there. The two are two sides of the same coin, and there are many reasons not to re-enter the 2015 nuclear deal. This current threat of terrorism is just one more reason, and I think understanding the nature of the regime itself is critical to coming to a realistic American policy, which ultimately has to be, there's not going to be peace and security in the Middle East while this regime is still in power in Tehran.
Ambassador Joseph, should we not imagine that the Iranian regime, if ultimately empowered with a nuclear weapons capability, would somehow not be susceptible to the same mutually assured destruction doctrine that governed relations between the U.S. and the USSR during the Cold War?
Well, 2 points, James, if I may. The first is we need to think about what happens if there is an agreement, okay? And I think we know the answer. We lift the sanctions, the regime is given tremendous resources, billions of dollars. What do they do with it? Well, they do the same thing that they did in 2015. They support terrorism, they build more missiles, they strengthen their nuclear program, they support Assad's government in Syria, and they repress the Iranian people. And I agree with the senator. I think the key here is the Iranian people. It is the clearest threat, the gravest threat to the administration. And at a minimum, we should not stand in the way of the people who seek democracy, basic human dignity, and human rights. Okay? In terms of your question and how Iran would think about using a nuclear weapon, I don't think this is an issue of mutual assured destruction. I think when the Iranians think about it, they think about Libya. Okay? They think about if they give up this weapon, and this is why they talk about it's critical for their survival.
The so-called Gaddafi example.
The Gaddafi example. Gaddafi gives up his nuclear weapons program, and then what happens? 8 years later, he's dead in a ditch. Okay? What they want a nuclear weapon for, well, there are a number of reasons, but one reason is to prevent or to deter outside intervention if and when the people rise up. They want to avoid that situation that Gaddafi was caught in.
And would they be correct that possession of a nuclear weapons capability would help them to do that?
Unfortunately, I think it would deter a great number of actors.
Why don't we have just a brief round of applause for our panelists today for all of those insights. Thank you so much. We're going to turn the floor over to questions with two provisos. One is that we will keep the questions confined to the topics of our panel here today. I think that's well within the powers of all prospective questioners. And second, when called upon by me, simply that you rise and tell us your name and the organization you're with. And with that, we'll open it up to questions. The lady in the back, whom I know well.
I just wanted to, the Biden administration says it wants to get back into the deal because all of these things that you say they're doing, supporting terrorism and missiles, trying to kill Ambassador Bolton, could become worse if they have a nuclear weapon. And they think that it's, even putting it on pause, having a breakout capacity for, a year versus a few weeks, what it is now, is better than what we have. And I just wonder why you think that argument, why you disagree with that argument.
For the same reason that we withdrew from it in 2018. Everything that they claimed for the deal is mistaken. It was not impeding Iran's pursuit of nuclear weapons. It was not slowing them down. They were developing capabilities that they were hiding from the IAEA and that our intelligence didn't find. We've seen repeated evidence of this in the years since then. The deal was simply a camouflage for them to continue their work, and they have continued to get closer and closer to nuclear weapons to the point where whether they were in the deal or not, they would be at this point regardless. And it's because of the nature of the regime. It's the deal didn't restrain them. It didn't have adequate verification and compliance mechanisms, and it lulled the West into the feeling that they were secure, where manifestly they were not.
Yeah, I just would add that if you look back at the 20 years since August of 2002, all the efforts that have been made to try to create incentives or pressure on the Iranian government to be different, to be more open, to be less hostile, to stop its nuclear program, they have all failed. So I understand people in the Biden administration will say, well, what's your alternative? Well, we've described it today. The alternative is to be realistic and say you can't change these people. They are our enemies. Just listen to what they say and look at what they do, trying to kill prominent American public servants. So what's the answer? Support the people of Iran. Try to change the regime and make it crystal clear in the meantime to the government of Iran that we are prepared with our allies in the Middle East to use military power to stop their nuclear development program and their programs of support for terrorism. In other words, we've tried the carrots for 20 years. They haven't worked. It's time to go to the sticks.
In 2010, I was with Secretary Bob Gates in Iraq, and I asked him, did the American experience in Iraq permanently discredit the concept of regime change as a tool of U.S. foreign policy? He said no, but it made the bar much higher for using it. Any thoughts on whether regime change would in fact be an appropriate U.S. policy from anyone on the panel?
Well, of course it would be. I mean, as Joe Lieberman just laid out, we're not going to change the behavior of the regime. It hasn't changed in 20 years. They've been lying about every aspect of it. So the alternative, if you don't want a nuclear-capable Iran, is to change the regime. And I think we're closer to that possibility than we've ever been. It's not something that we jump at, but it also goes to prove a lesson. If Iran gets nuclear weapons, as North Korea has, it will simply encourage others to do so as well. And unfortunately, it shows the pattern of what Winston Churchill called the confirmed unteachability of mankind.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you, of course, joining us here, bringing you top stories, headlines from across the country. One of the top stories that we are following out in Philadelphia. It was a violent night as 5 were injured as a shooting erupted in West Philadelphia. Let's listen right here to the DA as well as police officers giving us the latest update.
Does together. And every bit of that was torn up when a car pulled up and there was a vicious drive-by shooting with dozens of shots fired, 5 people injured, 2 of them now in critical condition, and there is a real possibility of at least 1 fatality coming from this horrific shooting. I want to personally thank the Philadelphia police officers who were nearby and who ran toward the fire, as they say, ended up chasing a vehicle that contained some of the shooters who crashed their vehicle, and then 2 of those shooters were found a short time thereafter, one hiding in a house, the other one hiding, as I understand it, beneath a truck. Obviously, that is not where the police investigation ended with this horrific situation. As I stand here today, I want you to know that by tonight, there are 3 people who are now arrested and who will be charged. And those charges, if there is no fatality by tonight, will include attempted murder. If there's a fatality, it will include murder, aggravated assault, weapons charges, conspiracy, and there is more that I could say. But this is about as serious as it gets when it comes to criminal activity, and this activity will be very vigorously prosecuted by our office and very effectively prosecuted as our shootings are. I need now to acknowledge some of the people who are here. They have a lot to say, and give them the opportunity to speak. We have with us, of course, Mayor Cheney. We have Deputy Mayor Vanessa Garrett Harley. We have Commissioner Danielle Outlaw, Managing Director Tumar Alexander. We have with us the Deputy Commissioner of Parks and Recs, Bill Salvatore. Councilmember Curtis Jones is here. Councilmember Kendra Brooks. State Senator Vince Hughes, we expect, will be here shortly. He is here. Wonderful. We have State Rep Morgan Cephas. We have State Rep Eamon Brown. Chief Inspector Mike McCarrick is here. Chief Inspector Frank Venor. From my office, we have ADA Bill Fritzy and ADA Jeff Palmer, who are the leadership of the Gun Violence Task Force. And that unit of our office is a collaboration with the AG's office that has done some remarkable work in going after groups. And yes, this incident is connected with groups, at least for some of the individuals involved. We're not going to get into which groups today. That can come at a later time. But sadly, this is an incident that once again involves groups in Philadelphia. We have ADA Erica Rebstock, who is with the leadership of our homicide non-fatal prosecution unit. I'm now going to have the pleasure of introducing several people to speak. It is a hot day, and I know you have a lot of questions, so we're going to try to keep this moving. First, it is my honor to introduce Mayor Jim Cheney.
Well, thank you and good afternoon, and thank you all for joining us today. We are all here today to address the horrible violence that occurred at this location last evening near what should be a safe haven for our children, Shepherd Recreation Center. First, I want to thank our police officers who were patrolling nearby and were on the scene almost immediately and averted the even worse tragedy. Their fast response was instrumental in apprehending 3 individuals. The quick work of our police department saved lives because it would have been so much worse. My deepest sympathies go out to the loved ones of those affected by this senseless gun violence, including the 5 people who were injured. It is beyond outrageous to me and all of us here that our young people were subject to this heinous act of violence while trying to enjoy themselves at one of our rec centers. And as the DA said, those responsible for this violence must and will be held accountable for their dangerous acts. The police department is investigating these crimes, and they continue to take a record number of illegal guns, firearms off our streets, but they need the public's help to solve these crimes. We continue to urge anyone with information about these acts of violence to report it anonymously to 215-686-TIPS. I can't reinforce enough how senseless all of these shootings and gun violence is. We as a city and a society must do everything we can to remind our young people through our words and our actions that they are valued, that they are important, and that their lives matter. The fact remains that there are too many guns on our streets with devastating consequences. As we saw by the number of rounds that were taken off the sidewalk, there's no purpose for any of those guns other than to kill human beings. Before I turn it over for more information on the investigation to the police commissioner, we had a pre-scheduled meeting this morning with the new U.S. Attorney, with the FBI, ATF, Homeland Security, and they are committed, 100% committed to helping us with this scourge of violence in our city and in our region. They were serious, and it was very heartening for me to hear from them directly that they take this personally, and that they're going to, along with the DA and our police department, work vigorously to bring these people to justice, to get them potentially, if they can, federal time, which is real time, and to stop this surge of violence and stop the flow of guns. We're working hard in investing everything we can and unprecedented amounts of money in interdiction and in stopping the violence and keeping people from making bad choices. The police are taking probably more than 6,000 guns off the street this year and 6,000 last year. You see how hard they're working and how brave they are to weigh into this horrible gunfire of 90-some, 100 shots at a given scene. But I'm very happy that our federal partners, along with our Attorney General, are all in this together, all hands on deck, to get these guns out of people's hands, to keep them coming in to our area in the first place, and locking up these creeps that shoot people dead. So thank you.
Good afternoon. As was mentioned by the DA, we're all here because we know last night the residents of this West Philadelphia neighborhood were exposed to a truly horrific incident at this very spot. The shooting that unfolded here last night spanned the 300 and 400 blocks of North 57th Street, with nearly 100 casings left on the streets. Shortly before 7 p.m., 19 district officers were on routine patrol when they heard gunshots coming from this area. And as the officers drove toward the gunfire, they observed a male wearing all black clothing and a black mask holding a handgun entering into the rear passenger side of a white Dodge Durango, which fled eastbound on Haverford Avenue with the officers giving pursuit. The Durango ultimately crashed on the 200 block of Farson Street with 4 occupants fleeing from the vehicle on foot. Our brave officers immediately gave chase, and 3 of the 4 offenders were apprehended with the assistance of responding officers. There were multiple firearms observed in plain view, both inside and outside of the vehicle. In total, 5 people were shot, and almost 100 shots, again, 100 shots were fired. Thank God our officers were in the area to chase and apprehend these suspects. Imagine how much worse things could have been if these officers weren't there. Time and time again, you hear me talk about the importance of having adequate staffing and having a visible presence on our streets. Let me be perfectly clear. A police presence alone is not a surefire deterrent that will stop crime from happening. We know that our shooters are emboldened, and for some of them, the presence of a police officer isn't going to stop them from carrying out violent actions. However, what we do know is that when our officers are in the area, the chances of stopping the mayhem drastically decrease, as do the chances of making quick arrests. And that's why we're all here today. We will never, ever be able to truly quantify how much violence would never occur if prospective offenders see police in the area before they act. But just like on South Street, we know that when we do have adequate staffing in our areas prior to mass casualty incidents, the message is loud and clear. We are not scared, we will not be deterred, and we will find you. Philadelphians refuse to live in fear. Now to talk about the investigation aspect of this incident very quickly is Chief Frank Venor, our Chief of Investigations. Chief Venor.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to give you some facts. Most of you have the facts that were out there last night. Our investigation is not even 24 hours old, so I'm going to give you what we have at this point. All right. We know the 5 individuals were shot. 3 of those individuals we now know were in here playing basketball together. They're friends. They leave this location and they get on 57th Street. What we now know is the 2018 white Dodge Durango, as the Commissioner said, pulls up, and individuals in that car get out, and they are armed with firearms, and they basically fire at all the individuals. 2 other individuals we don't believe were with them or were targeted were also struck by gunfire. As the DA said, 2 are critical. 1 is extremely critical. The other one is critical but stable. All right. There were over 90 rounds here at this scene, and they include 6 different calibers. 2 of them were assault rifles. There were 4 guns found on the crime scene here, and 5 guns found inside the vehicle that later was recovered in the 200 block of North Forreston Street as the individuals tried to escape. Like we said, the officers made apprehensions of 3, and we believe, through looking at video evidence and other interviews we've done, that 3 other individuals have escaped that car and are involved in this. So we are looking for the public's help. If anyone knows who they are, they want to call our tip line, 215-686-TIPS. We would be glad to take that information and develop it further. At this point, none of the rounds have been analyzed. We have no idea what gun fired which round and who hit. So a lot of that's going to be done, and as we get that, we'll move that forward. Thank you.
We will be taking questions at the end. It is now my pleasure to introduce 2 other city officials, council members. We have Council Member Curtis Jones and we have Council Member Kendra Brooks. In that order, please.
So this is where our children play. In our city, there must be sacred spaces. Churches, mosques, schools, senior centers, and playgrounds. We have to send a clear signal to those who would do harm to themselves and others that don't do it here. Our children are our most sacred investment that we have. In here we do boxing, football, basketball, teams that have won awards in boxing, basketball, baseball, football. We're putting $12 million to renovate this space. But what does it matter? if we can't keep it safe. So we have to send this signal, and I think representative of the people that are here today took time out to be here today. We want to send this signal that we want to give the right hand of fellowship to everyone. Everyone. But if you pick that gun up and you come on this space, we have the left hand of punishment waiting for you. And I want to thank 19th District Captain McKeever and his team for being Johnny and Chaney on the spot to protect us all.
I don't have much more to say than what my council colleague just said, but
For some of you watching, we are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox.
As the commissioner mentioned, if anyone knows more to make sure the folks that did this horrendous thing to this sacred place for young people are apprehended, I implore you to please reach out. It is important that for our young folks, as they prepare to go into the school year, we realize that parks, schools, churches, and places that our young people live their lives and be able to thrive are safe, and they know that all of us here today are standing to make sure and ensure their safety is continued here in the city of Philadelphia. Thank you so much to the police department and the DA and all my colleagues that are out here standing in solidarity, saying that we believe that the city of our dreams and the city that we all aspire to is still here and still available to us all.
Thank you, council members. It is now my honor to introduce some of our state officials. First, I'm going to ask State Representative Morgan Cephas and State Representative Eamon Brown to come forward, and then I will come back up and I will introduce State Senator Vincent Hughes to bring the House down.
So I first and foremost want to thank the 19th Police District and thank all of our women and men in blue uniform that come out every day to protect the citizens of Philadelphia and to honestly run towards danger. So thank you for being on site, because if it wasn't for you, it could have gotten a lot worse. And we all know this isn't the only incident that it's happened at a recreation center. We understand that many of our recreation centers, many of our green spaces are and have been under siege with gunfire. And oftentimes these are locations for families. They are staycations for families that can't afford to get out of our city. And if we are not able to simply protect these spaces, we have to ensure that we are pushing back and collectively coming together to change this tide of violence that we are experiencing here today. But one of the great things is that we are coming together collectively, and we've seen time after time when government comes together, when organizations come together, when a community comes together, we are able to determine the destiny of this city. And that is what the reflection is of here today. So not only pray for the victims that are still battling for their lives, but pray for the families that have been impacted by the gun violence that we've been experiencing in the city of Philadelphia, because it's not just the day of the incident, it's our young people having to deal with that trauma. And as you see the kids coming back onto the playground today, you recognize that they are coming back knowing that their lives potentially could be in danger. And because that is a critical issue for so many families in this city, we have to ensure that we are prioritizing moving the needle in the right direction. And that is what this is a representation of here today. So I thank, again, the 19th Police District for, again, running towards the danger. I thank our district attorney, thank our mayor, thank our city council elected officials for being intentional about stopping this violence. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I grew up here at Haddington Rec Center. I have several memories of good times and bad times. What happened last night is not okay. And us as elected officials, we are coming together. Us as community leaders, we are coming together to work with law enforcement to solve this crisis that we now face. You know, this gang violence must end. And the sad part is, majority of it is over social media or nonsense. Innocent women and children and community members are losing their lives over nonsense. So, you know, those violent offenders, with the people standing with us today, We're going to work together to make sure you are held accountable. And this is our community, and we're going to protect our communities all throughout the city. I want to thank the brave men and women in blue who were very close by to ensure that last night wasn't worse than what it was. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a couple comments before I introduce State Senator Vincent Hughes. Arguably, the things that he has done during the last year to bring resources to Philadelphia, both on the prevention end and also on the law enforcement end, are absolutely crucial. As city officials do everything they possibly can, we need to have strong voices in Harrisburg, like the strong voice that we have with many of our state elected officials, including State Senator Vince Hughes. But I also want to let you know this. We communicate with this U.S. Attorney's Office almost every day, communicated with them today on many different investigations. They wanted to make sure that I communicated to you that although they were unable to be here today, that they are working very closely with all of their law enforcement partners and that they do take incidents like this very, very seriously. I am very excited about our new U.S. Attorney, Jacqueline Romero. I'm very excited about the work her First Assistant, Nelson Thayer, has been doing throughout his career, including now, and it is very positive. You should also know that we extended an invitation to the AG's office. In essence, they're here anyway, because the Gun Violence Task Force, through our office, is half their operation and half our operation, but I want to make sure we give them credit for some of the very important work that they are doing with us in terms of going after groups. But there is one thing I don't like about this press conference, and it's a failure of mine, and it's a failure of government in general, which is that what we don't have up here are some of the incredibly important people in the community who are doing work on the ground every day that makes such a difference. They are being erased in this process, and I'm going to have to go off script for a minute. TJ, get up here. Yeah, get your dad up here. Come on, let's go. Where is Kazar? Come on, Kazar. Come on up. Come on up. All right, well, I'm not going to give you guys microphone, but I want to give you credit. Come on up here. No, not at this time. Hold on, sir. So, listen, I want to make sure that you understand that some of the people up here do incredibly important work every day. They do it for free. They do it in a way that government cannot do it. Kazar is irreplaceable. This young man and his pop are wearing the name of a 501c3 they operate. Urban nerds, not urban shooters. Feel free to interview them after we are done today. Feel free to hear what they have to say. And what they have to say is that it's all about young people being smart and making smart choices, and those smart choices steer them away from gun violence. And I'm very grateful for the work that I see every day being done in the community by people who deserve our support and who really get it done. Now, gentlemen, if you'd be kind enough to stand here with me, and I'm only saying gentlemen because you happen to be men, there are plenty of women doing the work as well. But if you'd be kind enough to stand up here with me, I want to let State Senator Hughes come up here and bring the house down, and then we will move on to questions. Senator Hughes? There you go.
Thank you.
Of course.
Again, to repeat the thanks and acknowledgement of some incredible work by law enforcement and everyone gathered, a community willing to not surrender. The community will not surrender to this violence that's going on. And all of us gathered. Obviously, this is very emotional, I think, for all of us. It reaches deep inside for every one of us. My colleagues from the state, this past budget season, July 8th was a remarkable day in terms of our willingness and our ability to commit to deal with trying to stop this madness, which in many respects is a reflection. We appropriated over $290 million of new money, brand new money, to try to deal with this. $135 million for law enforcement, $50 million to help prosecute, and $100 million, $105 million for violence intervention for organizations like you see gathered here to support them. 18 months ago, the number was 0. The number is now $290 million. We've never been able to do this, Morgan. And we've never been able to do this in Harrisburg. And the plea really was, if you can't change gun laws, right, at least give us the resources to deal with the issue.
Community leaders in Philadelphia here trying to address the gun violence that they've been seeing across their city, especially after last night's shooting where 5 people were injured, 2 are in critical condition. Some viewers with us on Live Now from Fox are going to a 2-minute break. We'll be right back here in Philadelphia with this press conference and update on last night's shooting when you return.
$12 million or so and a couple $1 million from Harrisburg to help make that happen. Brand new facility of this historic complex that has saved so many lives. So many lives have been saved right here. And we're not going to give up. We're not going to go away. We're not going to fall back. We're in fact going to do just like law enforcement did last night. We're going to rush to, which is what everybody here has been doing. We're going to move to the problem with additional resources because we're not giving up. We believe in our people. We believe in our people. We're not giving up on our people. We're going to make the investments in our people. Other folks have chosen to give up. We're not giving up. And I guess the request is, put them down. Don't turn this, it doesn't have to be. This does not have to be. This choice to pick up a weapon and just randomly start firing, that does not have to be a choice. We're here to say that there's more out here for you. And we're trying to provide that. But you don't have to make that choice, family. This is a village conversation in many respects. We've all had this conversation. All of us coming together like the village. They say it takes a village to raise a child. This is all of us coming together to reach out, to embrace, to hold accountable. Amen. You're right. To hold accountable, but to also embrace and love one another so that we can have different outcomes and choices like this are not made. So West Philly, Paddington, across the city, we ain't giving up. There's those who want us to, but we're not going to do that. You ain't giving up. You ain't giving up. I know you ain't giving up. You ain't giving up. The mayor, all of us, rep, all of us, councilman, all of us, none of us are giving up. We just need a little bit of help. Need a little bit of help. Make another choice. Make another decision. District Attorney Krasner, microphone is yours. We're here to help.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. All right, I'm simply going to facilitate questions for members of the media. If you have questions for a particular person who is up here, please call out that person. If you have a question, that some of it, I will shout that out, that some of us or many of us might be able to answer, feel free to do that, and we'll do our best to get all the right people, not just one of the right people, but all the right people up here. Yes, sir, Mr. Dean. I'm going to call Chief Inspector Venor to see if he would like to answer that question. The question, Chief Inspector, is where was the third person found, the one who's been arrested?
Okay. Add to this question. Did the people who apprehended, do they give statements yet? And could you just give us as much biographical information about them as you can? And not their names, like their ages and if they're from this area, whatever you can tell us.
This much I will say, we are very much in the thick of this investigation. Police are doing a serious deep dive on this. They are all 22. All 3 of the men who are in custody right now waiting to be charged and arraigned this evening are 22 years of age. That I will say, I highly doubt the Chief Inspector is going to want to talk about whether people making statements or not, but I'm not going to speak for him. Let me call up the Chief Inspector.
No, they're all in the 20s, as the district attorney said. 2 of them are from this general area. One is not. One of them is from our East Division area. They're not charged. We're not going to identify them. As far as I'm concerned, the 2 officers pursued the white Durango to the 200 block of Farson. It struck a wall. They bailed out. You already know one was in a house, one was hiding, the other one was caught in a foot pursuit by the other responding officers. 3 of them, we believe, got away. So we're still looking for them.
And is there any motive yet?
Well, you heard the DA say there's some going on between the groups of people. We don't know yet. We don't know for sure what the motive for this particular shooting was.
Inspector, can you give us an idea of the ages of the victims, please?
Sure. The victims ranged in age from 17 to 25. We had a 17-year-old, an 18-year-old, 21, 22, and 25.
Can you elaborate on groups that the neighborhood viewed this feud happening right in this general area? Anything you can say about, I'm sure people in the neighborhood are concerned this will happen again.
Well, we're trying to get as many eyewitnesses as we can, but more importantly, we're trying to get video. And we have some video from where the car ended. We're looking for video along the route to see what else we could pick up.
In relation to where we are right now, where was the shooting?
The shooting was between the 300 block and 400 block. That's where the crime scene was, on 57th Street.
So it was not at the rec center?
No, it was outside.
What's your message to Philadelphians about whether they should continue to use recreation centers throughout the summer?
They should continue to use recreation centers and not give up. As Senator Hughes said quite eloquently, no one's given up. And when you stop doing your normal things and dealing with the opportunities to recreate your children, you're giving up. And I just was listening to it. One of the gentlemen inside there has an event planned, and he's full speed ahead with his event. And it's a back-to-school event, and we got to continue focusing on all of our kids. This is the Ryan Family Hope Back-to-School event on August 27th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Supplies, school supplies, getting ready to get our kids back to school in a positive way. And we will have a more of a police presence around those events and around these centers to make sure that there's at least a visual that the criminals see, which might make them hesitate to act.
Mayor, Commissioner, considering this happened outside of the school in the summertime, what is the plan when these kids go back to school?
Well, we are working with, and we can elaborate with some of the police command. We have been working with the school district, former Chief Inspector Bethel, or former Deputy Commissioner Bethel, and there are plans that are being concluded now on safe corridors and coverage during the opening and closing of school, and we'll have all that to roll. We were supposed to kind of roll that out today, but this took precedent.
So just to that point, the focus of the leadership of the police department has been to the safety of our children, particularly around schools and the recreation centers. So we do have enhanced coverage, particularly around the rec centers when they're most populated. And then for schools, we are enhancing our coverage and along our safe corridors. You'll hear safe corridors, safe paths, but safe corridors are been identified between the principal leadership, the leadership of the schools, the principals, and the police commanders. We look at the most populated traveled ways to get to the schools, and we're enhancing patrols in and around that area, going to school, from school, and then communicating on a more timely basis with them about any incidents that should be arising in the school or arising in the neighborhood, and letting them know it could bleed back over to the school. So it's been our focus. It was our focus last year. We were successful. We're expanding it a little bit more with some of our problematic schools that were identified that were more chronic. However, the Department of Rec, that has been one of our focuses for the last 2 years. Levels of violence around the recs are relatively low. It's just that, it catches your eye when it does happen, and the potential is there. So we do enhance our coverage around the rec centers and work closely with the rec leaders.
Was that new plan also enacted after the Christie Rec Center? Was that kind of when it was, they put in place?
For the rec centers, we've always worked. Every commander, back when I was a commander, worked closely with our rec leaders. We would meet with them regularly, set up strategies for the summer months, as well as when they have programming, whether it be sporting events that would draw a large crowd. We've always done it. We enhanced it, if you will. I think after we started experiencing some issues with Christie Rec, we just pretty much brought it more to the forefront. It wasn't kept between us and the Department of Recs. We kind of let everybody know, and we increased around our most chronic, problematic rec centers.
Were the officers that were here patrolling the rec center, or did they just have a
So they're part of deployment for the area for issues. This is one of their focal points. The police department utilizes like a pinpoint strategy, and this is part of the pinpoint grid. So the officers were aware of an uptick in violence in the area. They were deployed here by Captain McKeever to address that issue specifically, but the fact that they were like about a block away when the shooting happened.
You said that 3 of the victims were targeted and 2 were just seemed to get by straight bullets. Is that correct?
Right now, it's all we have is like an investigative theory. All right, we believe that the three that exited the basketball court may have possibly been targeted. Two of the individuals, one was actually sitting in his vehicle. We don't think he had anything to do with it except that he got struck by gunfire. Another one was nearby and also got struck by gunfire.
What are their ages, the two people?
We have a 17-year-old, a 22-year-old, 21-year-old, and a 22-year-old.
So the two who were hit by, who were not targeted, what are their ages?
Well, one was 18, I believe, and give me 1 second. One was 18, one was 25. I believe the 25-year-old was sitting in the car.
Was the pool open at the time?
I don't know that for sure, if the pool was open. I'm not sure what time I closed it. I don't think so.
We also, though, Jason or who, can you talk about who you're looking for, or at least the ages of who you're looking for?
I don't have that yet. We're enhancing video. As soon as we do, we'll make sure through public affairs we put that out. There's obviously 3 more additional vehicles when we see the car crash that run from the vehicles, at least 6 inside the vehicle that we know.
So 3 arrested, looking for 3 more?
Yes, that's what we believe.
Just also one other enhancement, having conversation with the managing director, and we're looking to provide some reward money for information leading to the arrest and conviction, $10,000 for anyone who shoots anybody around a rec center, a school, a pool, or anything like that. That we do that with homicides. It's a $20,000 minimum, fee or reward for information, and we want to expand that for shooting around these facilities. And you can promulgate that. That might be helpful in getting a couple anonymous tips.
Okay, en este momento mi oficina ha aprobado.
All right, so once again, our Philadelphia officials here speaking about this incident last night. They do have some in custody, but of course, this investigation not over yet. They still have more evidence that they're going to be looking to find, especially when it comes to piecing together, were these individuals targeted? Was there specific people that they were after? And especially, they want to emphasize, obviously, this is an isolated incident. So the community, though, still speaking out that this is too much. They want to try to drive down the gun violence, something that we hear reiterated in multiple cities all across the states. Live now from Fox, going to step away for a brief break, but speaking about some violence when it comes to gun control, we're going to take us out to Maryland, where we did have police just a few moments ago speaking with some other city officials. They were talking about their gun buyback program. That's something that many cities have been trying to implement here all across the United States. So we'll be bringing that press conference right here on Live Now from Fox here in just 2 minutes. taking us out to Maryland, where in Rockville, we're going to be hearing from the city police chief as well as the state's attorney as they are all talking about a new gun buyback announcement. Let's go ahead, listen in right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Ready? Okay. Ladies, you ready? Yes. Okay, great. Good afternoon. I'm Chief Victor Brito of the Rockville City Police Department. I'm very honored to be joined by the Montgomery County State's Attorney, John McCarthy, and the Montgomery County Public Schools Superintendent, Monifa McKnight, Dr. Monifa McKnight. We are pleased to announce that the Rockville City Police Department, in collaboration and participation with the Montgomery County State's Attorney's Office and the Montgomery County Public Schools, will host a gun buyback event on Saturday, August 27th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here at RCPD, 2 West Montgomery Avenue in Rockville. Community members will be able to voluntarily turn in their firearms to us. In conjunction with that, those members will receive a $100 Visa gift card for functioning handguns, rifles, and shotguns, and $200 in Visa gift cards for functioning assault-style weapons and privately manufactured weapons, ghost guns. All firearms here will be accepted with identification, no identification needed. I want to be very clear. There's no identification needed, and our policy is that no questions will be asked by law enforcement. Ultimately, the Rockville City Police Department will maintain the ultimate determination of those firearms for gift card issuance. Participants must stay in their vehicle with their firearms, and they must be unloaded in their trunk or in the back of their vehicle if they do not have a trunk. No ammunition and firearms will be allowed, and no walk-ups will be allowed. For the issuance of gift cards, the weapons must be functional. However, non-functioning firearms and ammunition will be accepted here with no remuneration and no compensation. It's very important for us that every gun turned in is one less gun that could be used in a serious crime, suicide, domestic violence incident, or accidentally discharged by a child. Keeping guns off our community streets and out of the hands of our youth is our highest priority. This is a wonderful and great opportunity for any person who would like to dispose of an unwanted firearm voluntarily, anonymously, and safely. Thank you very much, and I'd like to introduce Dr. Monifa McKnight. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. I must say that it is exciting that we can have a collective group here together, come around a topic that's important to all of us, especially when it comes down to making sure that we're taking into consideration creating the best conditions for our children here in Montgomery County. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge how the collective partnership is just really important. As you can see, there are many standing here together because we are one community and we believe in getting things done through a partnership. I'd like to acknowledge our Board of Education members, support very much this initiative in the spirit of making sure we are taking care of our children. I want to thank Chief Brito for bringing this together and Mr. McCarthy for leading our community to really focus on safety and how we create safety through a strong partnership. The gun buyback program offers residents an opportunity to be rewarded for safely disposing their guns. Montgomery County Public Schools is proud to support the City of Rockville's effort to keep guns out of our streets, out of our neighborhoods, and out from the reach of young people. Because there is no difference when we think about the guns being out there and available. We want to make sure that we're keeping them out of the hands of young people. So every student in our school deserves to make sure that we are paying attention to not only their academic development, but their physical development, which gets into the safety piece, and emotionally making sure that they're taken care of. We all want to make sure we're creating a psychologically safe environment for our student. And that means that they have to feel safe when they're walking into our schools, and that means they have to feel safe as they are engaging in their communities. So that is what it takes for our students to learn best, and if this is what we have to do, creative initiatives such as this to make sure we do that, then we're here prepared to do it. We know that what is happening in our community flows into our schools. Our schools are a microcosm of our community. So anything that is happening within our community is going to impact our schools. Schools, unfortunately, are not immune from any issues that we're trying to solve as a community, and we must always remember that. With that said, we also know that more guns in our community makes it more likely that a student can get access to it, come across it, and then possibly compromise situations that we're all uncomfortable with. And to me, that is not acceptable. It's not acceptable to me as a superintendent of schools. I know it's not acceptable to our police partners, and it's not acceptable to our public officials, law enforcement, and most importantly, our parents who are sending their children out every single day and making sure that they're returning home safely. And I have to say, it is not acceptable to our students either, because they are the ones saying we need to feel safe, and so it is our job to make sure we're doing everything within our power to honor their requests. So to uphold this responsibility, we do have to pay attention to what our students say in Montgomery County Public Schools and support efforts to keep them safe, and to make sure that our community understands what everyone's role is going to be in making sure that we're nurturing a community that supports nurturing our students in their learning, and that includes keeping them safe. The effort that we're supporting today is a part of the broader school safety and security plan, and that really is focused on well-being that we've intensified in our school system over the past year. I am not telling you anything new when I say that we were all changed as a result of the conditions of the pandemic. And so when our students returned to school, there were a number of new norms that we had to adjust to. And the biggest was, how were they individually impacted? And when they come together as a group of students, how does that group become impacted by the individual experiences that our students had as a result of the pandemic? So with that said, I think it's important for us to make sure, if no other time, we must deepen our relationships with one another and with our students. We also have to clarify roles to make sure that everyone knows and understands what their responsibility is, and also hone our knowledge of how to deal with some of the biggest challenges, and in this context, safety threats that our students face. So the work that we do is going to continue throughout the school year, as we hope to launch a campaign to educate our young people about gun prevalence, gun laws, and the consequences of guns. By working together, we can ensure that our students, staff, and communities are safe and feel safe for the learning that needs to occur. So I could not be luckier and prouder to stand here with this dedicated group of individuals to say that we're going to do whatever it is that it takes to ensure that our community is safe, and that includes our schools. And I'd like to thank you for that.
I'd like to introduce you to Mr. John McCarthy, the Montgomery County State's Attorney.
Good afternoon. I'm really honored to sit here today with Chief Frito, and he came to me with his idea to do this gun buyback program, and I will tell you, we immediately agreed to be a partner with him in this particular effort, and quite candidly, we're very proud of that. Dr. McKnight, it's an honor to stand with you, and I listened to every single word you said, and I think I endorse every single syllable of what you said here today to the people that are assembled here. I'd also tell you there are some people in this community that care very much about the gun issue in this community, and it's a great honor for me to be joined by some members of Moms Demand Action. These women that are standing with me here today are a constant reminder to the people in this community of how we want this community to function, how we want it to be safe, and I want to thank them for their work every day on behalf of the citizens of this community. Look, the timing of us being here today is not an accident. School starts next week. The teachers come back Monday.
29.
Teachers are back. The school's kids come back. They are beginning a school year, and we really want to begin this program and to have an agenda for how we, as a community and in our schools, are going to reduce the threat of violence. What's the objective? One, to reduce guns in our community through the buyback. Two, reduce guns in our schools, which we unfortunately have had before, and reduce gun violence in general in our community, which unfortunately is on the rise. Dr. McKnight, I listened carefully when she talked about the schools are not immune to what's happening in our community. Well, what is happening in our community? Well, the numbers are going in the wrong direction. The numbers are going in the wrong direction when it comes to the subject of guns. Between 2021 and 2022, our gun seizures are up 180 guns in this county, 180 more guns. What does that mean for this year? As of the 14th of this month, we had seized on the streets of Montgomery County 790 guns. Now let's talk about ghost guns. Ghost guns, which only a few years ago were unknown to most of us in law enforcement, unknown to the citizens of Montgomery County. Between 2021 and 2022, already this year, we've doubled the number of ghost guns seized on the streets of Montgomery County. Our total right now is 139 as of August the 14th. We're seized a couple every day. The countywide presence of guns has led to, and I'm not saying this for the first time, my friend the Chief of Police, Marcus Jones, has talked about how he was alarmed by looking at the increased level of violence in the community, particularly among young offenders. And it doesn't take a deep dive to figure out that much of the increase of violence in our community is by individuals under the age of 21, including in some instances, kids who are in our schools. There's a bond review that's going on right now as we speak for an 18-year-old young man who used a gun. He's charged with first-degree murder. We could walk 2 blocks from here and go to that bond review. I woke up this morning to various text messages about a 17-year-old boy who was shot on Lost Knife Circle 4 times. And as we sit here today, fighting for his life. This is not a foreign topic to us. It's becoming, unfortunately, a daily topic for us. You know, young people are involved in these situations. You know, the first ghost gun that was ever used in a killing in Montgomery County, the shooter at the Plumgar Rec Center, was 14 years old. We've had violence come to our schools. Both Plumgar and the violence that came to our schools were by individuals under the age of 18 using ghost guns. I joined Dr. McKnight in the message that when it comes to our schools, there is absolutely no place for a gun in any school. There is no place, nor any time, nor any excuse to bring a gun to a school. We are working with the schools, and Dr. McKnight talked about this also. We want to be a partner with Dr. McKnight, as we are partners today with Chief Rideau, in bringing the message to every young school student, particularly in the high schools. And we've talked about this. We want to get out to every high school. I want to be a partner. The State's Attorney's Office wants to be a continuing partner with the schools to educate them about the laws and the obligations they have and some of the dangers and what role they can play as students.
All right, so Maryland officials here announcing this gun buyback opportunity, especially ahead of the school season. A lot of families and teachers and staff concerned about what could happen in their schools after recent events, too. LiveNOW going to be stepping away for a 2-minute break. More to come here with this press conference out of Rockville, Maryland, when you return.
Itself solves the problem, but it's a step in the right direction. I'd also tell you, like I said this to Dr. McKnight, and I really think we ought to give a great deal of credit to Chief Rideau and the city of Rockville. City of Rockville. They've put money behind this. This gun back's not free, and the city of Rockville has donated to this. The schools have donated to this. My office has donated to this program, so we can do this gun buyback. We should be doing this all over this county. If you're a business person, you're an individual person who wants to reduce guns and wants to help us, call my office. You can help us do these programs everywhere across this county. This is not a one and done. It's not a one and done. I have a gun task force that I've formulated in my office. We work on this every day. So do all the different police agencies in Montgomery County. Sometimes I think there are mixed messages that go to our kids as part of the education. Does every student in Montgomery County School know that it is illegal under the age of 21 to possess a gun? It's illegal. It still is illegal. We had some Supreme Court case that came out that was troubling to many of us in law enforcement recently about wear and carry permits. Well, let me tell you, you still need a wear and carry permit in the state of Maryland. That law is still good law. There's a provision of that law that was struck down, but there's still going to be a record check. You'll still need to go through that. And you have to take educational classes to get a wear and carry permit. The law survives. We need to tell people that the law survives and what it is. We have an opportunity as a community on August the 27th to help us dispose of in a safe, sane, intelligent way of some of the guns that plague our streets. I'm honored to stand here with all of my partners. I guess it takes a village. Yes. We all do it together. Nobody does it alone. And I'm happy to be part of that village and part of this team. And this is not a one and done. You'll see us again. You'll see us in other areas of the county. You're going to see us in your schools. This is something vital because you cannot learn in an environment in which you do not feel safe. I've been an educator. I've been a state's attorney a long time. I've been an educator longer. I taught high school in this county. I've taught at Montgomery College for 43 years. I'm an educator. I value what educators do, but they need a safe learning environment. Our children deserve it. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Dr. McKnight. Thank you to Moms Demand Action.
In closing, I cannot overstate how important it is that our partners here, Dr. McKnight, the Superintendent of Public Schools, and Mr. John McCarthy, our state's attorney. That's an incredible coalition and partnership, and I am grateful, and we are blessed here in Montgomery County in the city of Rockville. So thank everybody and our wonderful Moms Demand Action. So thank you very much, and all have a great day. Thank you. Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
It's been a very difficult 6 months since we were in high school, and now we know that a young person, a 17-year-old, was just shot fighting for his life. How are you preparing to kind of usher the children back to the school safely and in the right mindset to have a safe and comfortable school?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. And so, yes, we're excited about our teachers returning next week and our students following them the week after on the 29th. And what we know is that we don't get prepared for that in one day. So since we ended the school year in June, up until today and up to the 29th, we are working with staff and providing training to make sure that everyone understands and knows the protocols that we'll have in place to make sure that our students feel safe, and the staff making sure they understand exactly what those protocols are. So we have been working with all of our local jurisdictions along with the Montgomery County Police Department and our internal safety and security team to make sure that that training has been the forefront of what we did this summer to focus in on that. And every single time there is an incident that occurs, we evaluate it and determine what do we need to do, what do we need to address, adapt our training to take other things into consideration to prepare for our students returning this year. And so I'll say the biggest emphasis we've had is training the staff, making sure that everyone understands the protocols. When our teachers come into their buildings next week, a week before the students return, that's what they're going to be learning. You know, this is what we do in these situations. This is what we've prepared for over the summer. This was what we've shifted in our protocols that we found to be best practices. And so the training is the crux of that. And then when the students come the following week, guess what? They will also be trained. I personally heard from our students that one of the things that we could do to make them feel most prepared and to feel safe is to know if we are in a particular situation, what do we do? And what is the process of communication if we're in a situation that's difficult to navigate and we're concerned about our safety? And so we've taken that into consideration to make sure that the training does involve all of that information. Yes. Hi, Kevin, and thank you for that. Yes, so of course we've been working on the entrance of our vestibules in our buildings for a few years now. And what we've done is made sure that we've put provisions in places for those few schools who have not yet addressed that. And the best way that we've addressed that is through staffing. This year we've implemented the Rovers, who are additional safety and security staff from Montgomery County Public Schools that actually are around and able to cover the area of our elementary schools, our middle schools, along with the CEOs, who cover the high schools, to ensure that there is an adult there who can get there quickly if a situation is needed and their assistance is needed. And so that's definitely something that we've put in place in addition to the training. When we look at staffing, we found that making sure that we have people who are trained and readily available if needed is the second most impactful resource that we can have to make sure security is in place. We've also invested in cameras. That was a part of our budget this year to say we want to make sure we have the surveillance, so if something happens, we can get there in real time. I had an opportunity to sit, with the police department when we were dealing with the situation, to be able to have those cameras on the ground so that I could see and hear exactly what everyone's role is going to be when we see a situation happening, and we're trying to make sure that we have the best safety protocols in place. So technology has been a big part of our conduit to help us do that successfully. And then third, just the partnership. The school system can never do this work alone. While our students are coming into our school buildings, we need the conversations happening at home. We need the conversations happening with moms, parents, grandparents, everyone, to say, what do you need? If you are experiencing conflict with another student, how do we help you resolve that? How do we make sure you get the information, as Mr. McCarthy mentioned, to understand the consequences if you are entertaining an idea that compromises the safety of yourself and others? And so there are so many things that we're doing, and they're all necessary, but to make sure we're taking into consideration what everyone's role is in that work is one of the most critical pieces to the success of implementation of any of this.
As a follow-up, we're aware of mandatory minimums in the criminal justice system. Are there mandatory minimums in the school system if the student is to bring a firearm to school during school hours?
Mr. McCarthy?
Kevin, I understand you. Let me say that under the law, there are the use of a handgun in a crime.
All right, so once again, some Maryland officials talking about the importance of getting some of these guns off the streets, really trying to find some different and creative ways to be able to do so, especially when we have seen rise of gun violence all across our cities. Thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. I'm Christy Larson here with you as we continue to keep track of all the top stories. There are some police who are warning about a more dangerous, potent form of fentanyl that has been making its rounds along the West Coast. They want to put out a warning to everyone who may be seeing some of these rainbow-colored candies. Now, deputies had found body armor, $5,000 in cash, 9 guns, some which were modified and stolen, and drugs including meth, heroin, 800 pills of fentanyl, and 4 grams of multicolored powdered fentanyl, and even offered a rainbow fentanyl. Now, this all happening in Northeast Portland, according to a statement that was released just yesterday. They did want to warn and said they're very concerned about this rainbow fentanyl getting into the hands of young adults or especially children, making the mistake of that drug being something else, which is candy or a toy. And this is, again, just one more way they're trying to make this drug look more alluring by making it playful and colorful. So the powdered fentanyl, again, found during this investigation, does resemble the color and consistency of sidewalk chalk, and they did want to at least put out a warning that there's yet one more concerning drug out there in a form that they're worried about there on the streets. Well, speaking of police, too, I do want to turn our attention to a story and some new video that's coming to us out of Las Vegas. It is going to be showing some very tense moments after there was a police chase and crash with a violent suspect who then had shot at police multiple times. This story, again, coming to us from Las Vegas. Let's go ahead and get more with our Fox teams.
Well, Justin Venegas was already under surveillance by police. He was a person of interest for an armed carjacking of an elderly person back in May. And while he was under surveillance last Thursday, he ended up leading police on an hour-long car chase.
Video description again, please.
A canine unit darts in front of the white Chevy truck, desperate to stop the crime spree.
Some of these hoses from the pedestal.
A violent chase that looped 47 miles around the valley in an hour. It all began at a traffic light at Pecos in Cheyenne.
He's trying to jack a car.
40-year-old Justin Venegas gets into the driver's seat of the white Chevy truck, pushing out the owner of the truck, and took off. Officers caught up to him near Craig and 5th Street, attempting to use a pit maneuver to stop him.
Hit him, right here. Oh.
The 3 shots through the windshield didn't stop Venegas, who police say next approached another car with a gun near Desert Inn and Jones.
On Desert Inn, forcing a car off. He might be trying to hijack someone else. Yep, he's out of his vehicle. His car's running. He's got a gun pointed at the victim here. It's firing into the victim vehicle. We have to get him stopped.
Police say that woman was either grazed by the bullet or hit with shattered glass, but is okay. Down the road, Venegas drives into a busy Smith's parking lot. Police say trying to steal another car, unsuccessfully. As officers approach and the truck drives towards them and away, 5 officers fire. Venegas, not hit by the gunfire, continues driving northbound on Decatur until a canine unit crosses lanes and the suspect rams into him at 67 miles per hour, according to police. Thursday night, our cameras captured the serious front-end damage to both vehicles.
Bravery is one way to put it. It's they suit up every day and go out there, and this is what they deal with. Especially from the ground level, we're lucky. This community was very lucky in this incident.
And with all those rounds fired, Walsh said that there were no stray bullets that hit any bystanders or property. As for the K-9 unit officer, he did go to the hospital. He suffered a concussion. However, he is now out of the hospital. His K-9 did not have any injuries. I'm Drew Andre, Fox 5 News, local, Las Vegas.
Some very tense moments, and especially when you're thinking about the public that was in danger. Glad that the police were able to put a stop to that suspect. We're going to continue on with more of the top stories coming to us from all across the country. I want to give you a live look at what's happening out in the Los Angeles area. We do have LA County District Attorney Gascon. Well, he has beat back a second attempt to remove him from office, right now doing a justice reform rally, but we'll be bringing you an interview with our Fox 11 team coming up here after this 2-minute break.
election and moving forward with his vision for criminal justice reform. Gascon joins us. The victim of a violent assault by a homeless man in Hollywood speaking out in a story you'll only see on Fox 11. And the death of actor Anne Hayes shining a spotlight on organ donations, the dire need for donors in California, and how you can give the gift of life.
You're watching Fox 11 News Special Report.
And welcome to a special edition of the Fox 11 News Special Report. I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Marla Tejas. LA County DA George Gascon beating back a second attempt to remove him from office.
So as you may know if you watch our show, we have asked him every week since December 2020 to come back on our show after he promised us he'd be a frequent guest. He's declined all of our invitations, but today he finally agreed.
He joined us earlier today from his office.
There are different ways to interpret the recall election barely failing to qualify. Do you see this as a vindication, proof that LA County voters support your policies, so it's time to double down on them? Or do you see this as a warning sign, an indication you should maybe take a more moderate approach?
Look, I think it's important to recognize that there are many components to this. I think, first of all, I do see a recall election where, nearly $10 million were spent, an unprecedented number of people were contacted. There were 3.5 million people that received a petition in their homes, in addition to the signature gatherers. And even under all that, and all that money was spent, they were unable to get the signatures. Having said that, the reality is that, people are wary. They're people that they feel that they're unsafe. And part of my work is about acknowledging that and trying to deal with those fears. And to that end, I will continue to do so. But I think it's important to recognize also that the large majority of the voters and the large majority of the community not only did not support the recall, but they have supported me.
So do you see this as a vindication, or do you see this as, okay, it's time to change some of the policies?
I'm not sure that it's a vindication. Look, I think a sign of good leadership, in fact, I think a sign of being a good person is to continue to evolve and to learn and to adjust as conditions change, and I will continue to do so.
Okay, well, what about the people who actually work for you? Of course, I'm referring to your deputy DAs. About 98% of them, the people who work for you, supported this recall. Some of them have been with us at 7 o'clock and said they actually haven't had conversations, one-on-ones with you, spoken with you one-on-one about your mission and philosophy. Isn't there value in sitting down with them individually or even in a group setting to establish dialogue and at least attempt to heal those relationships?
Well, I mean, again, I think that, you guys are certainly talking to some people on the staff, and, some people that have obviously political motivations, and, I'm not going to get into that. I have and will continue to talk to the members of my staff. I understand that, there is a perception that there is a tremendous amount of opposition, but yet when you see the day-to-day work, you see some of the emails that I get, there's another side to this. Having said that, I think that the period of time when I came into office was unprecedented. We were under COVID for a good year and a half or so. I visited offices that were nearly empty. Things are evolving into a different place, and part of this gives me an opportunity to begin to start getting closer to many members of our staff, and I will do so. And again, look, I mean, there's always room for evolution, and there's always room for looking for different ways to do things, and I will continue to do so, both internally and externally.
I think the point was that a lot of the people that work for you, 98% of them, disagree with that, and almost everybody that we've had on said that they've never interacted with you ever, or maybe once or twice, which we found surprising. But let's move on to another point. We've heard multiple jailhouse recordings.
May I just go back to this for a second, because I think it's important to understand the scope of, this is an office of about 2,200 people, and I'm very familiar with the people that you guys talk on a regular basis. But even when there was a vote of no confidence, I happen to know a lot of people that call me and reach out to me and say they were being badgered. If they had not responded, they were being singled out. They were being harassed in the workplace. They were being told that this was going to go to an independent person in Canada, that they wouldn't know how they reply. So there are
they
a lot
were
of
bullied. They were bullied into voting no confidence.
I have to tell you that some people say as much, but look, I think this is water under the bridge. I like to focus on the future because I want to make sure that those that are doing the job, and that's the majority of the people in the office, get the support and they get the things that they need in order to do the work well, and I'm going to be here for them.
We've heard multiple jailhouse recordings where criminals are praising you and feeling like they'll get lighter sentences with you in charge. One convicted murderer even said that he wanted to tattoo your name on his face because you got his sentence reduced, saying...
That's the champ right there. It's gone.
Why do you think prisoners feel that way about you, and what can you do to change that perception?
That gentleman that you're talking about also will probably spend the rest of his life in prison. So I think it's important also, look, jailhouse calls, interestingly enough, have been going on for generations. We have seen sometimes at the risk of violating a lot of confidentiality and certainly other issues, we have seen jailhouse calls being carefully placed by some people in the public arena to try to embarrass me. This is a large county. We prosecute over 100,000 people a year. Have they been some of those calls? They have been. Do I question the wisdom of those people think that they're going to be treated somehow differently? Because in fact, they haven't been, in some cases very harshly. It is what it is. The reality is you have to look at the bottom line. Was this person given a break in any way or shape? No, he was treated very harshly, by the way, because he deserved to be treated harshly.
Look, you have been in office for more than a year and a half. You've faced 2 recall efforts. Granted, you have succeeded that, beaten those recall efforts, but we all have regrets. What regrets do you have in your first year and a half in office?
Are there things, that I should have, that looking back today with the knowledge that I have today, could have done differently? Absolutely. And we are doing some of those things. But, it's always easier to look in the rearview mirror, right? So that old saying, being a Monday morning quarterback always works better than when you're actually in the field playing the game.
What specifically?
Well, I can tell you, for instance, that, when I started in the office, because of the civil service rules in the office are so strict, I had mostly a management team that was, they campaigned against me. They were against many of the policies that I was elected on. And I put very strict parameters because we had to get to a place where we had a management team that then I could trust a judgment. So in the area, for instance, looking at things like enhancements or possibly occasionally prosecuting a juvenile as adult, we have now created a mechanism to deal with those exceptions where it may be appropriate to do some of that. So, those are things that I wish if I could have done very early on. I don't think I had the mechanism to do it. Is it possible that I could have looked for a better way to do that sooner? Maybe so. But, I want to concentrate on how we continue to improve our operation.
So what you're saying is the reason that you did that way was that you didn't trust some of the people in your office, and now that you've got a different team in place, you trust them to have more discretion? Is that what you're saying?
Well, that was certainly a component. You have to remember, again, contextually, that it was a very strong opposition to my being elected, and a lot of that opposition was based on the policies that I said that I would implement. So I knew going in that I needed to build up enough of a team to be able to ensure that we were having a high level of fidelity to the spirit behind those policies. And I believe that we're in a much better place today than we were certainly when I first got elected.
All right, and just going forward now, and now that you have that team in place, now that you've got this recall threat behind you, what do the next 2 years look like? What are the big priorities? What are you focused on? What potential changes could we be seeing, like you just saw you moved on this?
I will continue to evaluate every single step of our work We continue to build up upon processes. We look for areas that we can improve. We've done, there are a lot of other things, for instance, that have gone unnoticed, like improvements in the way that we handle technology, how we're filing cases in a centralized ways using technology, what we're doing with victims. We brought in someone with a psychology and social worker background now to run our work. We're working with the Department of Justice to improve the way that we deliver trauma-informed care to our victims. So there are many other areas that we have already done a lot of work. We have community advisory boards that represent a wide spectrum of members of our community. We'll continue to evolve on that. So yes, there are a lot of things that are evolving that will continue to evolve. And as I said, if you and I talk 6 months or a year from now, I'm sure there will be newer things that we're doing. My focus has been and will continue to be, how can we do and how can I do the best work possible for the people in our community?
Well, that's what you said to me the last time we talked, which was almost 2 years ago. If we talked 6 months. So let's do it more often, right? This was fair and a nice, free exchange of conversation. It's an important dialogue, and it's important for people to hear from you directly.
I appreciate it, and I look forward actually to doing it in person perhaps next time.
Okay. Open invitation. If you want to come next week, we're here.
We appreciate you coming on.
Next week might be too soon, but maybe in a few weeks I'd love to do it.
Okay. Who knows?
Thanks to our Fox 11 team. Obviously, they work hard on trying to get those interviews, especially when this was the second time around that he had been tried to be recalled. It obviously was not successful. Big conversation surrounding that. Glad to have that from our Fox 11 team. Appreciative of them for that interview. Let's go ahead and take just a quick look here at the big board as we are down in the red all day long, down more than 100 points here. That's better than what it was just a few hours ago. Of course, this just coming on the heels of our retail sales report. We'll be getting into more details about that coming up here in just a bit on Live Now from Fox. But let's go ahead, take this chance to step away for a 2-minute break. More top stories all across the country coming to you right here in just 2 minutes. Well, there's a new twist in the murder mystery of a Microsoft executive in Florida. Now his ex-wife's personal trainer claims he had an affair with her as she was going through the breakup, and she says that never happened. We do have Fox's Alexis McAdams, who is joining us live with the details to this very messy story.
We've been following this for about 6 months now, and her now dead ex-husband bought her that package of workout sessions for Christmas, but she denied ever having an affair with that trainer. So it's now been 6 months since Microsoft manager Jared Bridegan died. He was shot and killed in front of his 2-year-old daughter, who was actually sitting in the back seat of the car that day in Florida. This is where the father of 4 was murdered. It happened out on a Florida highway. It was right near St. Augustine. Investigators say Bridegan had pulled over because there was a tire in the roadway. He couldn't drive around it, so he got out of the car. But then he was shot at least one time. One of his kids was actually in the back seat as her dad was gunned down there. So just a lot of trauma and a lot of confusion with this entire case as it still develops. After the murder, his ex-wife, Shanna Gardner-Fernandez, hired a defense attorney right away and has denied that she ever had an affair or knew anything about this murder, though her trainer now tells Fox Digital that her relationship with him had turned romantic during their breakup. After the murder, Florida police were actually looking for a dark blue Ford F-150 that they said is connected to this investigation, and Bridegan's second wife, and now a widow, has been really fighting hard to bring this killer to justice. Listen.
That are working this. It's just frustrating that things take time, that this is not a TV show. Things don't get solved in 60 minutes. It takes time, and that's hard.
Yeah, it takes time and still a lot of tragedy here, and it's been 6 months and counting now, so they're looking for answers immediately. Bridegan's widow says that this was an attack on her entire family, not just her husband, and she's not going to stop until the killer is behind bars, so we'll keep a close eye on this.
And I'm sure police, with releasing that surveillance video, knowing a vehicle that they're trying to at least find, they're asking for the public's help with any details that could be surrounding this murder.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the Ford F-150 there, you can kind of see it on that surveillance image. It's a little blurry, so they couldn't get the exact license plate or see who was driving, but they're hoping that somebody knows, or they can go through that neighborhood and really look at that Ring doorbell footage, or go to that was a one-way street over there in St. Augustine. So they're hoping when they have somebody come forward, they'll have more information. But it's been 6 months, and I think that you could hear that widow there really is hoping that somebody's going to come forward, or thought somebody already would have.
Yeah, just a very tough time for that family, especially when they're looking for things like that for some closure. So, Alexis McAdams, do appreciate you breaking it all down here for us on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks.
All right, we're going to continue things along here for you as we continue to look at some of the top stories happening across the country. Going to take us into some more stories. Now going to go to New York, where they've been having some buses come from Texas with migrants in them. So a lot of officials in New York City saying this is not the way we should be handling people coming into our country, dropping them off onto the streets. Let's go ahead, bring you that press conference that happened just a little earlier here today.
Our team, the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs, has been here since 5 in the morning. We were here yesterday night. We welcomed a bus with 13 individuals last night. And this morning, at 8:30 in the morning, we welcomed 4 buses with 129 individuals and families. I counted at least 12 children. We're still supporting them inside with food, water, clothing. Again, many people arrive with all kinds of health needs. We have medical professionals, we have the EMT, we have a lot of volunteers from different nonprofit organizations that have partnered with us. We're providing some cash assistance, Metro cards. We're doing everything possible to welcome these families, these individuals with dignity, with love. They've been through a lot. I've spoken to some families who've crossed several borders, and they're finally receiving a welcoming that really they should have gotten early on. We're again concerned about the treatment of asylum seekers and individuals in the state of Texas. It appears that the state of Texas have hired a private security firm to travel with the asylum seekers on these buses, to keep them in the buses. These are armed individuals, families, and people feel intimidated and scared about the situation. Nonetheless, people are leaving the buses earlier. We know that many leave the buses the first chance they get. They're leaving the state of Texas and Tennessee. But those who make it to New York City, we're welcoming them, we're supporting them. They will be provided with transportation to shelters. We have seen some family members come pick up individuals and families here There's travel from other states because they know that they're being transported to New York City. Again, Governor Abbott is weaponizing the situation to foment anti-immigrant hatred. He's trying to divide us, but New York City will not be divided. We're here to welcome those people who are fleeing crises, who are fleeing persecution, who are actually being allowed into the country to remain as they seek asylum. They're allowed to be here, they're allowed to be in New York City, but we want to make sure that they're connecting to their families and their communities where they wish to go. And if they are being forced to come to New York City against their will, if they're being forced to sign documents under duress, we are condemning that. But in the meantime, New York will be a welcoming city. New Yorkers will rally around asylum seekers, especially the many children that are arriving. We saw children as young as a few months old. We're seeing some children with clear needs that need to be addressed. And our Department of Education and other agencies are preparing to welcome these families and support them as they settle into our city. Again, Governor Abbott is using innocent human beings as a weapon against New York City. But New York City will not fall for this. We will stand together and we will welcome asylum seekers with dignity and compassion and respect. And I know not just city government agencies, but nonprofits and community organizations are ready to support and come together as we see happening here today. Thank you.
Commissioner, can you tell us a little bit more about any efforts to get the children who are arriving enrolled into city public schools or other schools that they might want to attend as we get closer to the end of the summer?
Yes, we are holding meetings with the Department of Education, educators concerned with the children, experts in those families and children that are recently arrived and they've been through so much. The Department of Education, along with the mayor and myself, will be making a few announcements soon about our plans to enroll children, but most importantly, support families who've gone through so much. And again, New York City is ready and committed to supporting these families as those who want to stay here and want to be in the safe haven that New York City is.
Can you tell us anything about the medical needs that you're seeing?
Yeah, people are arriving, again, having crossed several borders. Many, again, from Venezuela who have gone through so much. They're arriving with a lot of intestinal, stomach problems. They're being looked at, and those who need emergency or further attention are being transported to our local hospitals. Again, 2 days ago we had to help someone with a severe illness, and he was taken to the hospital. Today we're still helping families as we speak. We don't know of anyone who needs that kind of support. We're also supporting people with foot problems. You know, as you know, many have crossed by foot many borders, have gone through many journeys, and they will need a lot of support. And they'll receive some assistance, medical attention here, but some of them will need longer-term care, which is why we're partnering with the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, New York City Health and Hospitals, and medical providers like Somos Care to make sure that they have the assistance in their language, and they are enrolled in programs like NYC Cares, programs that are designed for communities like these. Again, they arrive without shoes. They often arrive just with sandals, which are not appropriate for people who are in need of care. And so a community group is here donating shoes and the support that they need to be able to then head to their next destination.
Commissioner, can you talk? Commissioner, can you talk a little bit more, just summarize for us over the past 2 weeks how the government's response has evolved since the first buses came?
Listen, I think one important thing to say and clarify is that people have been arriving for months. As you heard Catholic Charities say, just themselves, they've welcomed over 1,000 people and families. And in the last 6 weeks. This is just Catholic Charities, but we've heard of other nonprofit organizations, other legal providers that are also receiving people arriving to them asking for help. So we're not talking about something recent. It's not just people arriving to Port Authority, but people are arriving at other bus stops, using commercial buses or even charter buses. Again, the state of Texas is not coordinating with New York City intentionally whatsoever. Again, I've said this before, it appears that the charter company that they've hired has a non-disclosure agreement. Again, it appears that they hired a private security firm to transport people here that is not allowed to communicate with us. This is completely worrisome. Again, we are able to welcome people who are arriving at Port Authority, but if they're arriving at other locations that we don't know about, we might find people who are walking around our streets in need of support. And so we want to make sure that the nonprofit organizations we're working with are also supporting these families as they arrive to our outer boroughs or other stations. We know of a group of about 40 individuals that arrived at the Megabus drop-off location near Midtown this past Saturday. These are individuals that mostly took buses, these commercial buses from D.C. to arrive here, and they've connected since with our shelter system.
All right, so we've been listening in with New York City Commissioner of Immigrant Affairs on these busloads of migrants who've been coming into their city. Again, they say that they're really trying to get them the assistance they need, but it's hard when they're being dropped off at different locations. Texas, though, continuing to put out a warning to liberal cities that those migrant buses are going to continue coming your way. Live Now from Fox going to step away for a 2-minute break. When we return, going to take us out to Florida, where we do have Hillsborough suspended state attorney discussing his next steps, all while he's fighting to get his job back. It's coming up right here next on Live Now from Fox. Taking you out to Tampa, Florida, where Florida State Attorney Andrew Warren is talking with his legal team to talk about the developments in their challenge to unlawful suspension. Let's listen into this press conference here on Live Now from Fox.
I'm joined today by my legal team led by Jay Cabou. That's the initial J, C-A-B-O-U. Jay's the co-chair of the white collar and investigations practice of the international law firm Perkins Coie. In our country, there are protections for freedom and limits on power. Ron DeSantis may not like them, he may not respect them, but he has to follow them. This morning, I filed suit in federal court to challenge the blatant abuse of power by Governor DeSantis in suspending me as state attorney. There is so much more at stake here than my job. Ron DeSantis is hoping to get away with overturning the results of an election and throwing out the votes of hundreds of thousands of Floridians. By challenging this illegal abuse of power, we're to make sure that no governor can toss away the results of an election because he disagrees with the outcome. Our suit asks a judge to compel the governor to rescind his illegal order and to prohibit him from taking similar action against me in the future. I'm a twice-elected county prosecutor who spent my career locking up violent criminals and fraudsters. Without warning, I was forced out of my office by an armed deputy, removed from my elected position, and replaced by a Ron DeSantis accomplice. Now, the governor's authority is not unlimited. He can disagree with my political views. He can disagree with my criminal justice philosophy. He can even disagree with my unwavering commitment to public safety, fairness, and justice. And he can do all of those things because he's protected by the First Amendment. But the First Amendment doesn't just protect him. It protects everyone, even those of us he disagrees with. Our country has become so divided. Too many elected officials have weaponized politics to divide us, to the point where people no longer just debate the issues. They fight about the facts. They belittle each other's values and patriotism. But the one thing we can all agree on, the one thing that unites us, the one thing that has made our nation a beacon for hope and freedom throughout the world is democracy. Democracy matters. It doesn't matter what party you belong to or who you voted for. Your vote matters, and no elected official has the right to take away that vote. The governor has attacked our democracy, and that should outrage everyone. If the governor's attempt to unilaterally overturn an election is allowed to stand, it threatens to undermine the integrity and outcomes of elections across our state for years to come. The danger posed by this illegal act cannot be overstated, and that's why we must fight back. Not tomorrow, not during the next election, but now. Many people have reached out to show their support, and I cannot thank you enough for your faith in me and your commitment to the values of our democracy. If you want to come join the fight, please go to andrewwarrenfl.com. That's andrewwarrenfl.com. We didn't seek out this fight, but the law is on our side and our democracy is at stake. We must win, and we will. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Jay to address some of the details of the lawsuit, and then we'll be happy to take a few questions.
Thanks so much, Andrew. I'm very pleased to be joined by my colleague Margot Castleman from Perkins Coie, our colleagues here locally, David Singer and Matt Newton. And as Andrew said, our lawsuit is straightforward, and it is its principal claim talks about the First Amendment, the same First Amendment that protects you, that protects me, that protects Governor DeSantis, also protects Andrew when he speaks out on issues of public importance. And because it's clear from the executive order that Governor DeSantis removed Andrew for what he said, for what he thinks, rather than some failure or something that he did, the First Amendment says that's illegal. And we've asked the United States District Court in Tallahassee to say so. We've also asked the United States District Court to confirm what Florida state courts have confirmed for a long time. The governor's power granted by the Florida Constitution is not unlimited. The governor was elected too, and he has every right to exercise the powers of his office. But those powers are what the Constitution says they are, what the Florida Constitution says they are. They're not what Governor DeSantis says they are. They're not what Governor DeSantis wishes they were. They are what the 11th Circuit has called a power to remove in extraordinary circumstances. A difference of opinion is not an extraordinary circumstance. A public official speaking out about his firmly held beliefs on criminal justice, that also is not an extraordinary circumstance. In fact, a public official speaking out is exactly what the First Amendment was designed to protect. Because only when public officials speak out and when their opinions on important issues of the day become part of the marketplace of ideas, can the press, can the people, can the voters debate them, and then can the voters make the choice the Constitution empowers them to make which is selecting the state attorney. It's the voters, not the governor, that chooses the state attorney.
Questions? I'm sorry.
Aaron. Yeah, all right. Thank you. Just after your press conference this morning, the governor had some comments. One of the things he said was that saying you're not going to enforce the law is, in his opinion, by definition, dereliction of duty. What's your response to that?
Look, I'll let Jay address the merits of the lawsuit, but as he just said, it's pretty clear what we've argued. Just because the governor wants the law to be a certain way doesn't make it that way. And here, the governor has violated two laws. One, he's retaliating against me for what I've said, which is a violation of my First Amendment rights. And two, he's abusing the power granted to him under the Florida Constitution to suspend me without any legal justification. So this lawsuit is to make sure that even though Ron DeSantis is still the governor in Florida, we're confirming that the First Amendment still has meaning. The Florida Constitution still has meaning. And elections and voters still have meaning.
There's been chat about a Senate hearing in this whole process, and obviously a lawsuit now. There's hopefully an injunction. What happens to any kind of Senate hearing? Can you maybe explain that?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that. So you're right that the Constitution provides that once the governor invokes his suspension power, the ultimate decision to remove or reinstate, if it goes that far, lies with the Senate. The Senate only has a role, however, if the governor has lawfully invoked his power. In other words, they don't get to decide that every day. It's only in special circumstances where the governor has invoked his power lawfully that the case proceeds that far. We've stepped in and asked the court to confirm that what the governor has done is unlawful. And under Senate rule, it provides that if there is a legal challenge, the Senate proceeding is on hold until that legal challenge is resolved, and we expect that that's the process will follow here. But good question. It's a very esoteric point, and thank you for the opportunity to clarify that.
Mr. Warren, you were elected to be the state attorney in Hillsborough County twice, and I think your complaint laid out that more than 369,000 people voted for you this time around. But I was wondering if you could address, some of what has been written about you, that you're backed by these influences outside of Florida, that you're backed by Soros and these folks like that. Do you have anything to say about that?
Yeah, I work for the people of Hillsborough County. That's who I've always worked for. The people who elected me because they shared my vision of criminal justice, they trusted my judgment, and then they reelected me because they saw the results. And let's talk about the results for a minute. Hillsborough County has the lowest crime rate of any county in the Tampa Bay area, the lowest crime rate of any major county in Florida. Our crime rate has gone down nearly 30% over the last 5 years. I mean, these are the facts. So when the governor is saying things about the job I did or didn't do, that's not what this is about. This is about what I said, not about the job that I did as state attorney.
I have a question in regards to the voicemail, the Cameron Herring Sessions voicemail. Two-part question. One, what do you think of the timing of this being released? And two, was it a just sentence?
So it's no secret that I was surprised by the judge's sentence because he went above the statutory guidelines. But at the end of the day, my job as state attorney was to hold the defendants accountable, to fight for the victim's family, and to deliver the justice that Jessica and Lilia deserved, and that's exactly what we did.
Definitely not implying that you sought this out in any way, but sort of ironically, as a result of the governor's suspension of you, your political profile has risen. You've been on TV all the time. You're holding multiple press conferences in the state today. What do you make of that?
This is such an important issue. I mean, you can't overstate the importance of this. This is not about me. This is not about one elected official being suspended from office. This is about the attempted overthrow of democracy in Florida, and that's the fight we're fighting.
Aaron, you were removed from office, obviously, about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. Now you've got
Suspended.
Suspended, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Now you've got Susan Lopez in there. If the judge grants an injunction, you would be back in office. I guess my question is, are you concerned about this? What could be just an ongoing upheaval going on over there at the state attorney's office?
Look, the governor likes to talk about law and order, but he's violated the law and he's created disorder in the criminal justice system in Hillsborough County. And as soon as I'm reinstated, we'll continue doing the work that the people elected me to do that has led to the lowest crime rate in Hillsborough County of anywhere in the Tampa Bay region.
A new lawsuit being filed here after being suspended by the governor. Let's go ahead and send some viewers out to our final 2-minute break of this hour as we continue listening in here from Tampa, Florida.
Yeah, the relationship between prosecutors and law enforcement is supposed to be productive but imperfect. And after I'm reinstated, I look forward to continuing to work with law enforcement like we've done in the past to have the success that we've had over the last 6 years.
Actually, 2 questions. First question, it's been, the beginning of the month of August when you were suspended?
August 4th.
August 4th. What, personally, how has this been for you?
Over the past 12 days now, 12, yes, I've been energized by the amount of support that people have shown because they recognize how important this is. Again, this is not about me. This is a fight for democracy. This is a fight to make sure that votes matter, that elected officials can't just throw out the results of an election. So it's been inspiring to see so many people from across the aisle, from across the state, join me in that fight.
So personally, it has to have been chaos.
It's not about me personally. This is about a fight for democracy in the state of Florida, and that's what we're focused on.
Eric? Thanks. And if you decide to go federal on this, how concerned are you that even if you prevail at the base level and then it gets to the 11th Circuit, which has been very friendly for Ron DeSantis, that this case could create precedent that would undermine exactly what you say you're here trying to battle against?
Eric, it's a good question. If we don't fight back against this, if we allow the governor to have the power to remove an elected official on a whim, what's left of our democracy?
Any more questions? We'll wrap up. I spoke with a constitutional expert who has been, working First Amendment cases for 40 years, and he said that you are going to get your job back. But as the gentleman just mentioned, the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals tends to lean in another way. It appears. Do you think you're going to get a fair shake before the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals?
You can never guarantee an outcome at trial. All we can guarantee is that the law is on our side. The facts are on our side. The truth is on our side. And this is a fight for democracy. We look forward to when the court has a chance to evaluate everything that's happened. They will see this for the violations of law that it is, and they'll put me back in office.
What sort of timeline can you expect that the courts will look at this, deal with it, and it's not hanging in limbo? Are you wondering?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that. Look, we obviously hope that this happens quickly. We've asked for interim preliminary relief. Those matters are often set on an expedited schedule, and we hope to reach out to counsel on the other side once the events of today subside a little bit and try to come up with an orderly schedule. My hope is, and I know that Andrew's hope is, that this is heard and resolved on the merits very, very quickly. For those of you that cover the courts regularly, you know that quickly in judicial time is not always quickly to the rest of us. But we would hope that this is resolved, in a matter of weeks, maybe several weeks or a month or two, not a year or 2 years as litigation often can take. A lot of that will be determined by the court, of course, but certainly we're going to be asking that this be heard quickly.
Along those lines, since the clock is ticking, it's just a follow-up to that. Since the clock is ticking in the Senate, if it does take longer than that, and the clock's not ticking in the Senate, it's paused during this legal challenge.
A technical question. If I'm not mistaken, the website that you had been promoting had originally been leading to a political committee donation page, and I believe it's now a legal fund donation page. Can someone address why that change was made between those two different types of accounts?
I'm going to say that someone, if someone is here, it's certainly not me. And a good lawyer knows his limits and knows when to stay in his lane, so I'm going to gracefully step aside.
Got a lot of links there.
Yeah, we've set up a legal fund. We've set up a legal fund because we need the resources to fight this fight. I mean, we are fighting on behalf of every single voter in Florida who wants their vote to count. And let's be clear. I mean, the governor is bankrolling his fight with the state treasury. He's using public resources, taxpayer dollars, to subvert the will of the voters and remove me from office.
How much do you think it'll cost?
Smackdown for not doing it earlier. We can do like one more question. One more question, everybody? Awesome.
You have called Susan Lopez an accomplice of Ron DeSantis. Specifically, has she done anything in the past 2 weeks that you don't agree with?
This isn't about the interim state attorney. This is about the governor's illegal suspension of the duly elected state attorney. This is about the governor's ability to violate the law with the potential to suspend other elected officials throughout the state. As soon as I'm back in the state attorney's office, we'll continue to do exactly what I was elected to do from the people of Hillsborough County.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, so this will be an interesting case to continue to follow out of Florida here for you on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead and take just a live look at the big board as we continue to creep our way back up. You even see a tiny spot of green there on the big board, down more than 77 points. Coming up here in the next hour on Live Now from Fox, we'll talk about some of those retail sales updates, especially as sales had fallen flat in July. Inflation obviously still playing a key part here in our spending. We'll be discussing that coming up here in just a bit on Live Now from Fox. But I'm going to take us down to South Carolina, where we do have more coming from the Alex Murdaugh case. Again, he has pled not guilty to murdering his wife and his son. His attorneys is speaking out here today about evidence that they want turned over that the state has against his client. Let's go ahead and bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Evaluate the quality and quantity of it and begin to hire experts, interview witnesses, and examine any physical items they will try to introduce into evidence. This is the process that occurs every day in every county of South Carolina wherever a criminal case is pending. The state has agreed to try this case in January. Every day that passes makes it more difficult for Alex Murdaugh and his attorneys to get prepared for trial. This motion we filed yesterday outlines our position more fully. We're asking Judge Newman to order these materials turned over to us immediately without delay. I will comment on procedural aspects of this matter, but not on any substantive evidentiary issue. Questions? Yeah. We didn't get a gag order. I mean, the judge said, not going to gag you. We're not going to seal anything. Everything's out in the open. Well, if it's out in the open, those are the rules. We're going to play by the rules. And I might further point this out. As you see in the motion, there's been a exchange of emails rather than motions made. And let me get a little technical. Rule 5 of the South Carolina Rules of Criminal Procedure, once we make that motion, our guy's indicted, we make a motion, they have 30 days maximum to give us the stuff. On last Friday, almost at 5 o'clock, we get an email from the prosecutor telling us he wants some sort of order that would seal everything, basically, which we believe is inconsistent with Judge Newman's denial of the gag order. We tried to tweak it a little bit and finally just said no. Statewide grand jury law requires certain sealing and certain procedural requirements to make that public. This is information was gathered by the statewide grand jury, but this is a case pending in state court in Colleton County. Those rules don't apply. There was no reason, as I point out, they couldn't have turned almost all of this over to us 32 days ago. They're still 2 days late. Now, Judge Newman sent an email this morning asking that an order be drafted unsealing items. That's great. A number of the search warrants in this case had sealed affidavits. Now, sealed affidavits, I shouldn't have to explain to any of you, because if you turn on the news right now, they're talking about sealed affidavits on a certain search warrant in Florida. The question is, after the indictment is brought, should they still be sealed? And the answer is no. So 32 days ago, they could have made a motion to unseal the search warrants. They didn't do it. So it is, I've been doing this almost half a century as a prosecutor and as a defense attorney. This conduct is unprecedented. Unprecedented. They're hiding the ball. I'll give you an example of perhaps why. We had a call after we had this inability to reach some agreement from the family, Alex's family. They indicated SLED had contacted them and wanted to review some evidence and would come by next week to do that. They wanted to get to them before we could talk to them, before we could see the evidence, which would indicate to me they didn't expect to give us the evidence until next week. They get a call this morning saying, "Can we come by this afternoon?" I mean, this is again, gotcha prosecution. It's trial by ambush. Give us the stuff. You went to a grand jury and said you got enough evidence to convict Alex Murdaugh, convince a jury beyond a reasonable doubt. Where is it? I don't have a shred of paper. I don't have an email. I don't have an exhibit. I don't have any evidence. We want to try this case in January. They've agreed to try this case in January. We're ready to work, ready to hire investigators, ready to hire experts. I mean, if all we know, I mean, somebody wants to know blood spatter. All I know about blood splatter is what I read in some blog. I've never seen any blood spatter evidence. I've never seen any phone downloads. I've never seen any witness statements. 32 days after we make the request, we still don't have anything. So they want to obscure this by saying, well, you know, we need to get this sealed or this needs to be protected. We don't want crime scene photos left out on tables. That is hooey. That is, again, this happens every day in every county, in every murder case. That's what SLED told the family. The family wanted to know why they were reading about it in the paper before they heard about it. And the SLED agents with them said the Attorney General's office had leaked it. The Murdaugh family, yes. That would be his brothers, his sister, and, of course, Maggie's family.
Every day that goes by without this discovery, what does it mean to your case? And is there a possibility that
We will try this case in January, come hell or high water. Ride by here at 11 or 12 o'clock at night, you're going to see the lights on. We're not going to let this slip by because they're dragging their feet.
What advantage do they get from dragging their feet? Why do you think they're doing this?
To make it more difficult for us to be, look, let's say for the sake of argument, there are, they've done geofencing, which is a word I've learned recently with cell phones. We have to hire a geofencing expert. They're not easy to find. We have to get the information from them, from the state, give it to them, have them analyze it, and that can't happen overnight. So the longer they take to give it to us, the longer it's going to take for us to get prepared.
And it seems like the dispute is mostly around evidence from search warrants that are out and whether that should be subject to some sort of protective order.
Well, two things. One, those search warrants, these are non-statewide grand jury search warrants, where the one we've seen says sua sponte, ordered sealed by the judge. That means the judge just said, I'm sealing it. And that would have been Judge Newman, which, of course, means that the prosecutors and the judge had a conversation ex parte, which they're allowed to do, to issue a search warrant. But why was it sealed? What was, we need to get to the bottom of that. What was in that search warrant? I mean, you know, again, I'm comparing maybe what's going on in Florida. Everybody wants to know what was in that search warrant. We want to know what was in that affidavit. And apparently they're going to make an effort. The judge indicated a little while ago by email to draft something that would unseal those search warrants, so we'll get to see that. But the search warrants are a very tiny piece. There's all kinds of other stuff. There's the cell phone data. There's data from the black box of his truck. There's, you know, forensics. We've never seen an autopsy. We've never seen, you know, an analysis of time of death. We've never seen any of the sorts of basic things you'd want to know in a murder case. The search warrants are 5%. 95% could have been given to us 32 days ago. Why not? They're concerned about, you know, crime scene photos left on a table somewhere. I mean, that really is it?
And earlier you requested a trial by October or November. Now you guys are saying January seems to be more.
I wanted October. They said they couldn't do
There
it.
hasn't been any decision on that? Or?
No, we've written, and we've attached to the motion, we've written a letter to the court administration asking a judge and a date be set in January.
Will there be a hearing on the motion you just filed?
We asked for one.
Do you know when that might be?
We've asked for one.
You want it as soon as possible?
Want it soon as possible. I want the stuff. I want the hearing's important, but what's more important is we get somebody giving us some evidence we begin to look at.
Senator, what percentage do you think we're missing?
100%.
100%.
We have nothing.
Zero.
Zero. Nada.
Senator, has the state indicated to you whether or not they're going to be going to the death penalty?
They have not indicated.
Would you expect that?
You know, I've prosecuted or defended 15 death penalty cases. I've never seen this is a circumstantial evidence case, as far as we know. Again, based on what we know, which is 100% we don't know. Anyone that would seek the death penalty in a circumstantial evidence case would not be knowing what they're doing, because a jury's not going to give the death penalty on a circumstantial evidence case. And I've tried it. I know it doesn't work.
You mentioned that someone requested a meeting with you this afternoon. Who was that, SLED or the AG's office? And
Not with me, with the family.
and what do you expect?
All right, so this again is the very latest coming from Murda's attorney. Again, this happening down in South Carolina. Now, the state's lead prosecutor on this case is calling press events just like this one manufactured drama and delaying the case. So we will stay on top of this story right here for you on Live Now from Fox, just as we do with all the top stories coming to us from across the country. We're going to step away for a brief break, but when we come back, boy, do we have some new data to discuss. U.S. retail sales, well, they were flat in July. We'll be breaking it all down for you coming up here in just 2 minutes. Well, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We want to talk about U.S. retail sales as they were unexpectedly unchanged in July. We're thinking about those gas prices. We're thinking about the labor market. We're thinking about where Americans are spending their money. And here to talk about the most recent data coming out of these reports is Lisa Miller. She is our consumer insights and innovation strategist. And Lisa, you said there's been some new data that you just got into your hands yesterday. So let's talk about this July report a little bit. What did you come and make of it?
Well, so let's start with what the government published just this morning. And just as you said at the top of the story, the retail sales was actually came in at flat versus the prior month. And, is it the glass full? Is it the glass half empty? But overall, what we're seeing is like 9 weeks of gas prices falling. And in the data that I collect every month, 1,000 consumers, we did see some positive movement with people saying, the concern about gas prices has been going down a little bit. So at this point, we'll kind of take it. But there's a lot going on when you unpack these sales. Walmart actually posted some positive news and their stock went up. Target, theirs was a little less stellar. So there's a lot to unpack as far as what consumers are feeling and doing, but we can dig into all of those details.
Yeah, so let's talk about some of that, because while we do have our declining gas prices, you would think then that money that was being spent there would be put then directly back into the stores and other items. We think about going back to school, but that doesn't seem to be really the case right now.
Well, what's happening is that, people are spending more but getting less. So if you dig into those details of the report that just came out, the things that traditionally do, pop during back to school, electronics, furniture, personal care items, those are the things that actually did see growth during this back to school season. But what's happening though is that our dollars just aren't going as far. So we might spend $100, but what we get for that $100 is going to be different. And that's why I think the numbers are really coming back flat. But one thing that was really interesting when you dig into the Walmart data is what they're talking about is how during these recessionary times, they're actually seeing kind of an uptick in the up market of consumers using Walmart. And what that means is higher income consumers, kind of middle upper income consumers, they're seeing growth through those customer bases. One of the other interesting details is that, when you think about what people are buying, deli meat is actually kind of going down, while hot dogs, things like that, they're a little less expensive. So that's how people are just kind of making choices with, that $100 that they want to spend.
And talking about inflation too, we know the Federal Reserve obviously trying to curb that as well by raising the cost when it comes to borrowing. Has that played a big role also when it comes to these reports for our retail?
Right. Well, when people, there's only a certain amount of money to go around. And so there are those concerns, with the housing market and interest rates. But one thing that's really, really interesting is in my data, and literally just got this data this weekend. So with the grocery prices going up, grocery prices up 13%. So that is huge inflation. Consumers in my study are saying that they're going to be eating at fast food more because it's more expensive to buy groceries than it is to eat at fast food. And so about 20% of Americans are actually saying, you know what, I'm just going to eat fast food instead of groceries. So that's just, again, these choices that consumers are having to make. You can just, when you dig into the data a little bit more, you just see all these little daily choices that people are making.
And I think, too, one of the things I read as well is that, a lot of people looking to spend more on, going to a restaurant, going to get their fast food, or maybe even going and spending money on an experience rather than something that they can go and bring home, more than the objects that we might need.
Right. And as you know, I've been studying the journey back to joy, since March of 2020, and we definitely need to find a little joy. One of the things that consumers are also doing from the study that I just got back is that the consumers, when it comes to where do they want to shop, there are actually a couple of really important things. Consumers are driving less to closer stores because they want to, not use as much gas. But the other thing that they're doing is they're picking lower price retailers. They're actually, having a shorter list of trusted retailers. So those are all the things that are in the short term, but experiences and vacations. I mean, we've all seen it on the news when the airports are really packed. So people are definitely still wanting to get away and get out of Dodge before, the summer's really coming to an end.
And if we, set aside, the gas prices, we set aside some of the other things, there was some good news from the report when it comes to, the online sales. Those were strong. I think a big thing that helped was probably Amazon Prime Day. I know I contributed a bit to that as well, but that report did say that they were actually up a little bit as well, coming off of the month of July.
Right. And Amazon obviously does drive a lot, as Amazon goes, so the online sales. But the online overall in the retail report that just got published, the retail sales were up almost as about 2.6%, as I think was the number. And Amazon grew their online orders from 250 million items up to 300 million items worldwide. So that was huge. I know I invested in my Apple Watch this Amazon Prime Day. And so that's definitely, online sales are definitely seeing some positive growth because you use less gas.
Well, and then you think about, July was flat. We do, though, see the job market is going strong. Our gas prices are starting to come down. I also heard the cost of living unchanged in July for the first time since May of 2020. So you add up all of these things. Where do we think we're going to be going here for retail sales in these next upcoming months?
Well, one thing, as kind of playing off of my joy theme, I get a lot of questions. What is the holiday outlook, for the holiday sales? And my saying today from the data that I just got back is joy is in the air for the holiday season. I've already started adding questions into the survey. And, half of Americans, about 46% of Americans are excited and happy about the holidays. And I think that really is good news, at least as of now, that holiday, it is that joyful time of year. Last year, people thought I was crazy when I said people would return to the stores to buy their gifts, and they came in droves. And so from the data I'm seeing right now, that pent up demand for holiday shopping, holiday joy, I'm seeing some positive data for that, which is good news. We've got the inflation cloud still there, and I see that as it relates to spending. But again, we all just need to find that joy, and holidays is a great time for that.
Yeah, and do you think all of this too, just so for a final question, do you think all of this coming on the heels of, back to school, coming into those holiday seasons, we have, Federal Reserve trying to also do some moves to help the economy. Does this help ease our recession worries? Because I know that has been on the top of minds for many.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day on that is the recession. I think the consumer is less concerned about what the government says, whether we're in a recession or not. At the end of the day, the consumers, how much money do they have left in their pockets at the end of the month? Are they living paycheck to paycheck? Do they have, the funds available for their children's birthday parties, their back to school needs? So I think that consumer sentiment I'm seeing moving, again, ever so slowly in the right direction. And so we'll just have to see how the job market unfolds, interest rates, all of those kind of, clouds that are over us. But I'll take that little bit of positive news any day.
Right. Me too. We always like to look at the positives. Anything else you think important to mention here, Lisa, that we haven't covered yet?
Well, as you know, I always encourage everybody out there listening is, find that joy in your day-to-day life, just any little small thing that gives you and your family something to be happy about, and just, take a pause out of this busy, stressful time. It's just good for all of us. It's good for the economy. It's good for our mental health. And it just, I think, helps. So find the little joy in everyday life.
A little bit of joy and a little bit of spending here and there to help create that joy, maybe even, and help with these next reports that will be coming out. Lisa Miller, we do appreciate you breaking it all down for us, especially bringing us some of the newest data that's just been coming in. Thank you so much for your insight.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too, you too. And of course, LiveNOW from Fox will always stay on top of these top stories right here for you. Let's go ahead. We're going to step away for a brief break. When we come back, though, we've had a lot of press conferences coming to us across the country. Going to take you out to the State Department briefing with Ned Price coming up next.
Good afternoon. I will turn to your questions in just a moment. But first, as you heard from Secretary Blinken earlier today, the Department of State is pleased to announce the new Colin Powell Leadership Program to advance the department's commitment to hire a workforce representative of all segments of society and in support of the Secretary's modernization agenda. Secretary Powell understood that diversity is, quote, a source of strength, it is a source of our success. And he exemplified his leadership values, both as a general and as Secretary of State, by putting people first. The Colin Powell Leadership Program recruits highly motivated candidates from a variety of backgrounds who aspire to and possess the potential to become future civil service leaders here at the Department of State. This program will provide paid fellowships to recent college graduates and paid internships to students who are enrolled at accredited institutions of higher learning. We're also creating a new fellowship for the Diplomatic Security Service, in which graduate students from underrepresented communities will receive scholarships, professional development training, and mentoring. After completing the program, they'll enter the Foreign Service as DS Special Agents. This fellowship will also be named for an exceptional public servant, William D. Clark Sr., the first member of the diplomatic security to achieve the rank of ambassador. Both of these new initiatives represent our commitment to diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility here at the department. As the Secretary said earlier today, we'll keep working together in the decades to come to make sure our department is a place that reflects our values, looks like America, and is equipped to do the best possible work on behalf of America. With that, Matt.
Thanks. Do you have any idea how many people per year will be in either of these?
I don't have those details just yet, but we will keep you posted on that.
Can I start? I want to start with Syria. What do you make, if anything, of the Syrian government statement earlier today, that they don't know where Austin Tice is, they don't have him, and they can't help you, basically?
We've seen that statement. We're aware of that statement. That statement does nothing to change our fundamental position. And that is the fact that we call on the Syrian government to ensure that Austin Tice and every U.S. national held hostage in Syria can return home. As I said just the other day when we were marking the somber anniversary of Austin Tice's 10th year away from his family, a quarter of his life now spent away from his family, we have engaged extensively with Syrian authorities to try to get Austin home, including directly with Syrian officials. But, as I mentioned at the time, Syria has never acknowledged holding him. We continue to believe that Syria has now an opportunity to help release a U.S. national. We will continue to pursue every avenue we conceivably can to secure Austin's prompt release.
Well, so does that mean, is the long and short of it is that you don't believe them when they say they don't have any idea and can't help?
The fact is, Matt, as I said, the Syrian regime has never acknowledged holding Austin Tice. At the same time, you saw from the statement President Biden issued just a couple days ago on the anniversary of his 10th year away from his family. President Biden said in that statement that the U.S. government knows with certainty that Austin Tice was held by the Syrian government. So that is why our position is unchanged. We continue to call upon the Syrian government to use its influence to do everything it can, and we believe that it can do so on its own to help secure the release of Austin Tice.
And I'm sorry for harping on this, but and I know it's sensitive, but I mean, does that mean that you think, I mean, when you say that the president said in his statement that you know with certainty that at least at one point the Syrian government had custody of him, can you say that with certainty now?
We believe to this very day that Syria still has the power to release Austin Tice. That is why we are calling on the Syrian regime to do just that. Chaney.
Thank you. The South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol said at the press conference on the 100 days of his inauguration yesterday, in order to realize the bold plan for North Korea, he said he would further persuade North Korea, or in some case of pressure through sanctions, to participation in denuclearizations. Will the United States continue to maintain sanctions to denuclearize North Korea?
We will. We will continue to maintain those sanctions until and unless the underlying conduct, the underlying activity changes, and North Korea alters its fundamental approach. As I said just the other day, earlier this week, I think, we strongly support what we have heard from President Yoon. We support the ROK's aim to open a path for serious and sustained diplomacy with North Korea. It is not only our goal, it is our shared and collective goal to see the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. And we are committed to working very closely with President Yoon, with his team, with our allies in the ROK, with our allies in Japan, trilaterally, together with our Japanese and South Korean allies, but also with our broader set of allies and partners in the Indo-Pacific and beyond. Our commitment in the face of the DPRK's continued provocations to the security of our allies, including the ROK and Japan, of course, in the Indo-Pacific is ironclad until and unless the DPRK changes its approach and takes us up on our offer of pragmatic and practical dialogue and diplomacy leading towards that ultimate goal of the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. We'll continue to coordinate closely with our allies, both to seek engagement, but also to ensure that the DPRK is held accountable for its continued provocations, and in some cases, its continued violation of UN Security Council resolutions, including with its recent launches of ballistic missiles. So we will continue to do both those things in furtherance of that broader goal of the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula.
North Korea fired 2 cruise missiles early this morning, as you maybe know already. Despite the South Korea proposal, how can you analyze this? Because North Korea already proposed to, denuclearize.
I don't have a specific comment on reports of alleged cruise missile launches this morning. What I'll say is what I reiterated just a moment ago, that we remain focused on coordinating closely with our treaty allies in the Indo-Pacific, namely Japan and the ROK, on that shared objective of the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula.
Because too early they fired these missiles. That's why you maybe still look at it this, why their purpose to fire these missiles, but the United States is supposedly analyze this soon as possible.
It's always difficult, especially from the podium, to divine or attempt to assess the motivations of any particular action. I think looking over the longer arc, especially in recent years, where the DPRK's provocations, including its launches of ballistic missiles, including ICBMs and ICBM technology, those are clear provocations. They are a clear threat to peace and security in the Indo-Pacific and potentially beyond. And that is really at the crux of our determination to continue working closely with our treaty allies and with other allies and partners throughout the Indo-Pacific and well beyond. Ian.
I'm wondering if you had any response to the Chinese ambassador's comments yesterday about congressional visits to Taiwan being inappropriate and warning of a Chinese response if the U.S. Navy sailed into the Taiwan Strait?
I don't have a specific response beyond what you have heard from us since the most recent provocations, since the most recent response from the PRC. And we have repeatedly made the point that the PRC has engaged in some ways dangerous, in escalatory, in aggressive military responses to what was nothing more than a peaceful visit on the part of the Speaker of the House. Congressional delegations routinely travel to Taiwan. A Speaker of the House has previously traveled to Taiwan. Such travel is entirely consistent with our One China policy. It is consistent with the status quo that we have sought to defend and to preserve, not only in recent months, but over the course of the past 4 decades or so. What we have noted, again, going back some time now, is that Beijing, it is Beijing that has stepped up its pressure on Taiwan across multiple domains. It has sought to isolate Taiwan internationally. It has sought to intimidate Taiwan with military pressure and tactics. It has sought to interfere with its democratic processes. And these actions, as I alluded to just a moment ago, beyond posing additional risks, they've undermined the status quo and, in turn, the underpinnings of peace and stability in the Strait, in the Taiwan Strait. And what we're seeing now appears to be just the beginning stages of an intensification of those efforts. We've already seen, as I alluded to a moment ago, an uptick in military intimidation tactics to an unprecedented level and an increase in coercive economic tactics. We expect these practices, these tactics will continue in the days and weeks ahead. China, although China says that its planned military exercises have concluded, it has maintained a heightened level of air and maritime activity around Taiwan, and it has made clear it will continue to do so. So for our part, we will continue to take steps that are resolute but also calm to uphold peace and stability in the face of Beijing's ongoing efforts to undermine the status quo. We will continue to do all that we can consistent with our One China policy, consistent with the Taiwan Relations Act, consistent with the 6 assurances and the 3 joint communiques to support Taiwan in line with our longstanding policy. And these steps across a range of areas will unfold over the coming weeks and months because we recognize that this challenge is a long-term one. We are prepared to work with Taiwan. We're prepared to continue to work with our allies and partners, and our support for Taiwan, as it always has been, will be commensurate with the threat that it faces. Yes, Senate.
Yeah, some other military exercises involving China. These Russian exercises in the east that the Chinese are sending troops to. I wonder if that, the fact that Chinese troops going to Russia to take part in joint military exercises, does that represent that the warnings that you were giving a few months ago to China not to, militarily support the Russians in the war in Ukraine? Does this sort of change your thinking in the way that the Chinese have responded to that? And is it still the case that you think the Chinese haven't offered military support for the war in Ukraine?
My understanding is that these are joint exercises that involve a number of countries, well beyond Russia and China. Countries routinely make their own sovereign decisions. It is absolutely their right to do so regarding what, if any, military exercises to take part in. I'll also note that most of the participating countries also routinely participate in a wide array of military exercises and exchanges with the United States as well. So we don't read anything into their engagement in this activity. Now, the broader point is that we have seen a burgeoning relationship, including in the security realm, between the PRC and Russia. We've seen a burgeoning relationship between Russia and Iran, for example, and we have made public elements of that. That is of concern because of the vision that the PRC, countries like the PRC, countries like Russia, have for the international order. It is a vision that is starkly at odds to the liberal vision that we and our allies and partners have for the international system. It is starkly at odds with the underpinnings of the international system that have been in place for some 8 decades following the end of the Second World War a system that has undergirded unprecedented levels of stability, of security, of prosperity across the world. That includes in Europe, that includes in the Indo-Pacific, and everywhere in between. It is the difference between a profoundly liberal order and a profoundly illiberal order, in which all of the principles that the United States, that our allies, that our partners, that the United Nations, and that, by the way, countries like Russia and China have previously stood for, and in some cases still profess to stand for, it is a vision that is profoundly opposed to many of those principles. To your specific question about the provision of PRC military assistance to Russia and its effort against Ukraine, of course, our concern and our admonitions have always been in the context of potential PRC military assistance or systemic assistance to help Russia evade the impact of U.S. and international sanctions. We've been very clear in our engagements with the PRC regarding the consequences of doing so. We have yet to see any change in the PRC's behavior indicating that they are moving in that direction.
You mentioned there are other countries involved in the exercises. That includes India. You know, the fact that India is still, like you said, they take part in exercises of other countries, but doesn't that represent a sort of failure of your approach or your attempts to create a global message against Russia, like an isolation of the Russian military? The fact that a U.S. partner like India is still doing this.
So I'll make a couple points. One, we have conveyed the message around the world, and you recently heard the Secretary send this message during his travel in Africa. Just before that, he delivered the same message in the Indo-Pacific. We've done so in the Western Hemisphere as well. It is not that countries need to choose between the United States and any other country. It is not that we see the world in zero-sum terms, all or nothing, all in with the United States or not at all. The fact is that we recognize that there are countries around the world, well, every country around the world is going to make its own sovereign decisions based on its own assessment of its interests and its values. It is incumbent upon us to make clear how our shared interests and our shared values often do align, and the dividends that countries around the world could reap from partnership. At the same time, we also recognize that there are countries around the world that have long-standing relationships, including security relationships, with countries like Russia, for example. In reorienting a country's foreign policy or a country's security establishment or defense procurement practices away from a country like Russia is not something that we can do overnight. It's not something that we can do over the course of weeks or even months. We do see this as a long-term challenge. And to your point about Russia's brutal aggression against Ukraine, we are confident that the brutality that Moscow has wielded inside Ukraine, Moscow's unabashed trampling of the principles that have been at the core of the international order for 8 decades, has been a wake-up call for countries around the world. And it has helped to put a spotlight on the distinction between what countries like the United States stand for and what countries like Russia, on the other hand, stand for. And so that we are continue to be confident that as we engage with countries around the world, as we make clear the type of partnership we seek and the dividends that that partnership would wield for both the United States and for countries around the world, that countries will increasingly seek to partner with the United States. Countries will increasingly continue to stand against what Russia is doing in Ukraine and the ways in which it is undermining the international order in Europe and around the world.
And I can't say that I'm surprised that you declined the invitation to become the first spokesman to admit from the podium that U.S. policy has been a failure. But that said, as it relates to India, his question about failure in your approach. But your point has been, since the invasion of Ukraine, that it can't be business as usual with the Russians, regardless of whether any of these countries have long-standing, decades-long strategic military, economic ties with Russia and previously the Soviet Union. So isn't this business as usual? Isn't this not, I mean, India, after all, is a major non-NATO ally of the U.S. It's part of the Quad. It's, it's a country that you guys are building a huge, trying to build the Indo-Pacific strategy around, or, one of the three others.
If you take a step back, Matt, it is not business as usual, and we've heard that.
Isn't joining a military exercise?
If you across the wider perspective, we have worked very closely with our Indian partners bilaterally through the Quad as well to signal, and the Indians have done so very clearly, what should be the inviolable principle of state sovereignty.
We've increased their imports of Russian oil. They've increased the imports of Russian fertilizers. They're doing this military exercise. They're about to buy, do what the Turks did, kind of, and potentially buy the Russian air defense systems. How is that not business as usual? The exact same thing that you've been telling countries not to.
It's not for me to speak to another country's foreign policy, but what I can do is point out what we have heard, statements from India. We have seen countries around the world speak clearly, including with their votes in the UN General Assembly against Russia's aggression in Ukraine. But we also recognize, as I was saying just a moment ago, that this is not flipping a light switch. This is something that, especially for countries that have historical relationships with Russia, relationships that, as is the case with India, extend back decades, it is going to be a long-term proposition to reorient foreign policy away from Russia.
You said it's not for me to speak to another country's foreign policy. You do that every day.
It is my job. It is my.
That's what you get up here every day.
It is my job to speak to. It is my job to speak to our foreign policy. Sometimes there's a very close nexus between our foreign policy and that of other countries. Alex.
I have a couple of questions, but let me start with Vostok 2022, just to stay on this line. One of the countries that will be part of the military exercises is Belarus, which territory is reportedly being used to attack Ukraine. Does that change your approach in terms of how to view these drills and any message you want to send to Belarus in that context?
Belarus's participation in these exercises doesn't fundamentally change our approach. What has fundamentally contoured our approach is the fact that the Lukashenko regime has opened Belarus's doors. The regime has set aside what should be Belarus's own sovereignty and independence, and in a way its territorial integrity, by permitting Russia's forces onto, again, what should be sovereign Belarusian soil, to launch a brutal, premeditated, unjustified attack against its neighbor to the south. That is, in addition to the human rights abuses, in addition to the Lukashenko regime's clinging onto power following the fraudulent elections, in addition to its persecution of political prisoners, in addition to what it is doing to seek to trample on the civil rights and civil liberties of the Belarusian people. That is what alters our fundamental view of this regime.
On that, there are concerns on the Hill that we don't have an ambassador right now to Belarus. Is recent departure of Ambassador Fisher. The question is, yesterday marked 2 years from Minsk protests. Are you in touch with that position, or who is the highest ranked U.S. diplomat right now, and where is he or she right now working?
We are routinely in touch with the Belarusian opposition. In fact, Secretary Blinken has had an opportunity just within the past several months to meet in person with Ms. Tishkanishkaya. Other senior officials here have been in communication with her, with other leading opposition figures, but other icons of the Belarusian people, individuals who represent the democratic aspirations of a sovereign, independent Belarus, something that cannot be said of the Lukashenko regime. Kylie. Sure.
Have you guys responded yet to the EU after reviewing Iran's responses to their proposition?
So I don't have much to offer you beyond what we said yesterday. As I noted at the time, we had received Iran's comments via the EU. We are studying them. That was the case yesterday. That continues to be the case today. We are engaged in consultations with the EU as well as with our European allies on the way ahead. And you've heard us say again and again, especially in recent days, we ultimately agree with the bottom line proposition of High Representative Borrell. The reason he put forward this proposal in the first place was out of recognition that what could be negotiated has been negotiated. The High Representative and the way in which he has handled this process has certainly narrowed the scope of that conversation. It has crystallized the decision for Iran. We have been sincere, we have been steadfast in our commitment to seeking a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA. And we're grateful for Mr. Borrell and the efforts he's undertaken to seek to get us there.
And do you have any time frame for when you'll be providing a response to the EU?
I don't, not one that I can provide publicly at least, but again, we have been in communication with the EU. We've been in communication with other European allies on the way ahead.
And just one more question. Can you elaborate a little bit more as to why the Biden administration is confident that the U.S. would be able to uphold the commitments that are in the current deal as it stands now, given that it hinges on actions taken by Congress and this building lifting some Iranians from the SDN list and the like? Like, are you confident that those actions would be taken if you guys got back into the deal?
Kylie, we look at this through the lens not of politics, but of national security. And we are confident that a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA remains the best and really the most effective means by which to once again verifiably and permanently constrain Iran's nuclear program. The fact is that in the years in which we have not had a JCPOA, since May of 2018, Iran's nuclear program has galloped forward in a way that is deeply concerning and alarming, given where we were when the JCPOA was in full effect in terms of Iran's breakout time, to where we are now with a breakout time that can be measured not in a year, not in months, but in weeks or potentially even less. So that for us is the guiding principle here. It's the national security concerns. It is the security concerns that our partners have expressed as well. The specter of an Iranian nuclear weapon would not pose a threat only to the United States, but to allies and partners around the world. And that's why, from the start, we've been sincere and steadfast in seeking to effect a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA. We understand that Congress needs to be a partner in this endeavor as well. That is why we have routinely updated our members and their staffs on the Hill regarding the status of discussions, whether those have been in Vienna, whether those have been in Doha, whether those have been remote. We will continue to do that, knowing that our foreign policy is ultimately going to be much more effective if it is conducted with the full support of Congress.
And have you guys briefed Congress on the EU proposition at all? When's the last time you briefed them?
We engage in regular discussions with members and their staffs. I don't have a recent briefing or hearing to note for you, but it is something that happens regularly. Yes?
Thank you.
Sticking on Iran, sure. On Iran still?
No.
Okay, let's let's finish out Iran.
Have you put any offer on the table to Iran for a prisoner swap?
From the earliest days of this administration, we have made clear, unambiguously clear to Iran, the priority we attach to the return of the Americans and the dual nationals that Iran is wrongfully holding. I imagine you're referring to what we heard from Iran recently. It has been our goal from the start to see these Americans released. Even before the process began in earnest in Vienna, we made that clear to Iran during the course of negotiations in Vienna, during the course of negotiations in Doha, during the course of indirect discussions with the Iranians. We have also consistently conveyed that message in an unambiguous way to Iran.
Is there any serious dialogue now to release them? Is there any step that we should wait for?
So we have two imperatives in this. One is to do all we can to seek the prompt and safe return of the Americans who are wrongfully detained in Iran, but also, secondly, not to do anything that could jeopardize or that could slow or that could hinder the release of Americans who are wrongfully detained in Iran. So as is typically the case, we don't detail exactly where we are. We don't detail the specifics of any of these engagements or these messages. But what I can say with confidence is that we have made unambiguously clear to Iran the priority we attach to this. Still in Iran, sure.
There are some reports in the Middle East that Iranian comments stayed within the scope of the JCPOA. Can you confirm this?
I can't, and this is somewhat related to the point I was just making to Michelle. Very different issue, but same principle at play. We are not going to detail publicly the state of these discussions or these negotiations. We're making our views known privately and directly to the EU. Yes. Yes.
Thank you. So tomorrow in Brussels on the EU-led dialogue between Serbia and Kosovo. So if you can tell me specifically, what is the U.S. expectations in terms of the outcome for tomorrow's meeting? And on the scale from 0 to 10, where would you situate the priority Kosovo-Serbia crisis is for the United States?
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. More to come.
Facilitated dialogue tomorrow. We fully support this dialogue. It's important, we believe, that both parties use this opportunity to advance their discussions on normalization. It is a priority of ours. We would like to see progress made in implementation of past dialogue agreements. Dialogue and compromise are critical components of governance. They are not signs of weakness. They are both essential to reach a locally owned agreement on normalization of relations, which remains fundamental to both countries' EU aspirations. And we're hopeful that leaders in Serbia and Kosovo understand the importance of moving forward, not backward, through the EU-facilitated dialogue. A senior official here from the department will travel to Brussels to support the leaders' meeting in this EU-facilitated dialogue. We are not a direct participant in these talks, but the success of these talks, to your second question, and I'm always loath to give rankings or gradings, numerical or otherwise, but it is an absolute priority of ours.
Okay, and just a follow-up question.
Das Escobar.
And it's just a follow-up question because it's really relevant and I would say like a newsworthy. Today at NATO joint press conference between President Vučić and General Secretary, President Vučić said that he does not welcome a Russian military base in Serbia or anywhere in the Western Balkans. Do you welcome that response? And do you think it's step forward into building a strong relationship between Serbia and United States?
We certainly think it's a step in the direction of Serbia's sovereignty, its territorial integrity. These are sovereign decisions on the part of the Serbian government, but took note of the president's remarks, and it is his sovereign decision. But we've made the point around the world, including in that region, that it can't be business as usual with Russia, and that countries need to continue to speak clearly and to act in support of our Ukrainian partners. Yes.
Just one short follow-up on Austin Tice. To this department's knowledge, the statement released by Syria today, is this the first time the Assad regime has publicly said anything about Austin Tice, given that it's been 10 years? And then I have one on Afghanistan.
It has been 10 years, so I would be hesitant to speak categorically about the arc of those 10 years and precisely what the Syrian regime has or has not said over the course of those 10 years. What I can say is that in our private discussions over the course going back now years, the Syrian regime has never acknowledged holding Austin Tice. Whether this is the first time that they have made that point publicly, I couldn't say.
Okay, thank you. And then in Afghanistan, an aid worker, Zamari Ahmadi, along with family members of his and colleagues, were killed in the final US airstrike before American troops withdrew in late August last year. Is the State Department still working to get other members of his family as well as aid worker colleagues out of Afghanistan? We've been told that there are 32 family members and colleagues who are still in Afghanistan.
My understanding is that the Department of Defense has spoken to this, as they've noted that the Department of Defense, in coordination with other U.S. government departments and agencies, and that includes the Department of State, but the Department of Defense continues to take steps to respond to the August 29th, 2021 airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan, to protect the privacy of the family members, as well as to help protect their safety and security. The Department of Defense has noted that they're not able to provide additional details at this time. Yes, Jen.
Also in Afghanistan, I know you might not be able to say much here, but I want to ask about a special immigrant visa applicant, Zainullah Zaki. He worked as a translator for years for U.S. forces in Afghanistan, and last summer, when he and his family were desperate to escape, Secretary Blinken testified that he was aware of the case and that Afghan allies would be protected. Now, Zaki was ultimately able to escape Afghanistan. He's in the U.S., but his visa application has been denied multiple times. I was wondering if you could tell me why, and if Secretary Blinken has followed up at all.
What I can tell you, well, a couple things. Of course, individual visa records are confidential, so it's impossible for me to speak to individual cases from the podium. But I can tell you that over the course of what we call Operation Allies Welcome, more than 75,000 Afghans have departed Afghanistan and have made their way to the United States, where they've been, with the help of our resettlement partners across the country, resettled into their new communities to start their new lives here in the United States. Before any single one of those Afghans was able to reach the United States, however, they underwent rigorous vetting by our interagency partners. So everyone here has been resettled with appropriate status and through appropriate procedures. But again, it's just not something I can speak to the specifics of any individual case. Yes, Alex.
Thanks so much. Armenia, Azerbaijan, different region. The secretary was involved into very active Karabakh diplomacy while he was traveling. And I also remember a couple of weeks ago, behind this podium, you mentioned you were talking about historic opportunities. I'm just wondering what was driving your optimism back then, because it was followed by ceasefire violations, and we just were at the edge of the war. And how much of your optimism is still there, given the recent developments in the region?
Well, we are still working to do what we can to facilitate what we hope to see, and that is a comprehensive long-term peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan. You know that Secretary Blinken recently had an opportunity to engage with the leaders of these countries. We did so, registering our deep concern about the recent fighting in and around Nagorno-Karabakh, including the casualties and the loss of life that had resulted from that. We urged immediate steps to reduce tensions and to avoid further escalations between the parties. And the recent increase in tensions underscores, we believe, the need for a negotiated, comprehensive, and sustainable settlement of all remaining issues related to or resulting from the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. So while we've seen an intensification of tensions resulting in some violence, we are going to remain committed to working with the parties We will continue to do so bilaterally, but also with like-minded partners in the EU and through our role as an OSCE Minsk co-chair to help the countries find that long-term comprehensive peace.
But do you still see the same level of historic opportunities you were seeing 3 weeks ago? How much it has faded away?
We absolutely still see an opportunity here, despite the setbacks. We always recognize this was never going to be a linear process. We believe that through continued dialogue, continued engagement, including at the senior levels, we will be in a position to do everything we can to help advance that long-term comprehensive peace.
My last question, I promise. You probably have seen Navalny's tweets from yesterday, in which he is criticizing
whose tweets?
Navalny, Alexei Navalny,
yes.
in which he is criticizing the lack of generosity coming from the executive branches in Western countries. He highlights the U.S., EU, the UK, vis-a-vis the congressional, let's say, lawmakers' appetite towards, sanctions against Russian oligarchs. He gave very, stunning numbers. Out of 200 Russian oligarchs in Forbes list, we have 40-something, 46 or 47 have been sanctioned. What is your response to that? And we're just a week ahead of 6 months anniversary of Russian war. Can you telegraph any further sanctions?
Well, first, when it comes to Mr. Navalny, we have consistently spoken out in defense of his fundamental human rights. The charges that have been levied against him are politically motivated. The fact that he has been in detention, away from his family and loved ones, reportedly even at times in solitary confinement, is a testament both to his courage, to his determination, but also to the weakness and to the cowardice of President Putin and those who would find no alternative but to incarcerate him and to detain him. That is a sign of Mr. Navalny's strength and his effectiveness. When it comes to our sanctions against Russia, we have made clear that we will continue to use every appropriate authority to hold accountable those who are responsible for Russia's war against Ukraine. We have done so against the head of state, President Putin. We've done so against his key ministers, his Minister of Foreign Affairs, his defense minister, others within his inner circle. But we have also done so vis-a-vis cronies, oligarchs, and those who have benefited from and in turn catered to President Putin and the Kremlin. I can assure you that we continue to develop and to refine targets. We will continue to use appropriate authorities to pursue those who fall within the legal parameters of our sanctions authorities. Our partners are continuing to do the same, and together we're continuing to harmonizing our sanctions with those of our European and other partners to ensure that we can exact maximum effectiveness. Yes.
So today, almost 20 former diplomats, including your colleagues and generals, published an op-ed in The Hill calling for more and quicker military aid for Ukraine, including longer-range weapons, and suggesting that the current level of support only allows for a stalemate on the battlefield. They also take exception to the administration's reasoning that providing longer-range weapons might lead to World War III, as Jake Sullivan said. So how do you respond to that? And also, could you explain the logic about how those weapons could lead to World War III?
So on the broader question, we have provided an unprecedented amount of security assistance to our Ukrainian partners, some $10 billion since the start of Russia's invasion of Ukraine on February 24th. With the partnership from Congress, there was an emergency supplemental passed of some $40 billion, as I recall. A large share of that supplemental funding was intended for security assistance. Over the course of recent months, we have enacted a number of presidential drawdowns. I believe we are on number 18 right now. There is remaining security assistance as part of that emergency supplemental funding, several $billions left. And so I can assure you that we will continue to provide all the resources that are available to us, to our Ukrainian partners, to see to it that they can continue to defend their country, but ultimately to defend their democracy and to defend their freedom. And there is no question that they have done so effectively, using to maximum effect the security assistance that the United States and dozens of countries around the world have provided. At every step of this conflict, our security assistance has been tailored to the battle that was facing our partners in Kyiv at the time. In the earliest days, we provided our Ukrainian partners with anti-armor, anti-tank, anti-personnel in an effort to forestall and to help the Ukrainians be successful in the battle for Kyiv. And ultimately, they were. The battle has since moved to the south. It has since moved to the east, and so too our security assistance has been tailored for precisely that battle, to provide our Ukrainian partners with what they need to defend themselves against Russian aggression in these regions, to halt the Russian offensives as they have been able to do, and ultimately to defend their territory against an invading force.
Can you respond to the point about the escalation risk? Because, I mean, since the start of this, you have, I mean, what you considered, providing the Ukraine, and what you deemed too escalatory has changed. So can you speak to that point about the World War III? I mean, maybe this is not your position anymore, but I don't know.
Everything we have provided our Ukrainian partners has been in the name of one principle, and that's self-defense. Because what our Ukrainian partners are facing is an external aggressor, a country, a foreign country, crossing over sovereign Ukrainian borders onto independent, sovereign Ukrainian territory as part of an effort to wrest an independent country away from the Ukrainian government and ultimately the Ukrainian people. So yes, we have provided precisely what our Ukrainian partners need to defend against this external invader, against this external aggressor. At the same time, we've also been clear that it is not in Ukraine's interest, it is not in NATO's interest, it is not in Europe's interest, it is not in our interest to see Russia's aggression against Ukraine become a broader conflagration, and for this war to spill beyond the borders of Ukraine, more broadly into Europe, or potentially bringing Russia into conflict with NATO and the United States. That is not in anyone's interest. But what ultimately is in our interest is to underline, to underscore, to reinforce the principle of territorial integrity, of sovereignty, of independence, when it applies to Ukraine, knowing that by standing up for those principles in the context of Ukraine, we'll be able to underline and defend those principles around the world in regions near and far. Yes, last question, a couple final questions.
Does the State Department, do you have any comment on the recent decision by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to sentence a Saudi student to 34 years in prison, Salma al-Shahab, for following and retweeting activists and dissidents? And do you have any response to the argument that the warming relations between U.S. and Saudi Arabia have given that government a sense of impunity, leading to some of these harsher sentences?
As it pertains to this particular case, we are studying the case, we are studying the sentence, but I can say this is a general matter, and I can say this without any caveat and resolutely. Exercising freedom of expression to advocate for the rights of women should not be criminalized. It should never be criminalized. Freedom of expression is a principle that we stand up for around the world. Anytime, any government, anywhere, tramples on such a principle, we speak out and we seek to defend that fundamental right that is as fundamental to individuals in Saudi Arabia as it is to any country around the world. To the second part of your question, far from, I think, giving Saudi Arabia license to act with greater impunity, our engagement, including the senior level engagement that we've had with Saudi authorities, and this includes with President Biden's recent visit to the kingdom, has made clear to our Gulf partners in the context of the GCC, but also to the Saudis in the context of our bilateral discussions. The fact that human rights is central to our agenda, it is always on our agenda, and it is always high on our agenda. That was the case in President Biden's meetings in Jeddah. It has been the case when Secretary Blinken has spoken to his Saudi counterpart, Foreign Minister bin Farhan. It has been the case when other senior U.S. government officials have spoken with their Saudi counterparts. Not only do we raise systemic concerns when it comes to human rights in Saudi Arabia, but also anywhere else it applies, but we also do raise specific cases that have come to our attention, specific cases that seem to run afoul of rights that should be universal, that should be fundamental to people, whether they're in the kingdom or anywhere else. Okay, thank you. Yep.
I don't think you got asked about this yesterday. I think maybe your anti-Semitism envoy has spoken about it, but do you have anything you want to say about President Abbas's comments yesterday in Germany?
So Deborah Lipstadt, who is our special envoy for anti-Semitism, did tweet about this. She wrote yesterday that President Abbas's claim that Israel has quote-unquote committed 50 Holocausts is unacceptable. Not only, of course, is it a lie, but we know that Holocaust distortion can have dangerous consequences and can fuel anti-Semitism. We have seen that throughout the course of history. We recognize that President Abbas today has, quote, reaffirmed that the Holocaust is the most heinous crime in modern history, and we reject any attempts to draw false equivalencies or to minimize Holocaust atrocities.
Just a quick thing. Do you know if you've raised this directly with the Palestinians? Or did yesterday? I
expect it is the sort of thing that we would raise, but I am not aware of, I just don't have any conversations yesterday to read out. Simon?
There's a report from Russia that Ambassador Antonov is planning to visit the State Department tomorrow to discuss visas for Foreign Minister Lavrov and the Russian delegation for the General Assembly. Are there any plans for anyone to meet with him? And will you be issuing those visas? You know, is there any issue around issuing them?
When it comes to the UN, as the host country of the UN, we have a special obligation to facilitate the travel of those taking part in UN activities. I don't have any meetings with Russian officials, including the ambassador, to read out for tomorrow, but if we have anything to share tomorrow, we will.
Any comment on Jan Sachs meeting tomorrow with President Zelensky and Erdogan? I didn't want to ask about it, but since this previous question was asked.
So it's our understanding that the meeting will take place tomorrow. Of course, there are a number of important issues that Secretary General Guterres, that President Zelensky, President Erdogan can be in a position to discuss. The fact that the meeting will take place where it is suggests that there will be a heavy focus on food security and the efforts that Turkey has undertaken to facilitate the free flow or the freer flow of grain out of Ukraine's Black Sea ports. We very much appreciate Turkey's efforts together with those of the UN Secretary General, together with those of Ukraine, to see to it that ships are once again sailing from Ukraine's Black Sea ports. At latest count, more than 20 ships laden with grain, laden with crops, laden with foodstuffs have set sail from Ukraine. The vast majority of those have made it through the inspection station and are now sailing to their ultimate destinations. That is unambiguously a good thing. A final question?
Please.
Sorry, one more on Turkey before moving on. Sorry. Any updates on the talks that the Turkish delegation has been making in DC regarding the F-16 deal?
What I can say, well, first, as you know, we don't publicly comment or confirm proposed defense transfers until they're formally notified to Congress, but meetings are ongoing regarding Turkey's F-16 sustainment request, and a Turkish delegation has traveled to the United States to take part in related discussions, but we'd refer you to Turkish authorities to speak to their defense procurement plans. Yes?
Yeah, on Iraq, please. As you well know, the power struggle in Iraq is worsening. And given the fact that the U.S. has the stake is high for the United States, are you taking side? Are you?
We always got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We're taking out to Philadelphia, getting an update from the DA as well as police on a mass shooting that happened yesterday. 5 people were shot. They do have suspects now in custody. And let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Last night's horrific quintuple shooting, which happened feet from where you are standing on the sidewalk outside of this wonderful recreation center. So that we are all clear, when that shooting occurred, there were hundreds of people who were out here. They were playing football, they were playing basketball, they were enjoying a beautiful day, they were doing what families do together and what a functional society does together. And every bit of that was torn up when a car pulled up and there was a vicious drive-by shooting with dozens of shots fired, 5 people injured, 2 of them now in critical condition, and there is a real possibility of at least 1 fatality coming from this horrific shooting. I want to personally thank the Philadelphia police officers who were nearby and who ran toward the fire, as they say, ended up chasing a vehicle that contained some of the shooters who crashed their vehicle, and then 2 of those shooters were found a short time thereafter, one hiding in a house, the other one hiding, as I understand it, beneath a truck. Obviously, that is not where the police investigation ended with this horrific situation. As I stand here today, I want you to know that by tonight, there are 3 people who are now arrested and who will be charged. And those charges, if there is no fatality by tonight, will include attempted murder. If there's a fatality, it will include murder, aggravated assault, weapons charges, conspiracy, and there is more that I could say. But this is about as serious as it gets. when it comes to criminal activity, and this activity will be very vigorously prosecuted by our office and very effectively prosecuted as our shootings are. I need now to acknowledge some of the people who are here. They have a lot to say and give them the opportunity to speak. We have with us, of course, Mayor Cheney. We have Deputy Mayor Vanessa Garrett Harley. We have Commissioner Danielle Outlaw, Managing Director Tumar Alexander. We have with us the Deputy Commissioner of Parks and Recs, Bill Salvatore. Councilmember Curtis Jones is here. Councilmember Kendra Brooks. State Senator Vince Hughes, we expect, will be here shortly. He is here. Wonderful. We have State Rep Morgan Cephas. We have State Rep Eamon Brown. Chief Inspector Mike McCarrick is here. Chief Inspector Frank Venor. From my office, we have ADA Bill Fritzy and ADA Jeff Palmer, who are the leadership of the Gun Violence Task Force. And that unit of our office is a collaboration with the AG's office that has done some remarkable work in going after groups. And yes, this incident is connected with groups, at least for some of the individuals involved. We're not going to get into which groups today. That can come at a later time. But sadly, this is an incident that once again involves groups in Philadelphia. We have ADA Erica Rebstock, who is with the leadership of our homicide non-fatal prosecution unit. I'm now going to have the pleasure of introducing several people to speak. It is a hot day, and I know you have a lot of questions, so we're going to try to keep this moving. First, it is my honor to introduce Mayor Jim Cheney.
Thank you and good afternoon, and thank you all for joining us today. We are all here today to address the horrible violence that occurred at this location last evening near what should be a safe haven for our children, Shepherd Recreation Center. First, I want to thank our police officers who were patrolling nearby and were on the scene almost immediately and averted the even worse tragedy. Their fast response was instrumental in apprehending 3 individuals. The quick work of our police department saved lives because it would have been so much worse. My deepest sympathies go out to the loved ones of those affected by the senseless gun violence, including the 5 people who were injured. It is beyond outrageous to me and all of us here that our young people were subject to this heinous act of violence while trying to enjoy themselves at one of our rec centers. And as the DA said, those responsible for this violence must and will be held accountable for their dangerous acts. The police department is investigating these crimes, and they continue to take a record number of illegal guns, firearms off our streets, but they need the public's help to solve these crimes. We continue to urge anyone with information about these acts of violence to report it anonymously to 215-686-TIPS. I can't reinforce enough how senseless all of these shootings and gun violence is. We as a city and a society must do everything we can to remind our young people through our words and our actions that they are valued, that they are important, and that their lives matter. The fact remains that there are too many guns on our streets with devastating consequences. As we saw by the number of rounds that were taken off the sidewalk, there's no purpose for any of those guns other than to kill human beings. Before I turn it over for more information on the investigation to the police commissioner, we had a pre-scheduled meeting this morning with the new U.S. Attorney, with the FBI, ATF, Homeland Security, and they are committed, 100% committed to helping us with this scourge of violence in our city and in our region. They were serious, and it was very heartening for me to hear from them directly that they take this personally, and that they're going to, along with the DA and our police department, work vigorously to bring these people to justice, to get them potentially, if they can, federal time, which is real time, and to stop this surge of violence and stop the flow of guns. We're working hard in investing everything we can and unprecedented amounts of money in interdiction and in stopping the violence and keeping people from making bad choices. The police are taking probably more than 6,000 guns off the street this year and 6,000 last year. You see how hard they're working and how brave they are to weigh into this horrible gunfire of 90-some, 100 shots that a given scene. But I'm very happy that our federal partners, along with our Attorney General, are all in this together, all hands on deck to get these guns out of people's hands, to keep them coming in to our area in the first place, and locking up these creeps that shoot people dead. So thank you.
Good afternoon. As was mentioned by the DA, we're all here because we know last night the residents of this West Philadelphia neighborhood were exposed to a truly horrific incident at this very spot. The shooting that unfolded here last night spanned the 300 and 400 blocks of North 57th Street, with nearly 100 casings left on the streets. Shortly before 7 p.m., 19 district officers were on routine patrol when they heard gunshots coming from this area. And as the officers drove toward the gunfire, they observed a male wearing all black clothing and a black mask holding a handgun entering into the rear passenger side of a white Dodge Durango, which fled eastbound on Haverford Avenue with the officers giving pursuit. The Durango ultimately crashed on the 200 block of Farson Street with 4 occupants fleeing from the vehicle on foot. Our brave officers immediately gave chase, and 3 of the 4 offenders were apprehended with the assistance of responding officers. There were multiple firearms observed in plain view, both inside and outside of the vehicle. In total, 5 people were shot, and almost 100 shots, again, 100 shots were fired. Thank God our officers were in the area to chase and apprehend these suspects. Imagine how much worse things could have been if these officers weren't there. Time and time again, you hear me talk about the importance of having adequate staffing and having a visible presence on our streets. Let me be perfectly clear. A police presence alone is not a surefire deterrent that will stop crime from happening. We know that our shooters are emboldened, and for some of them, the presence of a police officer isn't going to stop them from carrying out violent actions. However, what we do know is that when our officers are in the area, the chances of stopping the mayhem drastically decrease, as do the chances of making quick arrests. And that's why we're all here today. We will never, ever be able to truly quantify how much violence would never occur if prospective offenders see police in the area before they act. But just like on South Street, we know that when we do have adequate staffing in our areas prior to mass casualty incidents, the message is loud and clear. We are not scared, we will not be deterred, and we will find you. Philadelphians refuse to live in fear. Now to talk about the investigation aspect of this incident very quickly is Chief Frank Venor, our Chief of Investigations. Chief Venor.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to give you some facts. Most of you have the facts that were out there last night. Our investigation is not even 24 hours old, so I'm going to give you what we have at this point. All right. We know the 5 individuals were shot. 3 of those individuals we now know were in here playing basketball together. They're friends. They leave this location and they get on 57th Street. What we now know is the 2018 white Dodge Durango, as the Commissioner said, pulls up, and individuals in that car get out, and they are armed with firearms, and they basically fire at all the individuals. 2 other individuals we don't believe were with them or were targeted were also struck by gunfire. As the DA said, 2 are critical. 1 is extremely critical. The other one is critical but stable. All right. There were over 90 rounds here at this scene, and they include 6 different calibers. 2 of them were assault rifles. There were 4 guns found on the crime scene here, and 5 guns found inside the vehicle that later was recovered in the 200 block of North Farson Street as the individuals tried to escape. Like we said, the officers made apprehensions of 3, and we believe, through looking at video evidence and other interviews we've done, that 3 other individuals have escaped that car and are involved in this. So we are looking for the public's help. If anyone knows who they are, they want to call our tip line, 215-686-TIPS. We would be glad to take that information and develop it further. At this point, none of the rounds have been analyzed. We have no idea what gun fired which round and who hit. So a lot of that's going to be done, and as we get that, we'll move that forward. Thank you.
We will be taking questions at the end. It is now my pleasure to introduce two other city officials, council members. We have Councilmember Curtis Jones and we have Councilmember Kendra Brooks. In that order, please.
So this is where our children play. In our city, there must be sacred spaces. Churches, mosques, schools, senior centers, and playgrounds. We have to send a clear signal to those who would do harm to themselves and others that don't do it here. Our children are our most sacred investment that we have. In here we do boxing, football, basketball, teams that have won awards in boxing, basketball, baseball, football. We're putting $12 million to renovate this space. But what does it matter if we can't keep it safe? So we have to send this signal, and I think representative of the people that are here today took time out to be here today. We want to send this signal that we want to give the right hand of fellowship to everyone. Everyone. But if you pick that gun up and you come on this space, we have the left hand of punishment waiting for you. And I want to thank 19th District Captain McKeever and his team for being Johnny and Chaney on the spot to protect us all.
I don't have much more to say than what my council colleague just said, but like you said, parks are sacred places, and we need to make sure that we continue to keep these places sacred. So as the commissioner mentioned, if anyone knows more to make sure the folks that did this horrendous thing to this sacred place for young people are apprehended, I implore you to please reach out. It is important that for our young folks, as they prepare to go into the school year, we realize that parks, schools, churches, and places that our young people live their lives and be able to thrive are safe, and they know that all of us here today are standing to make sure and ensure their safety is continued here in the city of Philadelphia. Thank you so much to the police department and the DA and all my colleagues that are out here standing in solidarity, saying that we believe that the city of our dreams and the city that we all aspire to is still here and still available to us all.
Thank you, council members. It is now my honor to introduce some of our state officials. First, I'm going to ask State Representative Morgan Cephas and State Representative Eamon Brown to come forward, and then I will come back up and I will introduce State Senator Vincent Hughes to bring the House down.
So I first and foremost want to thank the 19th Police District and thank all of our women and men in blue uniform that come out every day to protect the citizens of Philadelphia and to honestly run towards danger. So thank you for being on site, because if it wasn't for you, it could have gotten a lot worse. And we all know this isn't the only incident that it's happened at a recreation center. We understand that many of our recreation centers, many of our green spaces are and have been under siege with gunfire. And oftentimes these are locations for families. They are staycations for families that can't afford to get out of our city. And if we are not able to simply protect these spaces, we have to ensure that we are pushing back and collectively coming together to change this tide of violence that we are experiencing here today. But one of the great things is that we are coming together collectively, and we've seen time after time when government comes together, when organizations come together, when a community comes together, we are able to determine the destiny of this city. And that is what the reflection is of here today. So not only pray for the victims that are still battling for their lives, but pray for the families that have been impacted by the gun violence that we've been experiencing in the city of Philadelphia, because it's not just the day of the incident, it's our young people having to deal with that trauma. And as you see the kids coming back onto the playground today, you recognize that they are coming back knowing that their lives potentially could be in danger. And because that is a critical issue for so many families in this city, we have to ensure that we are prioritizing moving the needle in the right direction. And that is what this is a representation of here today. So I thank, again, the 19th Police District for, again, running towards the danger. I thank our district attorney, thank our mayor, thank our city council elected officials for being intentional about stopping this violence. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I grew up here at Haddington Rec Center. I have several memories of good times and bad times. What happened last night is not okay. And us as elected officials, we are coming together. Us as community leaders, we are coming together to work with law enforcement to solve this crisis that we now face. You know, this gang violence must end. And the sad part is, majority of it is over social media or nonsense. Innocent women and children and community members are losing their lives over nonsense. So, you know, those violent offenders, with the people standing with us today, we're going to work together to make sure you are held accountable. And this is our community, and we're going to protect our communities all throughout the city. I want to thank the brave men and women in blue who were very close by to ensure that last night wasn't worse than what it was. So thank you. Thank you very much. Just a couple comments before I introduce State Senator Vincent Hughes. Arguably, the things that he has done during the last year to bring resources to Philadelphia, both on the prevention end and also on the law enforcement end, are absolutely crucial. As city officials do everything they possibly can, we need to have strong voices in Harrisburg, like the strong voice that we have with many of our state elected officials, including State Senator Vince Hughes. But I also want to let you know this. We communicate with this U.S. Attorney's Office almost every day, communicated with them today on many different investigations. They wanted to make sure that I communicated to you that although they were unable to be here today, that they are working very closely with all of their law enforcement partners, and that they do take incidents like this very, very seriously. I am very excited about our new U.S. Attorney, Jacqueline Romero. I'm very excited about the work her first assistant, Nelson Thayer, has been doing throughout his career, including now, and it is very positive. You should also know that we extended an invitation to the AG's office. In essence, they're here anyway, because the Gun Violence Task Force, through our office, is half their operation and half our operation, but I want to make sure we give them credit for some of the very important work that they are doing with us in terms of going after groups. But there is one thing I don't like about this press conference, and it's a failure of mine, and it's a failure of government in general, which is that what we don't have up here are some of the incredibly important people in the community who are doing work on the ground every day that makes such a difference. They are being erased in this process, and I'm going to have to go off script for a minute. TJ, get up here. Yeah, get your dad up here. Come on, let's go. Where is Kazar? Come on, Kazar. Come on up. Come on up. All right, well, I'm not going to give you guys microphone, but I want to give you credit. Come on up here. No, not at this time. Hold on, sir. So, listen, I want to make sure that you understand that some of the people up here do incredibly important work every day. They do it for free. They do it in a way that government cannot do it. Kazar is irreplaceable. This young man and his pop are wearing the name of a 501c3 they operate. Urban Nerds, not urban shooters. Feel free to interview them after we are done today. Feel free to hear what they have to say. And what they have to say is that it's all about young people being smart and making smart choices, and those smart choices steer them away from gun violence. And I'm very grateful for the work that I see every day being done in the community by people who deserve our support and who really get it done. Now, gentlemen, if you'd be kind enough to stand here with me, and I'm only saying gentlemen because you happen to be men, there are plenty of women doing the work as well. But if you'd be kind enough to stand up here with me, I want to let State Senator Hughes come up here and bring the house down, and then we will move on to questions. Senator Hughes? There you go.
Thank you.
Of course.
again to repeat the thanks and acknowledgement of some incredible work by law enforcement and everyone gathered, a community willing to not surrender. The community will not surrender to this violence that's going on. And all of us gathered. Obviously, this is very emotional, I think, for all of us. It reaches deep inside for every one of us. My colleagues from the state, this past budget season, July 8th was a remarkable day in terms of our willingness and our ability to commit to deal with trying to stop this madness, which in many respects is a reflection. We appropriated over $290 million of new money, brand new money, to try to deal with this. $135 million for law enforcement, $50 million to help prosecute, and $100 million, $105 million for violence intervention for organizations like you see gathered here to support them. 18 months ago, the number was 0. The number is now $290 million. We've never been able to do this, Morgan, and we've never been able to do this in Harrisburg. And the plea really was, if you can't change gun laws, right, at least give us the resources to deal with the issue. And so $290 million, we have it, and soon those dollars will be flowing and getting to places and getting to communities. But I think the conversation beyond what we do as a state, Councilman Jones, I think, made the statement, we're in the process of making this a brand new facility. Brand new. $12 million or so, and a couple $1 million from Harrisburg to help make that happen. Brand new facility of this historic complex that has saved so many lives. So many lives have been saved right here. And we're not going to give up. We're not going to go away. We're not going to fall back. We're in fact going to do just like law enforcement did last night. We're going to rush to, which is what everybody here has been doing. We're going to move to the problem with additional resources because we're not giving up. We believe in our people. We believe in our people. We're not giving up on our people. We're going to make the investments in our people. Other folks have chosen to give up. We're not giving up. And I guess the request is, put them down. Don't turn this. It doesn't have to be. This does not have to be. This choice to pick up a weapon and just randomly start firing, that does not have to be a choice. We're here to say that there's more out here for you. And we're trying to provide that. But you don't have to make that choice, family. This is a village conversation in many respects. We've all had this conversation. All of us coming together like the village. They say it takes a village to raise a child. This is all of us coming together to reach out, to embrace, to hold accountable. Amen, you're right, to hold accountable, but to also embrace and love one another so that we can have different outcomes and choices like this are not made. So West Philly, Paddington, across the city, we ain't giving up. There's those who want us to, but we're not going to do that. You ain't giving up. You ain't giving. I know you ain't giving up. You ain't giving up. The mayor, all of us, rep, all of us, councilman, all of us, none of us are giving up. We just need a little bit of help. Need a little bit of help. Make another choice. Make another decision. District Attorney Krasner, the microphone is yours. We're here to help.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. All right, I'm simply going to facilitate questions for members of the media. If you have questions for a particular person who is up here, please call out that person. If you have a question, that some of it, I will shout that out, that some of us or many of us might be able to answer, feel free to do that, and we'll do our best to get all the right people, not just one of the right people, but all the right people up here. Yes, sir, Mr. Dean.
Okay, of the three positions that you have against it, you got one in the House, one hiding under a bar. I just tell me where the third person is apprehended.
I'm going to call Chief Inspector Venor to see if he would like to answer that question. The question, Chief Inspector, is where was the third person found? The one who's been arrested.
Please hold just a little bit more. Okay. Add to this question. Did the people who apprehended, do they give statements yet? And could you just give us as much biographical information about them as you can? And not their names, like their ages and if they're from this area, whatever you can tell us.
This much I will say, we are very much in the thick of this investigation. Police are doing a serious deep dive on this. They are all 22. All three of the men who are in custody right now waiting to be charged and arraigned this evening are 22 years of age. That I will say, I highly doubt the Chief Inspector is going to want to talk about whether people are making statements or not, but I'm not going to speak for him. Let me call up the Chief Inspector.
No, they're all in the 20s. Two of them are from this general area. One is not. One of them's from our East Division area. They're not charged. We're not going to identify them. As far as I'm concerned, the two officers pursued the white Durango to the 200 block of Farson. It struck a wall. They bailed out. You already know one was in a house, one was hiding, the other one was caught in a foot pursuit by the other responding officers. Three of them, we believe, got away. So we're still looking for them.
Is there any motive yet?
Well, you heard the DA say there's some going on between the groups of people. We don't know yet. We don't know for sure what the motive for this particular shooting was.
Chief Inspector, can you give us an idea of the ages of the victims, please?
Sure. The victims ranged in age from 17 to 25. We had a 17-year-old, an 18-year-old, 21, 22, and 25.
Can you elaborate on groups of the neighborhood feud? There's a feud happening right in this general area. Anything you can say about, I'm sure people in the neighborhood are concerned this will happen again.
Well, we're trying to get as many eyewitnesses as we can, but more importantly, we're trying to get video. And we have some video from where the car ended. We're looking for video along the route to see what else we could pick up.
In relation to where we are right now, where was the shooting?
The shooting was between the 300 block and 400 block. That's where the crime scene was, on 57th Street.
So it was not at the record center?
No, it was outside.
What's your message to Philadelphians about whether they should continue to use recreation centers throughout the summer?
They should continue to use recreation centers and not give up. As Senator Hughes said quite eloquently, no one's given up. And when you stop doing your normal things and dealing with the opportunities to recreate your children, you're giving up. And I just was listening to it. One of the gentlemen inside there has an event planned, and he's full speed ahead with his event. And it's a back-to-school event, and we got to continue focusing on all of our kids. This is the Ryan Family Hope Back-to-School event on August 27th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Supplies, school supplies, getting ready to get our kids back to school in a positive way. And we will have a more of a police presence around those events and around these centers to make sure that there's at least a visual that the criminals see, which might make them hesitate to act.
Mayor, Commissioner, considering this happened outside of the school in the summertime, what is the plan when these kids go back to school?
Well, we are working with, and we can elaborate with some of the police command. We have been working with the school district, former Chief Inspector Bethel, or former Deputy Commissioner Bethel, and there are plans that are being concluded now on safe corridors and coverage during the opening and closing of school, and we'll have all that to roll. We were supposed to kind of roll that out today, but this took precedent.
So just to that point, the focus of the leadership of the police department has been to the safety of our children, particularly around schools and the recreation centers. So we do have enhanced coverage, particularly around the rec centers when they're most populated. And then for schools, we are enhancing our coverage and along our safe corridors. You'll hear safe corridors, safe paths, but safe corridors are been identified between the principal leadership, the leadership of the schools, the principals, and the police commanders. We look at the most populated traveled ways to get to the schools, and we're enhancing patrols in and around that area, going to school, from school, and then communicating on a more timely basis with them about any incidents that should be arising in the school or arising in the neighborhood, and letting them know it could bleed back over to the school. So it's been our focus. It was our focus last year. We were successful. We're expanding it a little bit more with some of our problematic schools that were identified that were more chronic. However, the Department of Rec, that has been one of our focuses for the last 2 years. Levels of violence around the wrecks are relatively low. It's just that, you know, it's it catches your eye when it does happen, and the potential is there. So we do enhance our coverage around the rec centers and work closely with the rec leaders.
Was that new plan also enacted after the Christie Rec Center? Was that kind of when it was, I want to say, put in place?
For the rec centers, we've always worked. Every commander, back when I was a commander, worked closely with our rec leaders. We would meet with them regularly, set up strategies for the summer months, as well as when they have programming, whether it be sporting events that would draw a large crowd. We've always done it. We enhanced it, if you will. I think after we started experiencing some issues with Christie Rec, we just pretty much brought it more to the forefront. It wasn't kept between us and the Department of Recs. We kind of let everybody know, and we increased around our most chronic, problematic rec centers.
Were the officers that were here patrolling the rec center, or did they just have a different?
So they're part of deployment for the area for issues. This is one of their focal points. The police department utilizes like a pinpoint strategy, and this is part of the pinpoint grid. So the officers were aware of an uptick in violence in the area. They were deployed here by Captain McKeever to address that issue specifically, but the fact that they were like about a block away when the shooting happened.
You said that 3 of the victims were targeted and 2 were just didn't get by straight bullets. Is that correct?
Right now, it's all we have is like an investigative theory. All right, we believe that the 3 that exited the basketball court may have possibly been targeted. 2 of the individuals, one was actually sitting in his vehicle. We don't think he had anything to do with it except that he got struck by gunfire. Another one was nearby and also got struck by gunfire.
What are their ages?
We had a 17.
We're taking a listen there in Philadelphia from earlier today, but I want to go out live right now to Boston for a disturbing story out of there where a baby was thrown from a window. That is the initial reporting right there. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Child suffering from a life-threatening injury. The victim was transported to a local hospital by Boston EMS, where his condition is listed as critical. At this time, this is an active and fluid investigation, so this is all I can share with you at this moment. This investigation will be a joint investigation with the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office, as well as our Homicide Division, District Detectives, and Crimes Against Children Division. Suffolk County District Attorney Kevin Hayden was on scene. I believe he's on his way to the hospital as we speak.
Felipe, was this child thrown out? You say that all these investigators are here. Did this child fall by accident or not?
That's what we're investigating right now. So it's a fluid investigation. At this time, everyone comes. It's a protocol. We have all the teams that I just listed. They'll be here investigating, but we don't have that information right now.
There's no preliminary evidence that the child was thrown out the window?
Again, this is an ongoing investigation, and we're working to find all this information now.
Can you say what happened while this was going on? Was there a domestic incident happening before the child fell?
Not that I know of.
Was there a 911 call in place when the child fell? Were they already on the line with dispatch?
We responded to a 911 call for the child falling out of the window.
There was no call before the child fell from the home where the child fell from?
We got a call for the child falling out of the window.
Is anybody in custody right now?
No one is in custody.
All right, as the
Thank you.
Superintendent said, it's very active. Any additional information we'll be giving at
Can you tell us which 4th floor unit this is?
I can tell you that it was the 4th floor. That's what I will share. Again, active and fluid investigation. We're working the whole case now. So
were there multiple witnesses or just the parent?
That's all I have for you
That's all
right
I
now.
can say right now. All right, thank you. Thank you for
All right, that's the update there in Boston. You're watching Live Now from Fox as that active investigation continues. Really limited information right there, as it usually is in the beginning. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us on Live Now.
Harris County, 80%. And so we know that somebody who is thinking of doing something as terrible as that in Harris County is compared to other communities, they know that they're going to face justice. So people need and want to feel safe in Harris County. They deserve that. Safety to themselves, safety of their property. And we did see an increase in violent crime over the time, particularly of the pandemic. Certain crimes went down, certain crimes, for example, murder, domestic violence, that went up. And I don't have to tell you this. We see it in the news all the time. And that's why, since taking office, since Commissioner and I arrived in 2019, we have fought to invest more than ever before in law enforcement. Well over $150 million when you compare the funding from the fiscal year before we took office to the fiscal year funding we approved earlier this year. And that's why we're making this announcement today, launching the Save Harris initiative, which includes this over $150 million of new investments over 4 years to tackle violent crime in Harris County, and launching the Save Harris website so the community can continue to see our continued commitment, our continued work, and our investments as we go along, because the work is not done. The numbers are very clear. We have approved an increase in funding for every law enforcement agency in Harris County. This year, we preliminarily approved a budget of $1.4 billion for justice and safety, the most ever allocated in our community by far. It includes increases for each law enforcement agency, including the district attorney, including every single constable's office, including the sheriff's department and all our partners. The district attorney's budget is 27% higher than in 2018, with about $19 million, not total, $19 million approved outside the budget process. We invested over $3 million in a district attorney triage program, and we are paying the highest entry-level district attorney salaries in the state. I want you to remember all of this whenever she or anybody else says we are defunding, because it is a bold-faced lie, and they need to be called out for that. $19 million outside the budget process. If you include the budget process, it is a 27% increase from before we arrived to where we're standing here today. That is more than ever before. And that is the same case for each of the constable's office, and that is the same case for the sheriff's office. More than ever before. The constables have been incorporated into important new crime initiatives, including the Viper Warrants Task Force. Across the board, criminal justice and law